Hello comrades, and welcome to Juche Lessons. In this episode, we will be discussing the attribute independence in more depth. Independence is the most essential and fundamental attribute of mankind, the social being. As General Secretary Kim Jong-il once said, quote, "Independence is an attribute of social man, who is desirous of living and developing in an independent way as master of the world and their own destiny." End quote. On the strength of this quality, humanity throws off the fetters of nature, opposes social subjugation of all forms, and puts everything at our own service. Independence is, first of all, an attribute that opposes subjugation and fetters of all forms. It is one of the most important features for mankind to live not to be shackled to the surrounding world. Animals are totally subordinated to nature and cannot maintain their existence when they do not adapt themselves to the given conditions and circumstances of nature. But humanity is aware of ourselves and in a certain sense separates ourselves from the surrounding world. It is even possible for us to live in confrontation with the world, unlike the animals. Humanity struggles to free ourselves from the subordination of nature. The blind strength of nature that surrounded people fetters mankind's life activity and life considerably. But humanity uses the strength of nature instead of yielding before it, thus surviving and developing. Mankind does not want to live in subordination to others socially. Therefore, humanity wages struggle to free ourselves from subordination as long as there is social subjugation and fetters. No one likes to live being subordinated by others. The struggle of the slaves against the slave system, the struggle of the farmers against the feudal system, the struggle of the working class against exploitation and oppression of capital, and the struggle of the oppressed people against colonial ruling systems are the struggles of the popular masses to free themselves from social subjugation.
Long live the People's Revolution!
The process in which mankind survives and works as a social being is the process of struggle to free ourselves from subjugation and fetters of all forms. People conduct continuous struggle against fetters and subjugation of the outside world, unlike all other material beings. Independence is, next, an attribute of subordinating the surrounding world according to one's will and demands. It is one of the important features of humanity to subjugate and dominate the surrounding world in conformity with their demand and interests, desirous of not being subordinated by anything. Humanity is the only being that can maintain life through dominating the world. Since mankind freed ourselves from the animal world, we regarded the surrounding world as our arena of existence and activity, and further expanded the scope of our domination in conformity with the increase of our ability and strength. The process of mankind's activity is the process of subordinating and dominating more phenomena and things in nature. Humanity ceaselessly transforms, changes, and dominates the society as well as nature according to our demands. That mankind dominates society means that mankind makes social relations and social wealth serve ourselves in conformity with their demands. And here, that humanity dominates society has nothing to do with the subjugation and domination of mankind by mankind. That humans subjugate and dominate humans is an act which is fundamentally contrary to social nature of mankind. That reactionary exploiting classes and dominating classes exploit the popular masses is an act to infringe upon and obliterate the independence of the masses. So it has nothing to do with mankind's independence. So humanity not only fights against subjugation of the surrounding world, but also dominates it. Thus, humanity is an independent social being. The quality to oppose subjugation of all sorts and the quality to make the surrounding world serve mankind's demands are the contents of independence, and they are interlinked and expressed in the activities of the people. The decisive factor that defines mankind's independence is independent ideological consciousness. This consciousness means the awareness of being the master of one's own destiny, and signifies the will to shape one's destiny by one's own initiative. In other words, this consciousness is a social consciousness that reflects the intrinsic demand and interests of a social being who is desirous to live and develop as the master of the world and their own destiny. Only when mankind has the consciousness of independence can we conduct conscious activity to conquer nature and actively struggle against the oppressors who encroach and trample upon our independence. The consciousness of independence is the guarantee that enables humanity to have independence, and this consciousness proves that humanity has independence. Independence is the life and soul of humanity. When independence is referred to as humanity's life and soul, it means social and political integrity. Mankind has a physical life and also social, political integrity. The physical life is what keeps humans alive as a biological organism, and social and political integrity is what keeps us alive as a social being. As mankind is a social being, social and political integrity is more valuable than physical life. Accordingly, if a human is deprived of their social and political integrity, we are enslaved mentally, and as good as dead, even though we are alive. What is the difference between mankind's life and animals' life if the life of a human is simply eating, dressing, and keeping alive? In reality, people fight against oppressors for independence, social and political integrity, as long as we are alive. And the importance of people's social and political integrity over their material well-being is proven by the fact that revolutionaries will even starve themselves or go headlong into life-threatening battles in order to realize their social political integrity. So in other words, they put at risk their material conditions and even their own life for the sake of realizing social political integrity and therefore independence of the popular masses. Now perhaps some people may interpret what I'm saying to mean physical life has no value at all. Of course, the physical life is valuable for humanity, and people have desired for a long time to live in good health, and for this they develop cultural fields such as public health and sports. But to simply maintain the physical life for mankind cannot be the fundamental purpose of life. The physical life has value only when it serves glorifying social and political integrity. Social and political integrity of humanity is maintained through the struggle to defend and realize independence. Social and political integrity of an individual is given and maintained through the struggle for the independence of the popular masses. Those who do not make the struggle for independence of the popular masses, pursuing only indolence and pleasure of the individual, can neither have social or political integrity. Indeed, independence is the basic attribute that keeps mankind alive, and the life and soul of mankind the social being. That's all for this episode, comrades. Check out our Facebook and Twitter pages for more Juche and DPRK content, which of course I will leave links to in the description of this video. If you liked what you saw, please remember to like, subscribe, and share so we can raise the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. And because I run solely on your motivation and encouragement. Red salute, Juche comrades.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
New intro. I kind of slopped up the ending because I had it on repeat from testing it last night, but there you go. There's our new intro. What do you think? Myself and Messiah came up with that last night. I was like looking at the logo of the channel. I was like, we need a 90s sounding intro for this channel because look at that shit. So Messiah provided the voice. He sped it. He had it really slow, so it was like boom, boom. And then I sped it up so it still kept that same pitch, but was, you know, more of a normal talking voice. Yeah, I cut my hair once a year, Sean. And it was getting near the end of summer and I hadn't done it yet, so I figured I better do it. Of course, if you're in my community and you don't already follow Lennon Smash, what the heck are you doing? Go follow Lennon Smash, please. Welcome in, comrades. Hope you all are well today. It's Friday. It's Friday. I'm fucking it all up, I know. I gotta have my hair cut once a year, otherwise my hair grows like crazy. So Friday we do, you know, hanging out. We like to hang out, we like to watch some videos. I got our usual Squirrel and Hedgehog. Oh good, I'm cheating and smoking. Thank God GMO got me. You keep the hair insurgent length. You comrades pay attention to the length of my hair now, and you watch in a couple weeks. It'll be looking long again before you know it. It's ridiculous. You haven't cut your hair since COVID started? Mine would be down to my ass if I did that. I have ridiculously thick hair. Like I always say, my mother native side, that's where the eyebrows come from, and the thick hair, and then fucking father gives me the color of my hair and everything else. As you can see. You're just getting there, Marge? Nice. Alright, so today, what I have planned is not that much. I got like some Squirrel and Hedgehog here, which we always do. As you know, now we're in the new style of animation, so it's extremely interesting to look at now. I've got a bit of Breakthru news, 2 things from Breakthru news I want to see. Anti-China Red Scare, fear-mongering in the age of global something. History of NATO destruction of Global South and CIA infiltration. And then I have a bunch of news articles. You know, we like to try and do the Pyongyang Times, so I can just highlight a couple things for you there. We got something from the workers' world here we want to see, and a small mainstream news article that I'm just going to touch on. And once we're done all of that, and of course we're going to chatter and all that as well, but today's going to be a long stream. So once we're done all of that, I'm then also going to do some kind of game. Hey Kanakami, welcome. Welcome March of the Fire Ants. Comrade Natalie Revolts. I saw a mod gave somebody a shout out. We need to give, I know you don't stream that often, but if you don't follow Comrade Natalie, you should do so. Because when she does stream, you won't want to fucking miss it. Hell yeah. And we're gonna have you, Natalie, on here as a guest, I think. Sometime in the very near future. My thoughts. That's what I'm saying. Me, you, Dallas. We could have a group on here. It'd be great to have a group of DPRK defenders on here. Could like watch a video and get into a big discussion. You know me, I can be like the dungeon master of the discussion. That's all talking. Alright, let's watch our cartoons here. You'll watch our morning Squirrel and Hedgehog. Get comfy with your bowls of cereal or your bowls of weed. Either one is acceptable. Beard is like extra fluffy today, isn't it? What's up with that? It's because it's raining so hard out. Right. Squirrel and Hedgehog, everyone. Look, I don't know what game I should play later. This is after. Hours and hours after, but I'm gonna give you a poll. Hello, Juche Gang 420. Welcome to the home of the Juche Gang. If you don't end up on Subversive History tonight, you do TMNT. I'm down, Lennon. Hit me up, let me know. If not, we'll do it on the weekend or something. Or we'll do it on whatever next weekday you, whatever next weekday you stream is. I can work around your schedule, basically, Lennon.
두더지 박사가 어떻게 생겼는지 어디 좀 보자.
Right, so latest we'll do TMNT Sunday then. Sounds great.
두더지 박사의 비밀 문건이 들어있는 트렁크를 제가 트렁크는 여기에
Okay, I'm making a poll for you all.
내가 분명 차려놓은 걸 형님이 보지 않았어.
Annual skate competition is tomorrow. Well, good luck with all of that, comrade. Be a good time, though.
내가 그 문건을 내 놈들에게 호락호락 넘겨줄 줄 알았니? 우리 속도.
그건 네 놈들의 모가지 배지하고도 못 바꾸는 중요한 문건이야.
Okay, I put a poll in chat.
두더지 박사의 비밀 문건을 찾기 위해 놈들이
What game do you want to see me? What game do you want to see me play after we're done watching politics and talking and all that? Do you want to see me play Super Mario Crossover, which is a Mario game? It's actually Mario 1, but there's all kinds of other NES characters that you can be in it. You can be Samus, Link, the guys from Contra, you can be the guy from Castlevania, and you're just beating Super Mario. There's Pizza Tower, which is an extremely cool and very like flowing platformer that's really score based and extremely fast paced and fun to watch as well. Jelly Car Worlds is sort of like a funny, if you remember those like bike games where you got to try and balance. You try and like get as far through the level as you can. That's Jelly Car World. Soul Calibur 6, of course, is a fighting game, and Last Call BBS is a compilation of puzzle games. So the poll, let me know what you want to see me play when we're done our politics for the day. That's what the poll is. Vote now. Let your voices heard.
그렇다고 금색을 떠다시 위험한 족구로 보낼 순 없어. 그럼 무로리 수색대 임무를 주겠습니다. 그렇게 합시다.
I'm 37 and I can't skate anymore. Sorry to say. I can still like move. I can like skate to transport myself, but I can't skate to do tricks and shit anymore. Yeah, I used to do a lot of skating downhill too, Plants. That's like how we got around. Hello, Comrade Valkyrie. Welcome to the channel. I am a wise old Juche duck man. Old dad Juche. Get off my Juche! Done a couple small races? Nice. Yeah, I was big into biking back in the day. I used to love mountain biking and downhill racing on bikes. Loved that shit when I was younger too. I did skateboarding, but never like as good as my friends were. I was always the worst skateboarder out of all of us. Yeah, mountain biking was my jam though. I could tear the fucking mountain up. Whole jam. Might include BMX. BMX is cool. I do like watching BMX. I got the villain chair today because it's Friday. I'm not sitting in the office chair.
꽃동산의 땅속을 놈들에게 내주는 거는 같아. 그러니 어떻게 해야겠니? 코야 꼭 찾아와야지요 뭐.
Tapping into the USB end again.
쪽제비 놈들보다 더 위험한 놈들이다. 우린 맞설 준비를.
Yeah, this is the comfy chair. This is how you know it's a long stream. When this chair comes out, you know it's like a 10-hour long stream that you're in for.
출발하기 위해 청결하였습니다.
쉬어다 쉬어.
시옷.
금세기와 밤세긴 어떻게 나왔어?
저 6호 해구엔 제가 가겠습니다.
안 돼. 덕문 휴식해야지.
전 일 없습니다. 우리 형제가 설 것은 좋습니다. 꼭 보내주십시오. 예. 전 이렇게
Is this of you, Fannin?
모든 준비를 다 했습니다.
Hold on, I gotta untime you out. Oh no, wait, it just deleted your link. Is this you in the video, Fannin? Or no?
전 그 트렁크를 보기만 해도 잘할 수 있습니다.
꼭 찾아오겠단 말이지.
예, 자신 있습니다.
좋아. 형님한테서 많이 배워라. 그럼 앞으로 훌륭한 정찰병이
It
될
is?
수 있을
Okay, check this out.
모로리 수색대와 함께 가시오.
저 그러다 놈들이 눈치채면 서식을 보내준 밤나무가 위험할 수 있습니다.
Alright, I forgot to put the link to this, so we just gotta check this out right quick first anyway. This is the video Plants Fan had just sent. We're on Squirrel and Hedgehog 28. I gotta link that in chat. Remember to vote for what video game you want to see me play when we're done streaming for the day. Or rather, when we're done politics streaming for the day. Downhill skating is so much fun, though. Go figure, Lennon. Our roads aren't made for this in Iowa. No, I don't imagine. We have nice hilly terrain for it here, that's for sure. Have 36 potholes. This is a great music choice. As soon as you crest the hill, you just start picking up speed. No, I was gonna say, it doesn't look like a longboard. It is a downhill board, though. Guy's going all night. Downhill is fine, yep. Like I say, that's how, I mean, downhill, this is how I got around here a lot. When I wasn't taking my bike somewhere. Sometimes you don't want to, sometimes you just don't want to have your bike lying around somewhere, so I'd take the skateboard sometimes. This was getting around. Like, you're literally going all night. Nice. Thank you for that link, Comrade Plants Fanon.
이 물어리 세시면 됩니다. 쿰색이 말이 옳습니다. 빨리 찾아오려고 돈비다라니 미처 고기같이 생각하지 못했습니다. 그래서 적재비 부대 특별 보좌관 차림을 했댔구만. 아무래도 이번만은 쿰색이를 버려야 할 것 같습니다. 졌어. 그럼 곡등호 잠수성을 타고
I
가시오.
did my work properly this time.
놈들도 찾으러 떠났다니 몸 조심하라고. 걱정 마십시오.
You got an old bowl clip? He might be on Subversive History tonight.
우리가 찾는 트렁크는 바로 이렇게 생겼다. 저렇게 생겼다. 아마 바다 밑에 떨어져 있을 게다. 바다 밑에 샅샅이 뒤져서 꼭 찾아야 한다.
You goofing around at 15, 16? Are you giving me permission to show this on stream? When you link in chat, I'm just gonna assume that's what it is. We'll get to you after the show then.
형님, 두더지 박사가 떨어지면서 트렁크를 던졌다면 저쯤 높이에서 떨궜을 거예요.
Got a submission from Lennon here too. You just saw your first hummingbird in person? Really? They're incredible. We get them flying so close to us sometimes, like I gotta like, I think like a giant bug is coming to bite me or something. Came right up, looked at me for a second, then flew away. It was so cute. I love them, right? The sound of them was great. Lennon saying, fuck that clip now. Yeah, they're amazing. Look at the graphics in this part of the show. Alright, looks like we'll be playing Pizza Tower first. So that's gonna be after we're done all the politics stream and everything like that. I'll break out a video game. This is what I'm gonna be playing it on. Got my Xbox controller. Yeah, Juche Gang 420. This is like the newer. This is episode 28, so. That's what I was saying. This type of animation will remind you of like the contributions that they've made to Simpsons and Lion King and stuff. Which they did, of course, through joint agreements and cultural exchanges through South Korea. Your Hair Affair is pretty good animation as well. I don't know if I've ever actually watched that one. Gonna send me one on Discord. Speaking of Simpsons, we have a new emote. Let's crush capitalism. The wife is such a big fan of The Simpsons, I felt like I had to include one Simpsons meme. Emote, rather. I call everything a meme. How long ago was that 420? 17 minutes? I'm saying that's still valid, right? Feel free to object in chat, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that's still valid.
Yeah. See ya.
She's around. She's my expert green thumb weed grower. She works as a veterinary assistant, so she works 12 hours on, and she works like 12 hours 3 days a week or whatever. So on those 3 days when she's working 12 hours is when I tend to do these long streams. Yeah, well, I mean, she agrees with the communism and everything, so that's the important stuff, right? You agree with liberation, you agree with communism, we can get along. Lennon, am I allowed to show this on stream, or is this permission to show this clip on stream? If that's not a link in, now we're getting complicated, because that's not just a link in chat, now you sent me a DM, so. Am I allowed to show this clip?
이제라도 다시 가서 찾아보자요.
이놈들이 가짜 트렁크는 왜 던졌을까?
그것도 몰라요? 그거야 우리를 속여넘기려는 깜찍한 수지요. 잘은 또 내려간다. 내 놈들이 수에 속을 줄 알아?
트렁크가 또 내려가는 방향을 따라가지고
방향이요?
그것들이 정말 머리를 쓰는데? 야! 트렁크를 따라가자!
This whale looks awesome.
밤새기랑 도깨비 섬에 보내놓고 내가 이러고 있으면 이물을
Technically, the wife cut my hair, lesbian hot sauce, but yeah, I gotta do it once a year. Otherwise, like, I'm like an oven, you know, when I lay in bed or whatever, I like exude heat. So like, if I let my hair get too long, then it just gets real bad.
도깨비 섬으로
Well, thank you. I get a cut once a year. So you get to see it like this, and then you'll see it grow until about next summer, and then I'll get a cut again.
저놈들이 벌써
That's generally the way I
따라가는구나.
do the hair.
놈들이 도착하기
My
전에
wife just buzzes it for me.
가야겠는데.
무로리야, 우리 형님이 말한 것처럼 트렁크가 정말 여기에 있을까?
아마 이 섬이 해리를 막고 있으니
I got a
불꽃이
funny
걸려있을
I
수
got a
있어.
funny meme to
우리
show
잘
you all too.
찾아보자.
It's from my Discord. Lennon hasn't.
조금만 더 가면 도깨비 섬이 있어.
그래?
뭐 찾았니? 없어. 이젠 섬 기슭을 다 뒤졌는데.
밤새가 형님을 생각해서라도 맥을 놓지 말고 우리 꼭 찾자.
이게 뭐야? 아니구나. 아야. 아무리 찾아도 없구나.
Oh, bear with me, sorry. I'm doing stuff in the background.
도깨비 섬이 있으니 거기 가서 찾으라. 정말 트렁크가 있을까?
밤새가
Comrade needs a Snickers.
이걸 구워서 여기나 하고 또 찾아보자꾸나.
Oh. They're good too. Anyone like mussels?
이게 뭐야?
Oh. Fucking love mussels. Oh yeah, definitely. They gotta be fresh. Dip them in a little bit of butter.
트렁크 보여.
Melted butter? Oh yeah. So fucking good.
뭐 찾았다고?
White wine if you're bougie. No, fuck. I don't. The wife doesn't like me cooking anything with wine. She doesn't like the taste of it.
형님이 한 말이 진짜 맞구나. 정말 신통하다야. 다 있구나. 아, 이게 그 딱 쓰인 그 자리야. 자,
It's funny because she's like, you know, everybody always says that you cook down the taste of wine and then you can't even taste it in there anymore. And it's like every time she has something with wine in it, she's like, I can taste the wine. Which, I mean, you can, or because if you couldn't, you wouldn't fucking put it in there. It's the most asinine statement I've ever heard people
형님이
make.
찾은 걸 알면 얼마나 기뻐할까?
우리 꼬마 정찰병들 하고
I'll do it if it's like for a family, big family gathering or something, but yeah. It's funny, because people do say that. They're like, oh, you can't even taste the wine in there. Like, well, why would you put it in if you couldn't taste it? That's asinine. Of course you can taste it. Be fucking serious for a second.
어딜 가망치요?
Holy crap, the fighting is so much better now. Lennon, I keep hearing wheels. Those are your wheels, bud. Those are your wheels. I keep puffing into the fucking USB into this thing. God damn it.
아니, 이게
It's a habit. He sees wheels. He's like a head on a. Yeah.
물오리 발자국이.
His neck's made out of rubber whenever he hears wheels rolling. Just. Where are the wheels at? Skateboarding? Where? Hilarious. Gotta keep that head on a swivel, looking out for the fellow skaters. I get it. I get it. I do have some manual stuff here as well. Don't know that song, Marge. I feel like I shouldn't probably admit that.
Let's
but
go,
I don't
Smokes.
know that song.
Let's go, Smokes.
Hacking it so that I'll be ready for the next time. It's like 4 minutes away from the cooldown being done, I think. Oh my god, that emote is fantastic, Valkyrie.
적재비? 야, 여긴 어떤 곳이야?
What the fuck?
야,
Oh, it's got stuff in it already. That is an amazing emote.
날고 뛰어도 여기선 빠져나가지 못해.
Sometimes these manual vaporizers, these things are good, you know?
한 놈도 없다. 없어.
Yes, send it over sometime for sure. For sure. See, chat, that's why we need to get those subscriber numbers pumped up. I got all the emote ideas over here. And also, if I don't submit emotes for 60 days, then we'll be able to get the follower emotes as well. So, I'm holding off on the submissions.
색이랑 브로리가 저 굴 속에 잡혀 들어갔단 말이지.
Yeah, I need a nail or something to pack this. Yeah, the animation right now in this one is so good.
난 어떤 일이 있어도 절대로 이 길에서 물러설 수 없다.
Oh my god, lesbian hot sauce. Put that link emote up there again. I walked away just as it was bouncing across the screen. I want to see that in big. Oh my god, that's amazing. I mean, I do want, but I gotta wait till I get my sub points up higher. I will want to use that for a follower emote though, for sure. Yes, please send me that on Discord or something. That is amazing. I fucking love Link, you know that. You know this. Yeah, Twitch is so iffy on follower emotes. I had mine revoked because some of my communist emotes were deemed against emote guidelines. Oh my god. You still don't have follower emotes? I was reading the terms, Lennon. Of course, see, now that we're back into the modern episodes, Canna, we're gonna get the cliffhangers again, I bet. Yeah. Which being 1984, they even censor LMAO. You know how many times? Do you know what emote took the longest for me to get past on this channel? You'd never guess which one, but I want you to try. Lennon still doesn't have follower emotes, so you know why I don't have follower emotes? Len, when you read the terms, it says that you have to have an emote not get rejected for 60 days. So you have to have 2 months of not getting any emotes rejected. And after that point, that's when after 60 days of no emote rejections, then you get the follower emotes. But apparently, like as Valkyrie says, they can revoke it if they deem them to be too political or something. Yeah, basically just stop submitting new ones for 2 months and then you should get follower emotes. That's what I read on the thing. Nope. The one that took the most tries for me to get on this channel. You'd never guess it. It was this one. That one took more tries than any other one to get fucking submitted. I don't know why. It was rejected every single time I tried it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, I have luck. I have this. This one took like 2 tries to get past. 35 plus submissions for installing. Mine didn't take that long. Mine took a few. I got this one. Yes, feminists care about male rights, but I contend that when a male is actually a proletarian feminist, then you're for the expansion of your own rights as equal to women anyway. That's my position. But, you know, that's just my humble opinion. I want to get into Pyongyang Times here first, and then we'll look at Breakthru News. So I want to look at some of these articles from Pyongyang Times, and then I have one from Workers' World I want to see. Oh yeah, well I keep trying too. That one was 40 tries. I'm gonna have to keep trying for the one that we have that's like the weed leaf or whatever. Okay, but before we get to this, if you don't check out your boy Lennon over here. It's Lennon. Lennon out on the streets. Said that after you. Lennon on the streets. There was loose change in the bowl, and then this one we got to submit. Who submitted this one again? The celebration at the end. That's great. That's great. Who did submit this one here? This was GMO, right? Yeah. Yeah, this was GMO. Good job, GMO. The celebration is... I like how you went for that one. I love how you went for that one, GMO. Great. Great. Fantastic. That was a fucking nice landing. Yeah, that is a gift waiting to be made. Lennon, we might have to make you an animated GIF for your page out of that, because that was pretty fucking fire, wasn't it? Sorry, I had to laugh at this because someone in our Discord, they posted this image, right? They posted this image here, so then I felt the urge to post this meme I made a while ago. Revisionist corn versus non-revisionist corn. Renegade corn versus non-renegade corn. Wow, this one tastes different. This shit's fresh. This shit is fresh. Good corn. See, you got the good corn and you got the bad corn. Look at the little kitty. This is Soda. She's our new kitty, the rescue from the animal hoarding situation that you saw with the fluffy tail sometimes jump into frame. Yeah, Khrushchev corn. Blah. She is such a little angel. The funniest thing is like I say, she'll even run up and grab your leg and she won't actually put out her claws. She's amazing at it. Alright, wanted to check out these things. The reason I wanted to check out this article is because, we always hear about the KPA. One common, like, joke that I hear some people, even on the left, making is how the Korean People's Army, when you see them at ceremonies and stuff like that, they'll have, like, a bunch of medals on their uniform, and they'll be like, they haven't fought in war since the... Good morning, Comrade Haley. Welcome to the stream. You missed our morning cartoons, but you're just in time for the news. Welcome. Love that William Dafoe emote. So yeah, you always hear people say about how, the KPA, they have all these medals. It's like they haven't fought a war since the 50s or something, they'll say. It's like, well, first of all, the war hasn't ended, right? Let's start with that. So they get medals for, shoring up defenses in their own country. But more than that, you see the Korean People's Army is a revolutionary army. It's an army in a socialist society. So therefore, unlike a capitalist army, it's not just an army that's suited and geared towards warfare and defense. It's actually an army that, as you can see, also helps to rebuild homes, helps in construction sites, helps to, if farmers need help on their farms for harvesting or sowing, the army shows up and gets that done. So, like, it shows you a whole different character. Here they are spraying the fields, right? Been up since 5 a.m. to work on presentation for work. Everyone, please spam the chat with the doomer face. No, the liberals do not know how the liberals don't know how the KPA works in general. Again, they don't realize that it's also a place that does construction, socialist construction as well. Well, what I find hilarious, Haley, the funniest thing about DPRK, like when it comes to the hypocrisy of the propaganda. By the way, like, I recommend, if you want to find out where the lies about DPRK come from, everybody knows what I'm going to be typing. Highly recommend this documentary right here. Of course, they flag it as 18 plus. Okay. First, look, I got all kinds of duties. First, I gotta shout out our comrade Valkyrie of the North, who you should be following if you don't already. Get there and follow it, god damn it. Prize in mid-30s. Don't worry, I'm there. 37 here. I was just talking about that. If you go to this documentary right here, though, Haley, Loyal Citizens of Pyongyang, this gets into the whole defector testimony industry and where the funds for people like, Yeonmi Park come from, and the entire defector industry as a whole. It tells you where this comes from. So this documentary is really good for getting to know where all of the lies come from. Every story that you hear about DPRK is literally based on this defector testimony, and this tells you how, like, anybody who ends up in South Korea from the north is immediately put in concentration camps in a fucking facility where they used to be kept in solitary confinement until they basically said that they were against the DPRK and that they were not in favor of Kim Il-sung and would never talk favorable of him. And if people in the south who come from the north ever do talk favorably about Kim Il-sung or DPRK, they risk being imprisoned again. So, like, it's like the complete, it's almost like the complete reverse. Like, what we hear DPRK supposedly does is actually what they do in the south to people who come from the north. And, people come from all various reasons. and including, by the way, kidnapping. So it's definitely a good documentary to watch for that. But you know, you can also, the way you can see this for yourself is also the fact that how many times have we seen shocking images from DPRK and it's like a link and you go to it and it's just like average photos. There's like nothing out of the ordinary. If you've ever seen any place in the world, it like doesn't look at all different, you know? It's like people maybe picking grass by hand because they don't have access to fucking petroleum like a lot of other countries do readily because of, you know, extreme sanctions since 2017 and embargo, etc. And even, I mean, even before then, there was stifling attempts by imperialists as well. Let's not forget. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Well, see, what's funny is for me, what got me started, it's funny you say, 5 years ago, I may have thought it was a conspiracy from the extreme left, but now I know better. And yeah, it's hilarious to me that once you learn about, I think, USSR and Cuba, once you start to get a friendlier opinion on those countries, it sort of becomes like, okay, now I'm understanding the mainstream media really is just sort of pushing this particular line, and it seems like every country they deem an enemy is the opposite of an enemy. I mean, the only time they went and fought like a just war, right, was when they went against fascism, and they did that as reluctantly as possible. And I would argue that the West only fought against fascism, only attacked Germany because Germany attacked France. Like I contend, I maintain that if it wasn't for Hitler attacking France, the West would have allied with Hitler. Because what they wanted Hitler to really do was to go east and finish off the USSR, which, let's not forget, the USSR was invaded by 14 capitalist powers just before World War II, just a decade before World War II. I mean, that's just totally like left out of our history books if you go to school. They don't even mention the invasion of USSR. I came around on DPRK before USSR because anti USSR propaganda was more ingrained in me as I live in a post USSR state. That makes sense. I can definitely see that. Oh, yeah, I often talk with my students about the DPRK. Many of them are familiar with the Republic of Korea because of K pop culture. But taking the chance to tell people about the DPRK is nice, even though most of my students live in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. My most recent discussions was talking about how Pyongyang and Ho Chi Minh City differ in city design. Interesting. I that's just so fucking fascinating to me. The fact that you're like teaching some Vietnamese students about that, right? There is DPRK Vietnam Friendship Centers, of course. Oh, by the way, Commander Red, look at that. You're sub to the channel now. Commander Red has the Juche gang emotes. I think that's thanks to the generosity of Comrade Haley. When I learned so much, when I learned the extent of the U.S. and West lies, it makes so much sense now. Yeah, of course they wouldn't want you to be pro DPRK and other places with similar socialism. Exactly. And I like to say that like the more militantly or the more advancing along the road of socialism and the more anti-imperialist a country is, the more anti that country imperialism is going to be, right? Like if you spend like DPRK, they're probably the harshest critic I constantly point out of like Israel and other settler states. This report, why this trying to find a good size here. I always puff on the goddamn. The more China gets closer to 2050, the more they get criticized from West media. Yeah, right? Like, think about it this way. Think about how when the West thought that China was going towards capitalism, even though they never were, right? That was never a thing, as I constantly remind people on this channel. But as their socialist system gets more and more consolidated, China says that they'll be in the primary or have the fully established stage of socialist system by their centenary. The closer they get to that point, look at how much more the anti-China hostility ramps up from the West, right? The West realizes that, okay, no, China isn't going the way that they thought it was. They thought they were penetrating it with capitalism, but they weren't. In fact, China was just in, as I mentioned before, a long period of new economic development because while it was developing its socialist system, while it's consolidating that system, it has to voluntarily get all of the nations within China to unite behind the Socialist Party. And as I always mention, right, with the Communist Party, you have to do that on principle of voluntariness and consciousness. They're very different. You can't build unity by force, right? As much as the imperialists like to imagine that that is how socialism is built, you actually cannot build socialism that way, right? Because socialism can only be built by the people for the people, so you can't force them to build that for themselves. It fucking falls apart, as we've seen. You know, we have concrete examples of those mistakes leading to that. That's why, like Kim Jong-il, he says, consciousness and voluntariness are the real nature and basic stance of revolutionaries. With China, you have to extend that out to this party and this multinational country, whereby you even have to have all these different nations within your country unite behind your Communist Party if you have a multinational, like republic or multinational country. You have to have them all unite behind the Communist Party, and that has to be voluntarily. You try and force another nation within your country to unite behind the Communist Party by force, what you're doing is like another form of colonialism, essentially, or a form of like neo-colonialism in a way. This is one thing that socialist states have realized, and one mistake that later something that Lenin and Stalin always fought for in the USSR was that ability for the republics of the USSR to succeed. And unfortunately, successors to the USSR, such as Khrushchev, such as Brezhnev, such as Gorbachev, they unfortunately totally just ignored that, let it go by the wayside, and ended up sort of expecting Russia to be sort of a hegemonic force in the USSR. And Comrade Kim Jong-il, if we read Fundamentals of Revolutionary Party Building, says that was one of the mistakes that allowed imperialists to exploit these phony independence movements and tear apart the USSR as a result of that. So that's why it's very important that we recognize each nation's right to individual development, right? It's like Stalin says, the way to build communism is through the way to build a world government is through the voluntary unity, right? The separation of former colonies and semi-colonies into independent states. This is extended, of course, to like the nations within settler colonies like Canada. Exactly, plants. It's a good way, you can put it that way exactly. Why the USSR's problem was their failure to resolve the colonial contradictions. Exactly. And as I say, Stalin and Lenin, and many other staunch communists did fight for that. But the problem was, of course, you have serious ideological struggle in the party, and not one person can make any decisions in a socialist society. So it wasn't, even though Stalin or Lenin might have been right, it wasn't just up to them, right? They had to convince everybody else that they were right. Unfortunately, there were serious forces in the party that worked against this. Here's the quote I was thinking of. Communism knows that a union of peoples in a single world economic system is possible only on the basis of mutual confidence and voluntary agreement. And that the road to the formation of a voluntary union of people lies through the separation of the colonies from the integral imperialist whole, through the transformation of the colonies into independent states. Yeah, they failed to purge great Russian chauvinism. And again, Stalin, of course, we all know why Stalin was a staunch opponent and was so good on the national question. It's unfortunate that, he wasn't able to have more supporters in the leadership of the party that would follow, that would like support his constitution and other things. Because Stalin was actually from Georgia, right? And Georgia was a nation in the Russian Empire that was a victim of Russian imperialism. Again, newbie here. Did Stalin actually become a dictator at the end? Actually, no. Stalin, I would say, was like the last dictator. If you want to look at a dictator from the USSR, you look at someone like Gorbachev or Brezhnev, who totally just fucking, they let bureaucracy seed, whereas Stalin, all his life, he fought against bureaucracy. And it's like I was saying before, Haley, Stalin, even he never used to serve on any actual state organs themselves. He was always the leader of a party. He was the marshal of the army during World War II. And then after World War II, he was no longer in any state organ. He was just a party. And as I mentioned before, the party is independent of all state organs. So how does a workers' party lead in a socialist society? Well, it leads by giving ideological guidance and having its members go among the different state organs and try and convince people that that ideological guidance is right. And hoping that in those state organs, everybody votes in favor of those policies and that ideological guidance that the Workers' Party puts forward. That's why we say it's like based on, not on, the Workers' Party has to be based itself on voluntariness and consciousness. And it's actually the people's state that has authority over the Workers' Party, over Stalin, for example. Which is why Stalin tried to pass this constitution, like I said, that would have given everybody the right, every republic, the right to succeed in the USSR. But he was never able to do this because he didn't have, the absolute power that we're told he did. And there were serious elements in the party that didn't want the other republics to have the right to succeed. And unfortunately, they fought against Stalin, and those elements generally won out. Like, Stalin had great support from the masses, but passing these policies in the party was difficult. A little factoid, Haley, that just give you a good example is, did you know Stalin, right up until the end of his life, tried to actually step down from the party 4 times? 4 fucking times. And every single time the party voted no, they didn't want him to step down. And on even the 4th time, he was starting to get old. And if you read his statement to the party, he's going, I'm getting old in life. I'm getting to the twilight of my years. I have a family. I have a wife I would love to spend time with. And I think that the party can be managed now by other cadres, right? And the party, again, unanimously voted no for him to step down. So he kept working until he died. Yeah, he tried to step down multiple times from general secretary, and they always voted him no every fucking time. Because again, this is one other point that made USSR get undermined and overthrown by imperialists, was that they failed to fight against this bureaucracy, right? And in the beginning, it wasn't such a problem because Lenin and Stalin had great support from the masses. So any ideological guidance they were putting forward, essentially the masses were implementing it, right? With some exceptions. As I said, in state organs, Stalin had more of a fight. The leadership fought against him more. And they didn't allow, like I said, with his constitution, they fought against that constitution. With other measures that he suggests, they fought against that. And that really was an influence, right? And then unfortunately, when Stalin died, they did this de-Stalinization campaign because I imagine Khrushchev had this big ego and was like, why does everybody love Stalin but not me? Right? And this ended up being sort of a disconnect between the masses who love the image of Stalin, not because they love Stalin the individual, but because Stalin represented their struggle against imperialism and against fascism, right? It represented the policies that they've put forward, the struggles that they've made. And so this de-Stalinization campaign kind of soured the taste of the masses and disconnected them from the party. And then now you have a situation where the masses aren't following the guidance of the party, and the party is more and more compelled to get steeped in this bureaucracy rather than overcoming it like they should have, like other socialist countries did. And that failure to do that is what allowed imperialists to come in and continue to infiltrate the society. And it led to them like making mistakes like, oh, we have to reintroduce a new economic period type thing, despite the fact that they were over that period, right? And this brought in more like liberalism, which means it made people in their society more favorable towards capitalist society. They also failed to do a bunch of ideological education as well. Like Michael Parenti always says, you know, they sort of doled out Marxism, Leninism like a catechism. And what they should have done was use Marxism, Leninism to develop new theory for the new conditions that existed under socialism that the previous theories could not have had answers to. Really happy to be here to learn. One of the few places I feel comfortable asking these questions. Yes, please. Like I say, anyone who comes here and asks in good faith, that's like what I'm here for. I almost honestly like talking more than I like watching videos and doing like the general reacting like a lot of streamers do. I know that's like the thing to do, but I almost like just sitting and talking. Oh, I'm being serious. Yeah, Khrushchev is a snake, and Gorbachev is even worse, right? He allowed Yeltsin to fucking bomb the parliament. Literally fucking shelled the parliament, the democratic parliament, in order to finish this restoration of capitalism in USSR. And if you want to see the results too of that overthrow, you know, just look at the most dramatic fall in human history that happened as a result of that overthrow of socialism. So even at its most revisionist, it was still better than fucking what capitalism had to offer it afterwards. So yeah, Stalin, not a dictator. Somebody you should actually read, I would say. It can be nerve-wracking to ask these questions in some spaces. Sometimes I feel like I need to know it all before I come to these spaces. It's hard for me to weed out all the information. Yes. Yes, it is. And you know, I learned better myself. I learned through connecting with other people who were able to help me understand these things myself. More than I did. I mean, yeah, I learned a lot myself, but my fellow native comrades, my comrades just that I was running into online, all of that stuff really helped, you know? Khrushchev also ended the Soviet Union's relationship with the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and 6 other indigenous nations. By the way, which is it? Is it that nation that gave Falcon? Which nation is it that made him an honorary recognized chief? Do you remember? Yeah, hey, it's our duty as communists to explain. Look, I got a great Stalin quote related to this. Hold on now. That statement you just made, I know it can be a lot of energy. Don't worry, I wouldn't call myself a revolutionary, and I wouldn't be here on Twitter or Twitch or whatever platform this is. I wouldn't be here if I didn't expect questions to be asked, and if I didn't want to try and help people and also help myself get the better understanding of socialism and communism, right? I'm here learning myself as well. It's like, what are we to do with these comrades? How are we to educate them in Marxism Leninism? I think that systematic reiteration and patient explanation of the so-called generally known truths is one of the best methods of educating these comrades in Marxism. Listen how gentle and fucking unclely he is, you know? Dude, this man is a monster, they're telling you. Haudenosaunee. I fucking suck at pronouncing that one word for some fucking reason. It was that.
I would have been friends with Stalin.
It was Haudenosaunee that did it though. Am I right in thinking that? Are you saying? And another Six Nation. Oh, and the six, which is Six Nations, and then another Six Nations. Okay. Well, we better shout out Haley. Someone just said, I almost forgot about that. I always forget Haley is also a fellow streamer, and then we got to get Red Falcon afterwards. Remember, Red Falcon, you can shout out yourself too, but I'm gonna get you after. We gotta get our comrades always. Hey ZV, welcome, comrade. Hope you're well today. We're just kind of hanging out. It's Friday. We're hanging out and just chatting, saying stuff, saying various things. I'm actually going to read the Pyongyang Times articles now. I was just mentioning before how, what's cool about the KPA is how it's really for socialist construction as well as defense of the country as well. So, Kim Jong-un, General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea, President of the State Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, visited the Yeoger and Wallang farms in Ambyon and Kangwon province to give field guidance to the work for eradicating crop damage caused by the typhoon. I think my opinion on Ceausescu was, I think he was well intentioned perhaps, but unfortunately a misguided leader who really could have learned a lot, I think, from his visit to DPRK. Unironically, I think he could have learned a lot from Juche, and his failure to do that was somewhat of a detriment to himself, But yeah, every social experiment must be supported. I totally agree. They make mistakes, and we should learn from those mistakes as well, right? We shouldn't be shy to learn from those mistakes, but also learn from them in a scientific way that's not just like, Stalin was a dictator, because we know that's not the case. Hey, Strin Sam, welcome, dear comrade. That's why, like, when we're talking about the repressions and the purges, I recommend reading someone, even like Grover Furr, who has fucking great sources in all his works, which is why you should also read him and look at his sources themselves, right? And like this actually gives you reasons for why mistakes happened in the USSR, and it wasn't because Stalin was a dictator. Who's actually quite the opposite when we learned about it before, right? He was accompanied by Kim Tong-hun, member of the President of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the WPK and Premier of the Cabinet, Jo Young-won. So Premier of the Cabinet technically makes this person head of the government, although that's not really the same equivalent to in Western society, of course, because, he has one vote, same as everybody else, according to democratic centralism in his state organ. Whereas in the head of the government in a capitalist society has veto powers. Yeah. Burr is interesting. I wouldn't necessarily call him a staunch Marxist-Leninist or anything like that, but his work is definitely valuable. I mean, there's lots
Communism is based.
Communism is based. There's lots of writers like that, like Tim Sharrock. I would say he has great stuff and a good person to follow on DPRK, or especially on issues rather in South Korea. But he's not really a communist himself. But yet his work can be useful for anti-imperialists, right? Kim Jae-rong, member of the Political Bureau and Secretary of the Central Committee of the WPK, Juche, alternative member of the Political Bureau, the Central Committee of the WPK, and Vice Premier and Chairman of Agricultural Commission, Kim Yo-jong, Deputy Department Director of the Central Committee, and Air Force General Kim Kyung and Commander of the Air Force. Because as we saw, look at them spraying these fields here. This is after typhoon damage. Actually, I'm gonna move this so that it's better. Like this, this. There we go. That's better. Much better. Going round paddy fields in the typhoon-affected areas, the respected comrade Kim Jong-un received a general report on the recovery from the damage and learned in detail about the relevant agro-technical measures for overcoming the damage. Going round paddy fields, looking at farm fields promising rich harvests after the complete recovery from the damage, he said with pleasure that they are permeated with devoted efforts of the service personnel and that the rich harvest is expected even in those farm fields hit by the natural disaster, thanks to their patriotism and loyalty. Made sure that helicopters and light transport aircraft of Air Force units of the Korean People's Army were mobilized as a step for improving the growth of state crops in flooded fields, and personally organized and commanded the work for spraying pesticides. Upon receiving his orders, the airmen of the KPA Unit 22623 went into flight task at once and successfully sprayed pesticides on the relevant flooded areas, out of the mind to fulfill their duty and absolute mission as the People's Army that is always ready for any task for protecting the lives and security and happiness of the people. Kim Jong-un expressed thanks to the service personnel who cleared out the scars of damage caused by the typhoon and greatly contributed to the improving of nutritional state of paddy rice by turning out in the struggle to carry out the orders of the party Central Committee at any cost, displaying their full and boundless devotion and patriotism. This is what a real army looks like. Probably some buildings, yeah, because I think they are doing rebuilding efforts as well. Noting with high appreciation that the KPA service personnel have successfully fulfilled their duty to improve the growth status of crops in the wake of performing a miracle of recovering flooded farmland in a brief span of time by going into the recovery work just after the outbreak of typhoon damage, said that the strong mental world of our service personnel who are brave in battlefields always take the lead in implementing the party's policies, defend the interests of the people, protect the property of the country, contribute to the grain production, the quality peculiar to the KPA, and their due obligation and duty. Saying it was not only for as many as 200 hectares of flooded farmland that the party Central Committee mobilized our service personnel to the campaign for recovery from typhoon damage. He stressed that it decided to assign such an honorable task to the KPA as we cannot lose even a young of farmland to the natural rampage on the agricultural front directly related to the people's living, like we cannot give up even an inch of land to the enemy on the battlefield. Our army should become true servants of the people, who never make any concessions in defending the people's well-being, he added. One of the most important purposes of organizing the recovery campaign with KPA soldiers was to give fuller play to the mental power and fighting efficiency peculiar to the People's Army, and incite it to be more deeply aware of its inherent mission and duty by dispatching service personnel to the front for defending the people's lives and properties once again, and to educate and awaken the people and officials of agricultural guidance organs in the relevant regions to manage, spruce up their dear residential areas with much care by following the fighting spirit of the service personnel, he said. It was noted that some river embankments got ruined, but there weren't details about homes damaged, so I'd assume it must be very minor relative to agricultural damage. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Comrade Natalie, for that context. See, this is why you need to be in here. This is why you have to be here, Natalie. I'm gonna have to. Wait a second. Hold on. There. You need that. You need to have that. Come on. Close comrade for fucking years now. Fellow DPRK defender comrade. He noted with great satisfaction that the KPA fully demonstrated once again the boundless loyalty and fighting spirit of the Revolutionary Army in the campaign for recovery from the natural disaster, due to its proud tradition that it has devotedly carried out the orders and instructions by the party Central Committee, to the party's trust and expectation, and in particular, the relevant combat units, KPA Unit 2623, KPA Unit 863, KPA Unit 974 displayed their strong militant might. He stressed that the relevant flood-hit farms should turn out as one in the agricultural production, with confidence to cultivate the crops in the second half of growth scientifically and technologically, in conformity with the topographical features and natural and climate conditions, and concentrate all efforts on ensuring the successful conclusion of this year's farming. He also called upon all the officials and working people in the agricultural sector to minimize damage by disastrous climate by turning out in the struggle once again to attain the goal of grain production for this year without fail and manure, and cultivate crops in a scientific and conscientious way to ensure the safe growth of crops, and thus reap a good harvest at all farms across the country. Stressing once again that the whole country should take more thorough measures for preventing damage and develop the ability to cope with crisis, said that in particular it is necessary to revise and examine the overall ability to prevent natural disaster, including the project for repairing and reinforcing facilities so that the farmland and crops do not suffer natural damage, and to find weak points and take prompt and timely measures, thus be fully prepared for coping with any disastrous climate on the initiative. Seeing the whole of Iger Farm and Wallang Farm in Anbion County, which has been spruced up thanks to patriotic devotion of the KPA, warmly said that he hopes for a rich harvest and happiness on the lands hit by natural disaster. Really need like a DPRK centric program we can review all this news on. Keep people up to date of what's going on. Give people alternative to the nonstop missile and fake execution coverage. Exactly. And you know, this is why I really want to read these KPA articles or these Pyongyang Times articles. Because here, like, you're just learning, just in this article, we're learning how the Korean People's Army is not just this boogeyman that's there to defend and threaten the US, right? And even if you're friendly, it's not just even there to defend the country. It's there to also help with socialist construction. And as Kim Jong-il said like long ago, right, in regards to the DPRK, the KPA is actually on the forefront of socialist construction. Wherever there's a farmer that needs like help harvesting or sowing or planting, the KPA is like sent there, mobilized, like an army for those things. Hey Bertie Sanders, welcome comrade. Great to see you here. If for example, when they were building up Rungyang Street, because they had all these sanctions, they brought in the KPA and they literally built up an entire fucking street in like a month. An entire street amid sanctions. And it included like healthcare services, like, you know, local fucking library buildings where people could go and study and shit like this. It's amazing. And here's from Pyongyang Times as well, a little bit of international news. I love the international news from Pyongyang Times, by the way. Syria censures U.S. for violating its territorial integrity and sovereignty. The Syrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates on August 12th issued a statement to denounce the U.S. for supporting the Islamic State and being absorbed in aggression and plunder against its country. Over 30 people were killed by vicious terror attack by the Islamic State on a Syrian military bus on the previous day, the statement said. describing the incident as part of the US's continuous offense against Syria's sovereignty and independence. It asserted that the blame for the terror attack falls on the US supporting the Islamic State, which is trying to create instability in Syria. And let's also not leave out the fact that the US is stealing all kinds of fucking oil every single day out of Syria, right? Literally has a portion of their country captured and is stealing oil from them and grain. Thank you, March of the Fire Ants. Disaster relief in the West. What a fucking cruel joke. Yeah, like 1/3 of the wheat, an enormous amount of oil too, as well. Like U.S. This is why it's like, don't believe the U.S. when what they're telling you about DPRK either. You know, it's how that's why I don't get communists like. All right, I gotta fill you in. I'm a little guilty. One day I tuned into Hassan. Just I had to know what the hell, how cursed it was, right? And it just so happened the one Hassan stream that I tuned into, he was talking about DPRK, and it's like going on about Otto Warmbier, which we can talk about if you want. But Hassan felt the need, like, just after having all this big defense on Cuba and all these friendly words he had about Cuba, as soon as he got to DPRK, he was like, oh, I think that a lot of what the media says is a lie about it. But then he goes on to say, but they have this despotic psychotic dictator that runs the country, right? He says, and he literally says, despite them having this despotic, psychotic dictator running the country, I don't think it's as bad as they make it out to be. And I'm like, Hassan, what are you doing? You sound like Noam fucking Chomsky here. Like, you might as well just be saying the USSR was a monstrosity. You know what I mean? Like, what the actual? How do you on one hand try and like say it's nightmarish or not what it's meant out to be, but then on the other hand feel the need to say, oh, they have a psychotic fucking despotic dictator? Fuck right off. Get a better opinion. If you're gonna defend, it's like I always say, right? If you can defend the goddamn Cuba revolution, then you need to be able to also defend the fucking DPRK revolution. Because guess what? They're friends with each other, okay? They agree that each other are socialist. They, in fact, more than that, much more than that. Well, I mean, much more than that. If someone is interested in what the Cubans' opinion is on certain questions, you should ask the North Koreans. If someone asks the North Korean standpoint on certain cases, you can safely ask the Cubans about that. Our views are completely identical on everything. And that was after Raul Castro's visit to the DPRK, by the way. I once heard him say, read one less book, dude, when someone in chat defended the DPRK. Read one less book, dude, when someone in chat defends DPRK. Read one less book? It's like these people don't realize that, people have been going and visiting DPRK for years. People have been kidnapped from DPRK. People leave DPRK for all kinds of reasons, including economic reasons and other reasons, okay? Including some people get kidnapped from DPRK. Those people live in other countries all around the world. And not all of them are anti-DPRK. A lot of them work with organizations like Juche study groups, like fucking KFAs. And the KFA has the pleasure of networking with a lot of KFAs around the world. Have the pleasure of networking with people who used to live in DPRK, people who fucking travel there all the time, people who went to fucking university there. Like, it's bananas. It's like they act like nobody's ever been there, right? They spread stories that, like Comrade Natalie's pointing out about fucking unicorn layers, which is totally an out of context fucking bullshit thing. Like, it's It has to do with them finding a cave that this one legend talks about. Not that they found a cave where they thought there's unicorns, but rather that this cave that this legend talks about, they believe this is the cave that this legend is referencing. Not that they believe the legend is true, that they believe that that's, like, you know, just like they don't believe that, of course, most Koreans, I don't imagine, actually believe they descended and came into Pyongyang, like, come down to that Heaven Lake, but that is an old Korean legend, right? That both South and North Koreans share. It's the legend that they came down to Heaven Lake, and this is where all Koreans came out of. This is why they have that word, the Pac-2 bloodline. Right? They always like to make the word Pac-2 bloodline out to have something to do with, oh, well, that's definitely has something to do with the dynasty, right? They take that to mean the Kim family. No, Pac-2 bloodline just means all Koreans. It's a fucking, it's something that's based in that legend I just said, that they all descend from Mount Heaven, from Mount Pac-2. That's something common to both the North and the South, as I said. Meanwhile, how many BBC and history documentaries exist about Merlin? Right? Right? And I mean, there's even more like wacky ones that go on the History Channel too. Ancient Aliens? Anyone? Ancient Aliens. Do we want to talk about how racist Ancient Aliens is? Racist little documentary called Ancient Aliens show that's been going for fucking years. And all it does is go around discredit fucking indigenous people's accomplishments. That's the whole show. The whole show is to go around insulting indigenous people. Ancient Aliens. Yeah, indigenous people couldn't have done this, much been Ancient Aliens. And it's like, and they're like, oh, look at this carving. It's the guy in his spaceship like this. It's like, you feel like that guy with the hair, you feel like just, yeah, see ya. Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't show you, comrades, that clip. Has everybody seen where that soundbite comes from? Have you all seen where have you all seen where this comes from by now?
Yeah. See ya.
Tanakami says no. Well, we got one note. We're gonna watch that today then. Natalie hasn't. That's two. Well, yeah, definitely. Okay, I'll show you that. It's the most ridiculous fight scene. It's hilarious. It'll be good for a laugh. Okay, once we finish the news, that's what we'll do. And then we'll get on to more news. We'll do the news. We'll take a little lighthearted break with that clip. Wait, we should wait for Haley to come back before we watch it, actually. Because I know she might be back soon. So we'll try and wait till Haley comes back to watch it. And then we'll get like one big laugh in at it, because it's so fucking good. March of the Fire Ants knows. More ridiculous than the rapping alien from the live-action Guyver film with Mark Hamill. I don't know about more ridiculous, but it's a fucking amazing fight, and the line at the end is just, actually there's two lines at the end that are just like, mwah, cherries on the cake. It's amazing. It's an amazing, hilarious fight scene. You'll see. The spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry at a press conference on August 10th denounced the US for stealing secrets. WikiLeaks recently disclosed that the US has perpetrated the theft of a network of secrets of dozens, including members of the Japanese cabinet. In this regard, welcome back, Commander Red. In this regard, Commander Red, did you see what our soundbite is from? Yeah, see ya. Have you seen that yet? In this regard, the spokesman said that the US authorities are committing large-scale, systematic, and indiscriminate secret stealing against all countries of the world. He said that the US dispatched cyber forces to relevant countries on the pretext of cooperation to infiltrate their cyber systems. To this end, the US does not hesitate to spread false information about the Chinese hackers through media outlets and other means to appease and intimidate other countries to accept the deployment of its cyber force, he protested. China is opposed to such acts of the US, and the relevant countries should judge the true intention of the US by themselves, he noted. Yeah, really cheesy scene, yeah. Oh yeah, real cheesy. Perennial shrub of great value. Planting and cultivating a large number of Peonia Zaphatosca is ineffective in solving the problem of cooking oil, one of indispensable foodstuffs in everyday life, said Ann Cho Hall, secretary of the Oil-Bearing Tree Association of the Nature Conservation Union of Korea. Peronia Zaphatosca, a deciduous perennial shrub belonging to the peony family, is one of good oil-bearing crops. With its seeds oils content being more than 22%, the plant is quite high in per hectare yield of fruit and oil as compared with soybean and other oil-bearing crops. The plant can be cultivated in highlands and is highly resistant to drought and shade, and highly capable of growing in barren and sterile land and under shade. It can be said to be the typical green plant source, as it hardly needs any agrochemicals, while rejecting chemical fertilizers. It begins to bear fruit 3 or 4 years after being planted. 5-year-old ones bear 2 to 3 tons of fruit. What? And 0.4 to 0.6 tons of oil per hectare. Wow. Once it is planted, the shrub bears fruit for decades. Oil from the plant is of very high nutritive value and high-grade edible oil. According to Ann Cho Hall, the oil is more than 92% of unsaturated fatty acids, 40 to 49% of which is alanoleic acid, called worthwhile hematroph and vitamin F. Flower of the plant is of great ornamental value for large, beautiful, and varied shapes, and colors and pleasant aroma. We're talking about this interesting plant that is actually really good, like oil producer compared to soybeans and stuff. Interesting. And it is of high medicinal value as well. From the root to seed, for example, the velamin alleviates fever and promotes the circulation of blood, good for treatment of various diseases such as hepatitis, anemia, and hypertension, and is particularly effective in the treatment of women's disease. Research findings show that when pregnant women use oil extracted from the seeds of the plant, it has good influence on the development of the brain of the unborn fetus. Pollen from the flowers is widely used as a raw material for high-grade cosmetics, and the flowers are a source of honey. The plant prevents soil loss, as it has dense leaves and branches and develop fibrous roots, and is suitable for creating green areas, as it is strong in adaptability, highly resistant to drought and cold, and grows well under shade. According to the researchers, the cultivation of the plant is encouraged worldwide. The demand for and popularity of its oil is great. Interesting. So it's being grown all over the world now too, apparently. The technical group of the General Forest Bureau under the Ministry of Land and Environment Protection already planted the plant in different parts of the country in a big way after assimilating it to the country and employing the technique of cultivating its sapling. They now work to use oil extracted from its seed to develop health foods. It's I can't fucking pronounce it because I suck at pronouncing shit. It's Peony Zaphatosca. Here, I'll put the name in chat too for you. It's a member of the peony family, and it says like it's a oil content be more than 22%. It's saying like 5-year-old plant. This plant must grow huge. Because look, it's saying this 5-year-old plant here bear 2 to 3 tons of fruit and 0.4 to 0.6 tons of oil per hectare. That's a lot per hectare. Wow. That's interesting as shit. I kind of like the look of it too. Like, it's like got this little star shape and see inside of it there. It's a hybrid. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, they say, I mean, they say that the oil is edible and that it's actually good for you. I don't know. I mean, they said that they took measures before they started planting it, so I would maybe be careful or see if you can look it up first, but it sounds like they are encouraging it to be grown worldwide. You're working to create tomato hybrids, really? Tree peony. Okay, the common name in the US is tree peony. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, should we do these news articles first or what? Or should we do that fight scene? I think before Haley gets busy again, we should do the fight scene, right? Let's show you the fight scene before. We don't want Haley to miss out on this. I just mentioned to everybody, we've got this sound bite in here that's yeah, see ya. And I was just saying right here.
Yeah, see ya.
I was just saying I forgot yesterday to show everybody where it comes from. So I think I should show you all today. I know not everybody in the community has seen it yet. Yes, 100% Silver. That's what I was basically saying. Okay, ready? Best fight scene of all time. That's all you have to look up to find this. At least that's all I type in. I just type in the best fight scene ever and it fucking comes up. Alright, get ready. Here we go. I'm turn up the volume a bit. Get ready, strap in. Oh, this is from the soundbite, Silver. Then you'll all know the context of the soundbite. I'm bad with sarcasm, Silver. I'm sorry. It's called... Fuck, I can't remember. It's some Hong Kong movie. It's cheesy as fuck. Yeah, it's this fucking Hong Kong movie. I can't remember the fucking name of it now. Oh, that's gonna bug me. I agree, Haley, the nice looking guy, yeah. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make that. With a couple of himbos. It's amazing what you can do with a couple of himbos in the 90s, right? Right? I love the moaning. Oh, of course this does, definitely. It gets great now when she joins. Watch this. Warning! He lost one eye. there goes one eye. Wildfires are up north. I'm good here, but still very worried about them, of course, for my comrades there, especially. That backflip away. The punches in the face here are great. Look. Oh, there goes the other eye. Okay, listen.
Keep an eye out for you, Stingray.
Yeah. See ya.
Keep an eye out for you, Stingray. Yeah. See ya. And now you know where it comes from. Now you know. Now you have the context. Keep an eye out for you, Stingray. Yeah. See ya. Oh god, it gives me the belly laughs. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll definitely have to make that knife licking part. That will definitely become an emoji. What's this? The old boy condor fight. Alright. Silver has sent a fight scene as well.
See ya.
Right? Right? Now you see. Now you see why that one is so fun. Love, lose both eyes. Yeah, see ya. Right, while we're taking our news break, then we're gonna watch this other fight scene that Silver just sent over. Yeah, now you see. That's right. Keep the vision puns going, chat.
A, B형 손들어라. 어서 가라. 피 많이 흘렸다.
Oh yeah, this scene. How is it possible the ticket cost from the place where the fire started to Calgary be 4,600 Canadian? Jesus Christ, that is sick. Yeah, I've seen this.
Let's go, Smokes. Let's go, Smokes.
Exactly. Let's go, Smokes. Thank you. Thank you, NDC. The knife is the only CGI in the scene. You can actually tell the knife is CGI. Silver, you had to fucking tell me that it's CGI. Now I can't stop staring at it. I'm staring at it and I see it moving at incorrect times, and for some reason that always happens to me. I haven't watched it in a long time. Right? It's weird that it kind of is weird that they use the CGI, went for the CGI knife, I think. You think they would have like came up with something practical. But that's Old Boy. The fight scene from They Live? Yes. Yes, that one is good. I love They Live. That's a good movie. Alright, we'll continue on with the news. And then when we're done, we'll just fucking hang out and look at shit and play video games. Anyways, the news. Now that we're done looking at that. I told you, it's the true ADHD stream over here. That's the way we roll. Kind of excited to, when we get done with the news and stuff, we'll just, like I say, got like a couple videos and then we'll just hang out. I gotta go now, but I found you from some random tweet. Awesome. I'm back again, Birdie. I think he's on an ad, so I'm gonna do it this way. Red salute. Okay. Environmental racism links Lahaina and Katrina. August 29th will mark the 18th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, one of the deadliest hurricanes in U.S. history, which devastated much of the Gulf Coast, especially Louisiana and Mississippi, and disproportionately struck New Orleans. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration states that the Category 4 hurricane caused at least $108 billion in structural damage, leading to more than 1 million people being displaced, many permanently, especially the poor and people of color. According to LiveScience.com, an estimated 1,833 people died in the hurricane and the flooding that followed. That flooding, mainly caused by broken levees, overwhelmed the 9th Ward, a predominant working-class black neighborhood in New Orleans. Over 1,000 people died from the flooding in this neighborhood alone. Fast forward almost 18 years later, to August 9th, when tragic wildfires swiftly devastated huge swaths of the Hawaiian island of Maui, including the historic town of Lahaina. At least 99 people have died, and the death toll is expected to rise even higher. The structural damage for residents is estimated to be over $1 billion, with the destruction of over 2,000 buildings. There were no sirens to warn people before the rapidity of the wildfires, as many people died from being burned alive, smoke inhalation, and general lack of escape routes. DNA findings are now being required to identify many of the victims. While no source of the fires has been officially determined, one possibility was the dangerously active power lines, combined with high mountain winds emanating from Hurricane Dora, a Category 4 storm located to the south of Maui in the Pacific Ocean. Katrina and the Hawaiian wildfires have more in common than not. Both were impacted by climate change, which has grown dramatically worse between 2005 and 2023. Regarding the potential impact of Katrina, Harry Emanuel, professor of atmospheric science at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, stated in the scientific journal Nature in early August 2005 that, quote, North Atlantic hurricane power was strongly correlated with the temperature of the tropical Atlantic during hurricane season, and that both had been increasing rapidly over the past 30 years or so. It attributed these increases to the combination of natural climate oscillations and to global warming, unquote. Before the recent wildfires, Maui had already been suffering a combination of severe drought and high humidity, deadly precursors to wildfires. Neocolonialism and racism. Hurricane Katrina and the Maui wildfires have something else in common. They are both social disasters that expose historical and present-day issues of racism and national oppression that permeate every aspect of U.S. society. It is surprising that Native Hawaiians reported that the local government did next to nothing. It did nothing to help evacuate people before the wildfires, and provided little aid to the aftermath of the destruction. The lack of response in Hawaii is similar to what happened during Katrina when the Federal Emergency Management Agency rightfully came under heavy fire for its lack of aid for the most marginalized people, especially in the black community. The indigenous people in Hawaii and the black populations both constitute internal, nationally oppressed populations who have been historically occupied, exploited, and repressed by white supremacy for centuries. Hawaii was colonized by the U.S. in 1893, before it became a U.S. state in 1959. Hawaiian lands are now dominated by at least 12 U.S. military bases. Thousands of acres have been privatized by billionaires. Black people were enslaved starting in 1619 and are still denied full democratic rights. Both groupings deserve reparations as a result of all forms of institutionalized discrimination, including environmental racism. Yeah, I agree, Silver. Lack of response is wrong phrasing. There's 100% a response. It's an organized response to kill and force people into being refugees, while the local climate is destroyed to sabotage the global ecology. Definitely. This year, U.S. intelligence. Ukrainian counteroffensive fails to achieve its goals. You don't say. Specifically, oh, before I do this one, actually, I wanted to see. Forgot someone sent this here. So, with the wildfires going on right now in Yellowknife up north, Jesus. Price gouging of airline tickets. So when people need to get out, instead of making it more affordable, they actually gouge the prices. Ah, the efficiency of the fucking free market, huh? That's that invisible hand working for you right there. Yep, 100% Silver. And that's why that's why I remind people that DPRK isn't just training its conventional and training and upgrading its conventional weapons and its means of fighting simply in view of it being invaded, but as we learned yesterday, it literally has helped materially arm African nations, and it will come to the aid, I would say, of any of its allies that are close regional allies. Yeah, capitalism just totally saves people, right? According to U.S. intelligence agencies, Ukraine's widely announced counteroffensive is unlikely to achieve its main goals. This report, the German news website NTVDE, with reference to a report in the Washington Post. The report refers to persons familiar with the matter, apparently. Specifically, it says the U.S. intelligence agencies believe that Ukraine will not reach the city of Medapol, which is important for the counteroffensive. At the same time, this would mean that the Ukrainian troops would not be able to cut the Russian land bridge to commit Crimea this year, missing one of the main objectives of the counteroffensive. The reason for this is Russia's brutal skill in defending occupied territory through minefield and trenches. It is assumed that these developments will lead to recriminations about why the counteroffensive for which the West has provided several billions of military equipment has not achieved its goals. For weeks now, there have been reports that the Ukrainian counteroffensive was making progress, but generally falling short of expectations, which we saw actually a week ago or so. I would say they're softening people up for some diplomacy here, it seems like. Am I wrong in thinking that? What do you all think? Seems to me like they're starting to just try and soften people up maybe to get ready for some diplomacy, you know? There'll be no deal from the West, do you think? I mean,
talk
but,
about
so in that case, so Ukraine
sort of
will be forced to the
McCarthyite
table,
type
will they not,
attitude.
right? I would think that at that point, Ukraine is going to be forced to the table. Am I wrong in thinking that? Okay. I'm going to let you comrades decide what we want to watch. So, do you want to watch, what do you want to watch next? We have if I had the power of Juche necromancy, who would I bring back? I don't know. That's a hard one. Bannon, maybe. Stalin, have a beer with one of them. Do you want to watch Breakthrough News? I got 2 Breakthrough News shows we could watch. Or do you want to watch this deep cut Parenti talk that I got? This is going to be a short poll, so get ready to vote. Vote now. Do you comrades want to watch Breakthrough News? The 2 Breakthrough News things? We got Anti-China Red Scare, Fear-Mongering in the Age of Global Something, and History of NATO, Destruction of the Global South, and CIA Infiltration. Holy crap. Or do you want to watch this deep cut Parenti talk I found from 1986? You've been hearing that Russia has its own big offensive in the works for next spring, going towards Odessa. Interesting. Interested to find out. Yeah, we got a few good choices here. Pass to make your voices known. Meantime, I know I show this goddamn funny clip on this channel all the time, but I can't help myself. I laugh at it every fucking time, and I want to laugh at it again now. So I'm subjecting you all to it again.
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
I subject you all to this clip all the time. I know, but it's so fucking good. This here is Jeff Bezos meeting Ebenezer Scrooge. Okay? Check this out. Scrooge meets Jeff Bezos.
Cratchit, you lazy sod. Bob Cratchit, you lazy sod. You and all my other employees will have to work all Christmas Eve.
That's right. And you can't take any bathroom breaks.
What? No, they can go to the bathroom.
Oh, sure, they can go to the bathroom. In their diapers.
Ugh.
While they work.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. I fucking love it. It's too funny. It's too fucking funny. I gotta see it one more time. I'm sorry. I gotta see it one more time. Bob Cratchit, you lazy son. I love the way he says that part.
Cratchit, Bob Cratchit, you lazy sod. You and all my other employees will have to work all Christmas Eve.
That's right. And you can't take any bathroom breaks.
What? No, they can go to the bathroom.
Oh, sure, they can go to the bathroom. In their diapers.
Ugh.
While they work.
What the fuck?
Oh god, yeah. Jeff Bezos single-handedly turning Ebenezer. Ebenezer doesn't need the visit from the ghosts anymore. Oh my god. Oh shit. I'm gonna see what my cat's meowing about. Hold on one sec. Alright, well Michael Parenti won, so I'll start that talk here. Oh, by the way, do you think I should make this a channel redemption? Look, I was thinking about this the other day. I got this little thing here. I could be like, make it a channel redemption. I could be like, you pay some labor vouchers and I'll do you a little tune on here like this. Look. Here we go. Oh, now we got something cooking. What is that? Channel redemption? Oh god. Well, come here, kitty. Come on. Come say hi to everybody. You gotta say hi. You gotta say hi from the logo. You're from the logo of the channel. Look, everybody. Logo of the channel. It's your little badges. This is the good boy. This is the good boy. He likes to sit here while we game. This is where he sits. He's also a licky kitty. He's a mewist. Yes, a meowist. He's an ardent meowist. Isn't he? The good little boy. Hey, Ty. His name is Tatai. Or just Ty. But usually you say it twice, so it's Tatai. You're a good boy, huh, bud? This is the kitty. I'm glad he finally came to visit. In the wintertime, you'll see him a lot more. He likes to go out with the duck coop. He likes to go with the duck coop in the summer. Likes to hang out with his ducky friends. Doesn't he? Fun. Alright, let's watch our Michael Parenti talk.
Can produce those things.
Oh yeah, Haley. Did you... Your feet there. Get sharp claws on your back feet, sir. Do you know about my duckies yet, Haley? I can't remember if I actually showed them to you or not. Hi, you're being extra licky right now. You don't? Oh my god. Oh my. How could we let that happen? Die. You're... I was gonna suggest you need to do an outside duck stream. Oh, Natalie, you know what my goal is? I have a few duckies right now. I think we got like almost 10 of them now. Like here they are. These are the new ones, a bunch of them. This is a big boy right here. We named him Eddie. We got Eddie Eddie right here. This one here is Mary Jane Watson. This one is Felicia Hardy. This one's Ultra from before. And then you can see we have a gate right here. This is a gate that we built. So our run is quite big. And on the other side of the run, you can see there's the male right there. We separate them from the babies until they grow up. And there's like a pool back there and stuff too, so they can swim. Look at them. These are Muscovy ducks too. Okay, Haley. Well, here's my plan. Check this out, comrades. So, I was hanging out one day, just looking in Best Buy, and I noticed that they have this security camera that like can attach to your phone, right? And so I could like potentially probably have a feed come up on the screen here, right? And what it could do is have like a channel redemption point. Yes, Natalie knows where I'm going. She gets it. I'm gonna have a channel redemption that's like however many points, and then the duck camera comes on for like, what, 10 or 20 minutes, like right here. It'll be like the quack cam. Activate quack cam. And it'll just like the duck camera will just come up over here somewhere for like 10, 20 minutes or whatever it is. That could be a channel redemption point, I figure. A live duck camera. I think I have some more photos of them. Oh yeah, look, fried rat stand. That's just so you know what kind of neighborhood I'm living in here. All right, Natalie, thank you for hanging out, comrade.
Yeah.
Great to see you here.
See ya.
Here's them when they were growing. When they were still kind of chickies. A live duck cam would be awesome, I think. Oh yeah, here's my road. Look. This is what happened to my road. I told you, we're sinking here. You got the cop slide not too far from you? Oh my god. That's hilarious. Comrade slide. Yeah, this is my road. If you want to know the state of my fucking community. Welcome. Yeah, I love I love this too. This reply right here is fucking amazing.
Driving out of Pyongyang, I'm very aware this is a journey few foreigners ever make. The high-rises give way to lush green farmland. Every single field, as far as the eye can see, has been cultivated, growing maize, wheat and rice. Unexpected in a country where a quarter of its children have severe malnutrition, according to the United Nations. Some crops were damaged by
This
heavy
is somebody's
rains,
reply. Because they're like, the Canada I wasn't meant to see. This was a video he posted, the North Korea I wasn't meant to see, and the whole time the person is complaining. This is what I was saying about the reporting of DPRK. Okay, I won't subject you to all of this, but just look at this.
Driving out of Pyongyang, I'm very aware this is a journey few foreigners ever make. The high-rises give way to lush green farmland.
People go out of Pyongyang all the time. You can choose to fucking travel out of Pyongyang all the time. Hey Kay, how's it going, comrade? I was just laughing because I was showing everybody this is the road to my community. As you can see, it's in fucking lovely, lovely shape. And a comrade was just making a reference here to this, to the way Westerners, when they go to DPRK, when everything is like a horror show to them. And it's like the title of this thing is The North Korea I Wasn't Meant to See. So it's like the Canada I wasn't meant to see. So we're just kind of...
Every single field, as far as the eye can see, has been cultivated, growing maize, wheat and rice. Unexpected in a country where a quarter of its children have severe malnutrition, according to the United Nations. Some crops were damaged by heavy rains, which my military minders seemed upset to see. Driving 3 hours north to Hyeongsang County, I see men and women working in the fields, but not a single piece of farming machinery. Vehicles were rare.
I wonder why there's no farming machinery. I wonder why they don't use farming machinery as often as these fucking Western motherfuckers would like them to, huh? I can't figure it out. Wonder if it has anything to do with the sanctions
the
or
average
anything.
North Korean cannot
Jesus
afford.
Fuck.
We're stopped at a number of military checkpoints set up.
This is why I like watching those Chinese tourists to DPRK so much better.
Out of Pyongyang, this is a pretty major road in North Korea.
See, this is why.
There's been so much heavy rain, and on the other side, half of the road has completely crumbled away. It's dropped maybe 20 foot.
We drive over
the
this
North Korea I wasn't meant to see, and this is why. This is honestly, this is why I was never I was never fooled by the DPRK fucking propaganda, because like, this is the road to my fucking community. I'm on generator power half the time when I'm streaming. Okay? The Canada I wasn't meant to see is exactly right. It's like, so I already had this context to not believe that bullshit about DPRK. 30% of US farms use tractors, 70% use labor of some time. Split between migrant, prison, and yes, even child labor. Thank you for that very important context, Silver. Appreciate that.
We got a couple announcements to get things started off
check
tonight.
out this Michael Parenti talk.
Pencil and a piece of paper out. Concerning the Contra aid vote, which is most likely going through Congress in the next couple of weeks, there's going to be a pre-vote vigil in Montpelier. Anybody interested in taking part in that? A carpool will leave from Royal Tyler at 4:45 on April 14th. So that's for a vigil.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Don't worry, we're gonna do that.
To prepare
for an action whenever there's
or
a
demonstration, if the Contra aid actually goes through,
that would have said
there will
Vermont.
be an organizational meeting on Wednesday, April 9th at 5 o'clock in the Union of Concerned Students office in Billings. Okay, am I coming through to everybody? Is this, everybody can hear? Okay, also there will be this Friday a freedom march protesting racism and injustice from Central America to South Africa to UVM. That will start with a rally in front of the Royal Tyler Theater at 2 o'clock this Friday. And Michael Parenti will be speaking at that rally, as well as tonight. And Michael will also be speaking.
This wasn't the one I thought it was, but
tomorrow at 4:30 in Memorial Lounge in Waterman The topic of that
University of Vermont.
talk will be
Interesting.
the role of the university in capitalist North America.
There you go. Michael Parenti's great.
Women's Organization and Referral Center will be holding an open house in Living Learning Fireplace Lounge at 6 o'clock this Sunday. That's in LNL.
Hi.
Any other announcements that people think need to be made? No. Okay. It's really exciting for me to introduce Michael. I was chosen to do this by the members of Spark because I'm a Parentiologist of sorts. I've been hearing about this fellow Michael Parenti for years, and I've been reading his books, which include Power and the Powerless, Democracy for the Few, and most recently, Inventing Reality, the Politics of the Mass Media, as well as many of his other articles, which appeared in a lot of publications.
Well, Michael Parenti, here's the real question.
And most recently, I've written a couple of papers and articles on the history of the purged professors for political reasons at UVM. Michael received his doctorate from Yale and has taught, albeit briefly for obvious reasons,
Will Michael have mic
Yale,
problems?
University of Illinois, at Champaign-Urbana,
Very
UVM,
important
and at
poll.
Brooklyn
Please
College.
vote.
During his time at UVM in 1970 through 72,
Will Michael Parenti have
Michael was an
microphone
outspoken
problems
leader of the anti-war movement.
during this
This
talk?
activism naturally led to an opposition to the oppressive and undemocratic nature of the university itself. He's often described as one of the best qualified and certainly one of the most popular teachers ever at UVM. The popularity of his radical analysis, however, upset the trustees who fired him in 1972 over the opposition of the entire UVM community, including the administration. Until recently, this blacklisting has forced Michael to support himself through public lectures and through his publications. Michael Parenti represents a huge gap in our education. He and the other purged professors represent the radical analysis of our society, which the trustees feel is too dangerous for us to hear.
Chat is still good too.
Many who
That
have heard
doesn't
him
bother me any.
and read his books
long
speak
as
of the
it- as
profound
long as
effect that he's had
anyone
upon
else
them
is-
in forcing people to question the
I
power
always
structures
appreciate you in
within
chat,
our
Silver.
society, and to question the power relationships within our society. This is why Michael is a dangerous man, and this is why he had to be removed from the university. Would you please welcome Michael Parenti?
Nice seeing him this young and not yellow. I gotta say.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. The last time I saw myself described as a dangerous man was in my FBI file. So
Purple Parenti. We got Purple Parenti on this
Um,
channel. We're a different kind of channel.
Who said yes?
We have schedules. We have Purple Parenti.
Just ate at one of the local restaurants, and there's a lot of salt in the food, and more than I'm used to, so I've got all this thirst. So if I keep drinking that water, don't be too distracted by it. I want to begin by talking about wealth and power. What is wealth? Has anybody thought about that? What is it, and where does it come from? I would argue that there are two sources to wealth. Namely, the source of wealth is from our natural resources, sun, the land, which produces crops and all that. And
Have
the
I
second
gotten an
source of
FBI
wealth
file
is
yet?
the
I have
labor
no
that goes
idea.
into producing those
I
things.
imagine I do.
That's what creates wealth, you see. The thing that, for instance, transforms a tree, which is a worthless object in terms of market, not ecologically, but in terms of market and wealth. The thing that transforms a tree into a lectern or a chair or a book or paper, whatever else, is the labor that goes into harvesting the timber and producing it and turning it into furniture and all that sort of thing. What we have in our society is a system called capitalism, whereby the wealth that you create with your labor, be it physical or mental labor, is expropriated from you, and you are paid back but a portion of the wealth you create. That's the only way that I can make money off your labor.
All right,
It's
let
by
me go let
paying
you
you
in the
back
duck
less
coop.
than the value you create.
Communism
By
is
paying
based.
for all the various commodities of production, but there's one commodity of production that's rather unique. And that's not the raw materials, and it's not the fuel, it's not that. It's your labor, which also is a commodity. Because that labor will create a value greater than itself. It doesn't consume itself in its entirety. That labor power gives me the chance to then sell these commodities
The cat's
at
such a
greater
baby, he
price
needs pets so that he
than
can
what
eat.
I pay you. From this, the capitalist accumulates vast stores of money. There's only one reason you are
Last
hired
chance to vote whether Michael will have microphone problems
and
or
that
what.
is because
I'll
he can
salute
make
you
money
if
off
you're
your
right.
labor. Let me give you a quote that comes out of, this is called Preparation, which I should have had this located earlier, but I didn't think of it. It's from a full-page ad that was in the Christian Science Monitor a few years ago. And it said, what will capital be doing on Labor Day? Labor Day is when, you know, everybody gets off. Working, building new plants, starting new businesses, funding innovation and growth, developing more energy to fuel the economy. Part of the capital that creates jobs comes from the earnings of American industry. Throughout the economy, stronger earnings can provide
Right, we got
capital
5
to create
votes
more
for
and better
Michael
jobs,
Parenti
etc.
having
So
microphone
as
problems.
we celebrate Labor
Nobody
Day,
voted
let's not
for
forget
no.
capital. It works too. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to maintain that that's a lie. That is an inversion of reality. Capital doesn't work. Capital doesn't produce anything. It is the thing that is produced by labor. You could have all the capital in the world. You could be as rich as Nelson Rockefeller, and you could not produce this building, nor this little microphone, or this little light bulb. Only human labor can produce those things. The message we get is that capital creates rather than is created. And that's the message that's given again and again. This is not to say that only physical labor creates wealth. There are managers, and they do important things, and planners and all that sort of thing. But those people aren't the capitalists. The person who makes the profits is a person who doesn't work. Profits are the thing you make by not working. People always say to me, well, aren't you a capitalist then? Look at the profits you make on your books. No, but I worked. I wrote my books.
The profits you make on your books.
Hours, 10 hours a day for over a year to write Democracy for the Few. Killing myself, doing Canadian Air Force exercises to keep my body from falling apart. I worked. That was my labor that went into that book. And the copy editor who went over that manuscript, he works and puts his labor into it, or her labor into it. And the printers who put that book together, and the advertisers do the advertising copy, and the salesmen who go out and visit the professors and say, hey, adopt this book for your course, they are all putting their labor into that book. The man who makes profits on my book, the capitalist, is the former Prime Minister of England, Harold Macmillan, because the Macmillan family owns St. Martin's Press. And Macmillan puts no labor into that book, but he makes more per copy than I do. The author might get anywhere from 7 to 10%, 15% on the book. Macmillan gets much more. He gets 20 to 25%, and he does no work. You see, he can then use the money that he gathers from the labor of all these other people, the printers, the copy editors, the authors, and all that, and he can go out and become a statesman and rule England and set down laws as to what is right and proper for the protection of property, such. I saw Macmillan on TV a few years back. He was on the Dick Cavett show, you know, and Dick Cavett was saying to him, oh, Mr. Macmillan, now that you're, golly, now that you're no longer Prime Minister, what do you do to sustain yourself, support yourself? And he said, well, the family has a little publishing house which does quite well, thank you. You know, and I'm sitting there going, you. When they take your money, that you worked for, when they take your money as a worker, when they take your money as a taxpayer, when they cut out that big chunk from your check
When you come home and see that check and say, there must be some mistake, and then you realize there isn't, that they took off for this and this and this because they got to pay for those missiles.
There must
and those
be
guns.
some mistake.
They're not
Yep.
taking your
Remember
money.
that feeling?
They're taking your life. That's your life you put in there. That's your life, your blood, your energy, your brains that you put in there. They are stealing from your life when they do that. And when they accumulate their millions and their billions and their trillions, and then they take your taxes to safeguard and support their investments in other countries, so they can then steal your jobs from you and close down your factories here because you've worked and organized and fought back and you've gotten your wages up to $5 or $6 or $10 an hour, and they can close that factory and open it up in Korea and get a Korean farm girl into that factory, into that textile mill, and work her for 18 cents an hour, 12 hours a day for 7 days a week. They're stealing it from you. They're stealing it from them. They're victimizing then the people of both countries. 18 cents an hour, 12-hour day, 7 days a week. You work a double shift, 24 hours if you want to get a day off to go see your family back on the farm. That was a story written up about the plight of the Korean farm girls. That's why we're in El Salvador, and that's why we're in Nicaragua, and that's why we're in South Korea and everywhere else. It's not to make the world safe for democracy, it's to make the world safe for hypocrisy.
Well, now he's
If
trying
Ronald
to get
Reagan
1
is
second.
against the Nicaraguans because they're not democratic, and it's undemocratic regimes he doesn't like, then why doesn't he invade Chile? Why doesn't he invade South Africa? Instead, he's been in bed with these countries. He gives them aid. This is what we're talking about. Now, that ruling class, which owns the land, the labor, the technology, and the science, and the natural resources of our country, that ruling class never stands naked with its wealth and power. It cloaks
You
that
should.
wealth, wraps
That's
its flag
part
around
of
it.
why we're communists. We want
sets
to
up
end
a
this
whole
shit.
ethos. It talks about how this is the right or natural condition of things. In other words, it seeks to control not only the material environment, but also the symbolic environment. And one of the ways it does that is through its control of the U.S. news media. The mass media, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to discuss whether they're free and independent, let's discuss, first of all, who they belong to. Because
This is from the
he who
80s,
pays
remember.
the piper calls the tune. And what I found in my investigation of the mass media is that, in fact, the media may be free and independent, but they're owned by the giant corporations. They are themselves giant corporations. CBS Incorporated is a multinational conglomerate. Time Incorporated is a multinational conglomerate. It owns about 20 or so national and regional magazines and newspapers. It owns radio stations and TV stations. It owns timberland and paper mills. It owns recreational parks and publishing houses. It owns furniture stores. It owns all sorts of things. So the media are not merely friendly toward the corporate world. They are part of it. I mean, they are corporations.
But I always remind you, comrades, right? They're integral to the capitalist state.
Is Chase Manhattan Bank. The largest
It's the
stockholder
propaganda
of
arm of the
ABC
capitalist state.
CBS is Chase Manhattan Bank. The largest stockholder of ABC is Morgan Guarantee, and Chase Manhattan is third largest stockholder of ABC. And the other large stockholders are First National, Citibank, Bank of America. Their offices sit on the boards of education. I'm really tired. I've been flying all day up from Florida, grueling 2 days down there. Actually, I was lecturing at the University of Northern Florida, but traveling kind of wastes my mind. Their representatives sit on the boards of directors of these major networks, and they decide all fiduciary policy, and they pick the executive offices of the networks, who in turn pick the line offices and the staff offices and the producers and the corporate presidents, who in turn pick the station managers and so forth and so on, program managers and so forth. So the mass media are part of corporate America. Very much like the rich and successful businessmen sit on the boards of directors of our universities, our foundations, our museums, our science establishments, our churches in many cases, and various other of our institutions. It was a group of rich conservative businessmen who decided that you could not hear me speak. I mean, could not hear me teach. And decided the same about a number of others, even though the entire university community here, my department unanimously, the faculty senate
having
on
some Wall Street guy girl
tenure
become
renewal
chairman of the
unanimously,
Federal Reserve,
the
U.S.
council
Treasury.
of deans unanimously, the president and vice president of the university all voted to renew my contract. This rich board of trustees, this group of businessmen by 15 to 4, I think a little flyer, I'd forgotten what the vote was, 15 to 4 said, no, we don't want him. And the reason was one which they kept to themselves. I mean, really, it was their political prejudices and their class perspective that was operative. That class perspective is in the media also. There are stories that just don't appear in the media. They continually get suppressed. I'll give you one, and I'll make you agree with me, and I'll make you believe it's true, because you know it's true. The story of the suppression, the brutal exploitation, the death squads, the unspeakable and limitless corruption of the Marcos regime in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, that story was suppressed. For 20 years, you did not hear about it. For 20 years, us oddballs on the left, us extremists, were saying that Marcos was a thug. For 20 years, American leaders were kissing and hugging him and saying he was a protector of democracy. And you saw the clipping on TV not long ago of George Bush hugging him and saying, a friend of democracy, Marcos. For 20 years. For 6 years, you had Ronald Reagan hugging and kissing Marcos, you know. And then when they finally decided that Marcos was a liability, when these dictators and thugs, whose purpose is to keep their people in tow so that multinationals can go in there and in fact exploit that labor and employ people at 80 cents an hour and 56 cents an hour, which is the average wage in the Philippines, and turn their people into beggars and prostitutes, which happens to be one of the biggest industries in the Philippines. It is the world's leading producer of child prostitutes, ahead of even Hong Kong. And in return, they collect boodles from the U.S. government and from the multinationals and throw the country open to those corporations and say, here it is, boys, cheap labor, no occupational safety to worry about, no environmental protections to worry about. This is a capitalist dream. Your profit of margin will be 5 and 10 times for the dollar invested than what it is in the U.S. And those corporations go there. And when they come to you and say, we got to close down,
that was the most energetic I've seen him put that statement.
General Motors comes to you and says, we're closing down our factories in Detroit. The part they don't tell you is that in the last dozen years, in the last 10 years, they've opened up they've built a dozen new factories in other countries, in countries like the Philippines. And that story doesn't get in the U.S. media. That is consistently and deliberately suppressed until one day it becomes evident that Marcos is so corrupt, so rotten, so inefficient, that instead of being the purveyor of what they call euphemistically stability, he is himself becoming an object of instability. That the hatred for him is developing, and the momentum against him is such that all classes are joining together in what is looking like a revolutionary development. So the boys in Washington sit there and they say, we saw what happened with the Shah. We hugged and kissed the Shah for 25 years. You know, I thought the Shah was everything I used to read about the Shah, the great modernizer of Iran, and I used to listen to, I had Iranian graduate students at Cornell when I taught there. They hated him. They would sit and talk and they would snarl about the Shah. These were kids from well-to-do families, too. And they would tell you stories about how their brother, when they got back to Tehran airport, disappeared. Just 2 police would come pick him up and they never heard from him again. How his sister was raped and tortured and they found her, she was like a basket case or this and that. They would tell you story after story about this guy, the Shah. And I said, I don't think we're getting the whole story about the Shah of Iran. I mean, what's going on? And then one day, as if something happened, a revolution came. And so the boys in Washington are saying, I think we got ourselves another Shah. I think we got ourselves another Somoza. He is becoming such an object of instability and destability. He's becoming so corrupt, so obviously repressive. He's ripping off so much boodle that the people are getting so angry at him that he's losing any kind of base or appearance of power. And there may be a revolutionary upheaval in the Philippines. And in fact, there is a revolution going on, the New People's Army. So what we've got to do is get rid of him and get a fresh face. We've got to get a Duarte in there. We've got to get somebody who's going to give a cosmetic front and make a few little reforms and set the thing up and keep the class structure and the multinational corporate structure in. Because what we care about is not democracy, elections, no elections. They'll go for elections when it looks like it will legitimate their rule, or they will suppress elections, as in Chile under Allende, as in Guatemala under Arbenz,
What are my
as in
thoughts on the
Iran
Iranian
under
Revolution? I
Mossadegh,
think the
when
French
they overthrew
co-opted
Mossadegh
the
and put in
movement
Shah,
with Khomeini.
as in Brazil under
I don't really
Goulart,
know
when
enough
they brought
about
in
it
the
to
generals,
really
as in Argentina,
give too
when they
much
brought
of
in
an
the
opinion
generals
on
who
it,
went
but
then proceeded to kill 15,000
I mean, I
people.
think it
And
was
they will
definitely co-opted,
destroy elections,
but
or they'll go for elections if
at
it
the
looks
same
like
time,
it
what
gives
they
the
had
appearance
there
of
wasn't
democracy.
very
As
good.
in El Salvador,
What they had
where
before
you had a
wasn't
choice
very
of
good
a fascist
either,
like
so
Dubusson or a apologist for the fascists like Duarte, with all parties to the left of them being outlawed.
might not be the extent of the
So we
progress
go
we
for an
want, but at
election,
least
and that election was held.
It is
This
something
past
of a
few months
progress.
ago,
I think
at the
eventually
behest
Iran
of the
will,
U.S. State
of course,
Department and the CIA.
you know, again, just like with any country,
With the understanding
the lessening
that
of
Aquino
imperialist
would probably
pressure,
win it,
the more the people of the
and that you'd
country
have this
are
fresh
able to
transition,
struggle
that would be
against
that.
their own
But something
government. Right?
happened on the way to the polls, and that is Marcos did the same old thing. Well, what happened is the U.S.
until
media
then, I think
now
Iran
reported it.
is.
Because that was now the
I think
policy
Iran is
of
a
the
country that leftists
multinationals.
should defend.
That was now
personally.
the policy of the Rockefellers, the Morgans, the DuPonts, and the Mellons. That was now the policy of Ronald Reagan, although
only
he
for its
waffled
right
back
to
and forth
independent
because as a
development and to
right-winger, his
resist
part was
US
with
imperialism.
Ferdinand Marcos. And by the way, all through that election, right to last month, the right wing in America was supporting Marcos. I know, I was talking to them down in Miami. I was talking to the Christian Broadcasting Network. They loved Ferdinand Marcos, and they said, this Aquino woman, she's probably a communist, so forth, so on. And Reagan himself waffled. You remember after the election, it was so corrupt, he got up and said, it was a fair election. There were irregularities on both sides. It's a two-party system. Let's keep them. And the boys got to him again and said, look, Ronnie, we got this guy's a lie. It's an albatross. We've got to get rid of him. We had a whole election. It's all been televised now, and you got to really, it doesn't look good at all.
His energy in this talk is great.
So then I see an astonishing thing. I'm sitting there and I'm watching NBC Evening News and I hear the announcer with all that authoritative, objective, neutral intonation, that all-knowing voice. You know the voices they have, those announcers, they have a whole set of phrases they could say. And nobody can say for sure, which means I don't know, right? And they give you all these insightful things like, unless this bill gets through,
So Italian
unless
with
this
the
bill
hands,
gets through
right?
Congress soon,
Gentlemen?
it may
Welcome,
have
comrade.
no fate, or it
Great
may
to see you here.
meet an early demise. Or
How are you
if
today?
things continue this way, we may be facing a lot of turmoil. I mean, really profound stuff. You know, these truisms. You know, if the voter interest is as heavy as it seems, there's going to be a big turnout. Unless that kind of
I'm still allowed to smoke, by the way. I'm not breaking the rules.
So that was
redeemed it
NBC
3
saying,
minutes ago.
This election in the Philippines has been marred by corruption and violence, as every
Lennon
election
back,
under
never left,
President
but
Marcos
back.
has
Well,
been.
welcome back,
And I
Lennon.
almost came off my chair. I said, as every election has been? Then
Oh, yeah.
why haven't we heard it about all those
Did I-
other elections?
did
Why
I
was
already
that
show
never
you
mentioned?
out? I don't
Why
know if
was
I
he
did.
portrayed in the media the way the U.S.
Probably did,
government
but,
wanted him portrayed,
You know,
the way
if
his
you don't follow
multinational
Lennon
corporate
Smash,
pals wanted
you
him
gotta follow
portrayed?
Lennon Smash.
So I just demonstrated to you a story that has been
I bring you the
suppressed.
daytime
You can tell they're
content,
liars,
and Lennon
you can
Smash
get
brings
proof
you the
that they're liars
nighttime
when they're
content.
forced finally to say the truth. And then you say,
I found my
no,
sword.
they're forced to say the
Paying
truth, but say they
attention
knew the
again, I
truth
should
all
say.
along. That's what NBC was saying. That last phrase
No, it
was
still works.
remarkable.
Back.
They were saying, we
Still
knew
back.
the truth all along, that this guy was
The BS
corrupt.
hour-long virtual meeting.
To the tune of $6 to $10 billion.
Sounds
That
fun.
he scooped out of the country, took it out. Isn't it nice to know where your tax
Playing Zelda
money
while we
is
listen
going?
to Parenti.
Into shoes.
Randomized Zelda.
Into 3,000 pairs of them. Now, when you talk to journalists,
meetings are dumb
journalists
as
fall
fuck.
into two groups.
I did manual
There are
labor, so I
those
didn't
who
have
will
to
say
have many
to
of
you,
them. But I always
yeah,
hated
we're
having
censored
them.
all the time. It's a
Because that was-
problem.
that's
There are
exactly
journalists
why I
who
never
worry.
learned
They
anything.
worry about getting their copy cut. They worry about getting their copy rewritten. They worry about stories
Something
getting
I already
killed.
knew,
When friends of
usually.
mine were in Nicaragua, they met a number of American journalists who talked about their frustrations. They said, our stories don't get run. They don't get printed. If we say anything positive that the government's doing, feeding the people, building health clinics, this sort of thing, this stuff isn't news.
I found
It
a
doesn't
rare
get
cut Parenti,
into
Lennon,
the,
so we
into
have
the
to
U.S.
watch
press.
that.
That's
And
not,
then
you
I have
can't say that about
ADHD,
the
Lennon,
Sandinista.
so I have to play a
They
game
worry
while
about
we
getting
watch.
passed over for promotions. They worry about getting reassigned. Ray Bono, when he exposed what those great
Yeah, they
defenders
love
of
doing
freedom
meetings that
in
can
El
just be
Salvador were
briefed
doing,
or
the
like
Salvadorian
explained
death
in an
squads,
email.
the Salvadorian army.
You're gonna
when
have, or the
when he gave that
in-person
description, the El
bullshit.
Moros massacres, and we went in.
A few
and-
times I did
and-
work
and-
non-manual
and talked
labor.
about the degree of slaughter and assassination. What did the New York Times do? How did they reward him? They pulled him off the story and stuck him on the financial pages.
Just space out.
And
Yep.
that has a cooling and chilling effect on the other reporters. After a while, they've got to report what their editors
William Dafoe
want to
face.
hear.
Lennon can post a
And
William Dafoe
reporters will
face
tell
for
you
you.
that people are very finely tuned as to how far they can go and what they can say and not say. And that, and if they cross that line, there'll be a call from upstairs. And throughout my book, Inventing Reality, here's the commercial. In this book, Inventing Reality, I have instances after instances where you have publishers calling and saying, don't print that.
Oh, shit.
Kill that story. I don't want this. Generally, you
Well,
don't
what
have
the
to do that
fuck?
because what you usually
Jesus
do
Christ,
is you pick
Lennon.
an editor who already agrees with you. If you have to
Thank
keep
you
censoring
so much,
your editor
comrade.
day
That
after
fucking
day,
means an absolute ton,
you fire
dude.
him. That's
Jesus,
not why you
fuck.
hired the man.
Thank you so
hired
much.
someone when
Very
Soderbergh
much
took
appreciate
over
the
the New York
support, and
Times from his old
everybody,
man,
welcome.
he brought in Abe Rosenthal as
Welcome,
managing
comrade,
editor of the New York Times. And I talked to a
Mutri
Times editor
to
who
the
said,
Juche
I
gang.
can't imagine, and he said, look at this chart.
You like
It's
that
pretty much
alert?
from the top down. Looks
I
to
tell
me
you,
like
I got the
US
best
Army.
alerts on the channel.
said to him,
If we ever get a
publishers,
hype train going again, I'm telling you, you will
desk,
fucking laugh your
journalists.
ass off
Looks
the
like what
next
you
time
call
we
your
get a hype
basic
train.
hierarchy, command,
I customized, comrades,
basic
on this channel.
university, anything.
I have customized every single badge, like even the little, those little tiny bit reward badges that go all the way from like, what, 100 all the way, or 1,000 all the way to like 5 million. I customized every single one of those. I customized everything on this stream. Every badge, everything. I went full out. Can't help it. It's the neurodivergence.
And this editor said, it doesn't operate like that on the chart. No self-respecting managing editor would have a publisher leaning over his neck telling him what to put on the front page of the paper. Abe Rosenthal would quit tomorrow if that happened. I would quit if I were being told. But the point that he was missing,
You're the one who posted
conveniently,
Lennon
is
eating
that
a dog,
Soderbergh doesn't
didn't you?
have to stand
Oh,
over
I need Lennon getting a
Rosenthal's
dog.
show.
I do.
The reason that feeds the children gets my support. That was the kind of product he was coming out. And when
Somehow I
Rosenthal
read that
came in, he
wrong.
announced
I think
that
you're
the
like,
New
how
York
did
Times
you
had
post
gotten
Lennon
too far
eating a
into
dog?
advocacy journalism, and it's my purpose
Bits?
to bring
Yeah,
it
I got
further
some
to the
bits
right.
ones
He said
too.
further to the center. But
So here are the ones that I left for the
Rosenthal's
bits
center
here.
happens to be a
I
neoconservative
tried to leave the
center.
worst ones for
He
the
happens
bits
to be
and
a
just
right-winger
give
himself.
everybody the best emotes possible first.
And when that editor himself was transferred because of advocacy
bits are like
journalism,
this,
he didn't quit,
this,
by the way,
and
and I won't
this.
mention his name.
There's another set of journalists who get very angry.
Those are my bit ones.
If you insinuate
a happy tank,
they're
the
not their own
king, and
person,
Mark's
you know?
face.
Are you saying to me that I'm not free to say what I want or write what I want?
Thanks to the
Is that what you're trying to
generous
say to me?
fucking support
I'll have
of
you know
Comrade
that in
Haley the
15
other day,
years
we now have
of journalism,
Big
I
Rivera
have always
out.
said what I like.
It's all for one motherfucker and one motherfucker for all motherfuckers everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
I would have been friends with Stalin. And should you ever move beyond that, should you ever move and the leash and feel the tug of the leash, then you feel the tug of the leash if you move beyond that.
Did it play that one too?
Ideologically, of course, if your view and worldview is that of your newspaper, then you will not feel any kind of conflict. It will be quite egocentric or ideologically syntonic, if you will.
I was like, what the fuck, did I miss one? No, it did play it. It was just, that one's so quick. I hit, because you see, in the actual quote, it's actually Seinfeld, and he says, I would have been friends with Stalin if he had a ping pong table. So I had to make sure I took out ping pong table.
Or has a class perspective,
because I just would have been friends with Stalin.
Is to short circuit the democratic process.
I do have a bunch of funny ones for bits for any people feeling generous as well. There's all kinds of funny bits at redemption.
I have a whole section.
I'm only allowed to have 10 for channel point redemption. Fortunately.
Generally, it's trivialized.
Doing the helicopter.
Like screwballs, or they're out there working on their sun
saying I need a helicopter
emote? Smoking pot, and they're kind of out for a frolic. I have descriptions in the Washington Post and New York Times how they describe marches, U.S. out of Central America, whatever else. Trivialize it, minimalize it, marginalize it.
Gotta gravitate that helicopter.
Generally, the democratic process is short-circuited because there's a whole host of opinions which people have which do not get registered, which normally would act upon our elected representatives and which would create the climate of opinion in which policy is made, but which often do not.
Want to be out for a frolic,
one of the things I discovered in this research is that the media do not always control our opinion.
I bet it's raining right now. What I would like to be doing is canoeing and smoking pot.
The business-owned media in this country reflects the positions of the powers that be, and that includes the White House and State Department. The bulk of the American people, by every measurement of opinion polls, are going in a different direction. The American people want more environmental protection. Ronald Reagan is moving toward less environmental protection, so is Congress. The American people want out of Central America by 75, 80%. Overwhelming majorities, 3-1, 4-1, out of Central America. Ronald Reagan's getting us into Central America, and Congress is sitting there saying, well, we didn't give them $100 million, but we have to give them something, don't we?
Sorry about that, Cinnamon, Conrad.
Those Democratic senators and congressmen who are so worried about being soft and wimpy on communism are nothing but wimps in relation to Ronald Reagan. That's where they come across. If they worry about being wimps, why don't they stop acting
It's raining
like
there
wimps?
too?
The American people do not want
here.
aid to El Salvador.
I guess a tornado
government. They don't
touched
see
down
their
in Rhode
interest
Island
there,
from the
and yet
storm
aid is
system.
going to El Salvador. The American people want a nuclear freeze.
We've been getting tornadoes as well, like warnings and actual touchdowns here as well.
One which, by the way, has been passed by the
I'm in Nova
Soviet
Scotia
unanimously, and one which was passed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party.
We're having hurricanes and
A
tornadoes.
nuclear freeze, verifiable, bilateral, mutual nuclear freeze. Virtually identical to the one which was voted and passed by scores of townships here in Vermont and by 9 states.
Iowa, Iowa. I can see them there, but Nova Scotia.
The U.S. government.
I'm in a peninsula in the ocean. There should not be tornadoes like that.
So on issue after issue, you find, ownership may translate into propaganda, but propaganda doesn't seem to translate into indoctrination. Or if it does not translate into support at the policy level. That is, you might have Americans feeling just generally, well, the Sandinistas are some bad guys. That's all
it will pass.
A bad group. But they still do not see what's in their interest to have to spend their tax money and send their sons off to Central America to fight these Sandinistas.
Thank God.
So what the media do is they really don't always influence us in how we think. But they do influence in what we, if not in what we think, in what we think about. They set the agenda. They create an opinion visibility. And in that sense, they short-circuit the democratic process. Because what Congress responds to is not actual opinion, they respond to the opinion visibility. So not one of those wimps will get up and have a word to say about the Sandinistas. Not one of them will get up. I shouldn't say not one of them. In fact, there are a number of progressives in Congress who do take a stance that's different. The Black Caucus and a few others, but they're a very small group. But most of them will not get up and say, maybe we shouldn't attack the Nicaraguans, not only because it would be a loss of American lives, not only because it isn't a workable policy, but also because it's unjust and immoral. That maybe they're doing some good things for their country, that they're building these health clinics and they've got these land cooperatives going. And for the first time, the people can go to school. And for the first time, the people can see a doctor. And for the first time, every Nicaraguan, whatever the shortages and whatever the hardships, every one of them gets a ration of beans and rice. And every kid in Nicaragua has got food. And for the first time, in Nicaragua, despite earthquake, despite Somoza's plundering, despite civil war, despite foreign invasion and the Contra destruction, despite all that, Nicaragua today has the lowest infant mortality rate in Central America, lower even than Costa Rica's. Why don't they get up and say that? They don't say that because the media doesn't say it, and they would sound odd and strange if they said it coming out of nowhere, you see. This gets you back to what Alvin Gould called the background assumptions, that often the persuasiveness of any datum is determined not by the information that's in that datum or the logic of it or the argument made, but by how congruent it is with the background assumptions that you've been fed or that buttress that make you define reality, that make you then see this data as something true or not true. And what the media do through that everyday ideological pounding is create a background assumption that short-circuits the democratic dialogue that we keep trying to create. The function of that media also is to support the two-party monopoly. If you ever notice in an election, the mass news media give an average of 10 to 15 minutes every night, primetime news time, to the major two-party candidates, the Democrats and the Republicans. And
I love that name, yes.
Third-party minority candidates get absolutely no time. Or over a 6-month period, they might get 1 minute. Not 1 minute a night, but 1 minute. You know, a minute to say, oh, and so-and-so of the far something party is running. Isn't he odd or strange? You know, kind of parade him out as an exotic. Well, what do you want? I mean, we have to give national time to the Socialist Worker Party or the Communist Party or parties that the American people, after all, aren't interested in, that have only a little group that
have
not
have a national
name.
Nope.
Candidate doesn't have a national name. Why should we? Well, let me tell you something. There's only one way you get a national name, and that's by exposure on the national media. So it's a catch-22. Let me tell you something else. There are all sorts of politicians who don't have a national name who are immediately given media coverage. National media coverage when they declare for president. Wilbur Mills, Reuben Askew, John Anderson, John McCloskey. They had no national following. They were all busts. They were blowouts. They went nowhere. But the media reported them as serious contenders for nomination. Why? Because they were Republicans.
Considering
or
the votes,
Democrats.
people should be cheering for him to handle the mic and make it
who do have a national name. Dr. Benjamin Spock.
Everybody voted yes.
Who sold 50 million copies of his books throughout America. Who's better known than any presidential candidate coming up. When he ran for the People's Party, and he went to almost every state in the union and shook hands and talked to groups and got on little local radio appearances and all that, he got nothing on major media. Nothing. They'd never heard of him. Barry Commoner, the great ecology author and lecturer and all that, he was always on the media until he declared as his presidency of the Citizens Party back in, what was that, 80? in 80.
I can't go down there. I have no bombs.
Then nothing. He couldn't get on the national media. He couldn't get a moment, a minute, to inform the American people that there was this candidate. The millions who knew Benjamin Spock did not know that he was running for president, even though he knocked himself out for months. The millions who knew Barry Commoner did not know he was running for president. And then one day in desperation, on a radio short, Barry Commoner got up and he said, he had a little radio blurb, 1 minute political advertisement, and he said the famous one that caused that furor. You don't remember it? Let me tell you it. It went something like this.
Hey, Captain
said,
DPRK.
We're running a third party, a citizens party for the people. Why? Because the two major parties give us only bullshit. And the wires suddenly inflamed. Suddenly, Barry Commoner was national news. ABC, NBC, CBS all came descending down upon him with their cameras, and they all, the national networks, the radio.
Isn't rain there in a wild blast?
Said to him, did you actually say the next two ads? The ad was supposed to run 2 more times, and in fact, it was cut. The other radio stations cut it. It was on a local radio station, but they got excited. They didn't care about what he said about the environment, about military and defense policy, about taxes, about foreign policy, domestic policy, human services. They didn't care about that, but he uttered this one word, and suddenly he became the focus of a scandalized attention, at least for a few days, which proves that even if the media is not interested in the real issues, it will always, look for bullshit when they can find it and report it. The rule is there is nothing too vital, too important, that it cannot be totally ignored by the media. And there's nothing too trivial,
media
too
is about
silly,
money, that's
too
true.
asinine, that it cannot be given fulsome and elaborate play. The arguments that they have limitations of time and
Literally
space and
can't
can't cover
get
everything are a lot of baloney. Because, in fact, you have small radical magazines which will break all sorts of stories which the media won't touch. With 1,000th of the staff that the big newspapers or big networks have, you have Mother Jones, The Nation, The Progressive, The People's Daily World, In These Times, Political Affairs, running articles and analysis and breaking kinds of stories which the media somehow can never get around to doing. Regarding specifically foreign policy, I've already said some things about that. But the big point here, I think, to make is that what we have created is a climate of opinion that is favorable to a conservative background assumptions. Let me just quote what John Kenneth Galbraith said about political conservatism. Political conservatism benefits from the deep desire of politicians, Democrats in particular, for respectability. Their need to show that they are individuals.
How did Metro just come out the door and it be Zelda? I'm not waking up for this fuckery.
And what is the test of respectability?
This is
I'm
playing Zelda Metroid
and action
Randomizer.
are consistent with the comfort and
So there's
well-being
a few
of the
certain
people of
doors in the
property
game
and
where you can
position.
switch between the two
People who
games,
sit
and
on
the
those
items are crossed in
boards
between
of
the two
directors
games
or
as
boards
well.
of regents or boards of trustees. A radical is anyone who causes discomfort or otherwise offends such interests. Thus, in our politics, we test even liberals by their conservatism. That's why you've got these guys always dressing up their right, always worrying about whether or not they're being respectable enough.
Yeah, that was a
So when
missile from
Ronald Reagan
Metroid right
gets up,
there.
and he gives that kind of talk that he gave a week or so ago about Nicaragua, the Democrats will follow it by saying, as I say, well, we of course agree with the president, but we don't think we should go that far and do it that way. They're not worried about Nicaragua. They're not worried about the truth, and they're not worried about the interests of the American people. They're worried about the appearance of their respectability in this field of conservatism. Now, I've had reporters say to me, look, Parenti, we can't editorialize the news. You understand? We're neutral. And if the president says one thing, we put that down and we say, the president says, and if someone else says the other thing, we put that down and we can compare the two. And I say to them, look, I don't want you to inject your editorial opinions into the news. I just wrote a whole book about how you already do that and you don't even realize it. That's number one. Number two is, it's not that I want you to editorialize, nor do I want you to pretend to neutrality. I want you not to be objective, I want you to be truthful. And when the President of the United States gets up and he sets out a stream of words which at best are very one-sided interpretations and at worst are outright lies, and you just report that to the American people without the slightest hint that there might be an alternative perspective, then you're nothing but a mouthpiece for power and wealth. And that's not objectivity. What you've done is traded in your commitment to accuracy and truth for an appearance of neutrality. When the President in October 1984 gets up and he says,
okay, Motri, thanks for coming, comrade.
And they put in the headlines, President Reagan
Appreciate
in favor of Social Security.
Always.
And you read this in the Washington Post on page 1.
See ya.
It seems like a straight story. And you read it in the New York Times on page 1. And you hear it announced by Dan Rathers. And you sit there and you say, what am I, in little Johnny Lollipop Wonderland? What is this? And you don't mention the fact that for 20 years, this man has hated Social Security. He's gone after it with claw and fang and tooth and nail. And he equates it with welfare, which he detests and hates. And you don't even mention that. And the day after the election, he's already going after cost of living allowances and trying to squeeze it out and trim it down anyway, despite his pledges, you see. And when he gets up before the American people and he says, the Sandinistas are guilty of torture. And you don't mention that Amnesty International has gone into Nicaragua and gave them a clean bill of health and said that no prisoners are being tortured. And when he says the Sandinistas are drug runners and they take drugs and they're smuggling them into our country and all that. And his own drug enforcement agency has come out and said, no, we have no evidence of the Nicaraguan government, the Nicaraguan regime, as the media would always say, it doesn't have a government, dealing with drugs. In fact, they have a very hard line against drugs. And when he gets up and he says, the Sandinistas tried to export revolution to... I'm sounding more like Lyndon Johnson, I know. Anyway, same thing, same guy.
Same guy, yeah. Same guy.
Sandinistas. My Richard Nixon used to be pretty good, but I can't do it anymore. He says the Sandinistas are exporting revolution to Brazil. And the Brazilian government, 3 weeks before he made that speech, 3 weeks before, the Brazilian government refuting Secretary of State George Shultz, who had first uttered that lie, and said, no, the Sandinistas are not exporting. We have no evidence that the Sandinistas are exporting revolution to our country. What we have are some guns which we think had a Nicaraguan origin, but we are satisfied as to where they came from and such, and there is no such policy, and we have no such evidence. They said that 3 weeks before, and the President of the United States, nevertheless, ignoring and suppressing the Brazilian government's announcement, reiterated that in his speech, and the media just simply reports it to you as the truth, as a definition of reality. I say, that's not neutrality. That's being a mouthpiece for power. That's being a handmaiden for power.
Yes, it is.
In regard to foreign policy, these are the rules, generally. Any socialist or revolutionary government that exists, you cannot report anything positive about anything they've done. You cannot report about land reform. You cannot report about health programs. You cannot report about literacy campaigns. You cannot report about, for instance, where have you read that in Nicaragua unemployment has gone from 60% down to 15%. What you hear about is that, things are terrible, there are gasoline shortages, and people who own cars have a problem getting gas. And by the way, that's true, but how many people in a poor country like Nicaragua have cars? What's called a middle class in many of these countries is a very small and very privileged stratum. So you cannot report anything positive about any revolutionary government. That information is systematically suppressed. It is kept from your consciousness. You are not allowed to hear about that.
Think about this with DPRK, by the way, comrades.
You generally do not hear about U.S. client state brutality and torture.
Why you
You
don't
do not
hear
hear
good
about
things
the
about DPRK?
electrode shock machines which have been set up and brought down by the CIA or the AID with people trained by American officers to torture their own people. Those stories are just simply not publicized. The stories of torture that the Shah submitted his government, his people to, were continually suppressed for 25 years. On page 22 or so, on a story after the Shah fell, I read, way back, buried in a column, a former CIA operative who said that we used Nazi techniques. The CIA took Nazi handbooks, brought it down, and trained the Savak. That was in the New York Times, but it was buried way back. It was a little paragraph, and it was remarkable. I mean, this should have been on page 1. This is one of the most morally shocking stories. And by the way, media sensationalism, don't get too much into that. One of the functions of the media is not sensational. There are a whole bunch of sensational stories that the media would never touch because they are so sensational. That is because they do operate against the interests of wealth and power.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's poetic justice, but the U.S. reaped what they sowed in regards to that situation.
His name was named and all that. He had a change of heart. He said, it's horrible what's happened under the Shah. Those stories are continually suppressed. You do not know, and you are not informed of what your government does in our name to the peoples of Latin America, Asia, and Africa, in conjunction with the fascist regimes that get our aid and such. That's another incredibly unreported story. When it is reported, when it finally surfaced that the Argentine generals killed 15,000, there's no link made to U.S. policy. It'll be admitted and it'll just be said, well, there were these rotten generals who did these rotten things.
Welcome back for a bit,
no
Red.
Link to the U.S. investment pattern and what the function of that
Comrade
is.
Commander.
Why do they go killing people?
Say?
Well, they just go out and like to kill a bunch of people? Why do they kill trade union leaders, peasant leaders?
I'd be down for some
agrarian
more games
cooperative
sometime,
people,
yeah.
student leaders, intellectuals.
Someday.
Why do they kill certain sectors of the population more than others? If they're just out bloodlusting.
I know it's
They
slack
kill
on the war
to
game.
suppress and maintain the status quo, to make that country safe for capital investment and capital accumulation.
The ADHD, I swear.
You do not hear about the development of democracy
playing
in
some of that on here
revolutionary
sometime,
countries.
though.
And democracy, by the way, is more than just voting for Tweedledee or Tweedledum. Democracy may mean people for the first time learning how to read and write. People for the first time getting up in their neighborhood committees for the defense of the revolution and voicing their opinions about how they should operate and how they should plan their resources and their rationing.
Just wait, I don't have to go
and how
back
they should
up
carry
this
out
way.
their
Go back down.
various health programs. People becoming the active social agents of their own life, as has happened in Cuba and Nicaragua and in the liberated zones of El Salvador. You do not hear about that democracy developing. We did not hear about that in the Nicaraguan election, there were 6 parties that ran, 3 to the left of the Sandinistas and 3 to the right of them. And that every one of those parties was given 9 million Cordobas, which is about the equivalent of $350,000 for their campaign expenses, which is $350,000 more than a minority third party in the United States would get. And that every single one of those parties got 2 free hours on television a week, broken up, I think, into segments every day, which is 2 free hours a week more than minority parties in this country get. And that every one of those parties got proportional representation. So if they won 15% of the vote, they got 15% of the seats. And if you win 15% of the vote in this country under a single-member district which favors the majority parties, you win 0% of the seats. That's 15% more seats than we get here. That was not reported. It was not reported that it was a voluntary ballot in Nicaragua, that it was a secret ballot. It was not reported that in El Salvador it was not a voluntary
America
ballot.
complicates everything. That's putting it lightly.
Squirrel, as it's called, if you did not have that stamp that you had voted, you could be shot and arrested, and people were gunned down on the streets. It was not reported that the ballot was not secret in El Salvador, that when you went in, you signed your name next to a numero, 164, let's say, and then you got a ballot, and the ballot was marked 164, and you voted for what you wanted. They could trace how you voted. So if you damaged your ballot or you put a protest ballot, you crossed out both candidates, they would know and be able to trace it back to your name. That was not reported in the U.S. media. That was suppressed. You were not told that. You were told that democracy was developing in El Salvador, a U.S. encouraged democracy. By the way, I saw a documentary film of just that happening. I saw Napoleon Duarte come over and a reporter saying, "What do you call this? The ballots are numbered and your name is next to the number."
I hear Wargaming Complication. Guess I'll play sometime.
The culture of our country, that's the
If
way
you like,
we do it
if you
here.
like strategy
See,
games, you
that's what they
probably
said.
like it.
That was all on film. But you never saw that film. That sensational, revealing, informative film. You never saw that on Dan Rather's Tom Brokaw or Peter Jennings. Well, there's a few other things.
You have like
I wanted
3
to say,
hours
but
in
I
it?
kind of can't remember them.
Yeah,
One of
that's
the ways
about
they
same
distort
as
is
me,
not just
Blatt.
suppression. A
I
very
do need
common
to.
way
I
is
do
just the
need
way
to
things are framed or slanted.
get into it more.
Let me give you one example. I got
It's not
tons
that I
of
don't
them in the
want
book,
to.
but I'll just give you
It's
this
that
one.
I fucking
In
get distracted
1984,
by
the New
so
York
many other
Times
goddamn
ran a
games.
news analysis story. It was headlined as follows:
3,000
What's
hours. Oh,
behind
Jesus
Castro's
Christ.
softer tone? Now the headline right there, before you got into the story, what's behind
I have like 3 hours.
Castro's softer tone? It suggests that Castro's up to something. See, the opening sentence reads,
Theme says you have 4,000.
Once again,
I
Fidel
don't think I have
Castro is
any
talking
game with that
as if
many.
he wants to improve relations with the United
The
States.
closest I probably have is
You
Elite
see,
Dangerous.
overtures become an object of suspect.
Actually, Halo
What could
might
this
be
possibly
beating it
be?
now.
As
I've
if
played a lot of Halo
he wants to
recently.
improve relations. So what you do is you discredit the overture and you imply that that it isn't happening really, in fact. Castro explained in the New York Times is interested in, quote, taking advantage of American trade, technology, and tourism. And he would, quote, prefer not to be spending so much time and energy on national defense. Well, that's a remarkable thing. Fidel Castro, the aggressor, Fidel Castro, who's going to conquer Florida and Georgia and march his troops right up here, right up, cut a swath, right up the Atlantic coast, right into Burlington, and dance with your sister. Fidel Castro doesn't want to spend that much on military defense. He's saying, I would like not
The
to
most
have
played game is
aggressive,
Dead
belligerent relations with
2.
you. I would like to have trade.
5,000 hours, and I haven't
And
played
this
it
is,
in
of
like
course,
5
seen
years.
as, because the background
I
of
think
something
mine is
of
Halo
a negative,
Infinite, probably.
pernicious,
Good
diabolic,
luck after.
communist. This is seen as not legitimate. What is this communist? Where does he
Of course,
come
Cubans
off
in Florida
wanting
vote for
trade and less
conservatives.
military
That
defense?
a surprise?
Where does he come off with this acting friendly stuff, you know? This seems to be a promising basis for improved relations. The guy says, look, let's have improved relations. You explore it. If he's bluffing, you call it. And if he backs off, then you can say, look, he isn't really serious, doesn't really want it. Cuba's own self-interest, Castro was saying. His self-interest. Something much stronger than love. Castro isn't saying, I love you, gringos. I love Ronald Reagan. His policy is not based on love, but something much stronger. Love, as you know, comes and goes, but self-interest is always there. And his self-interest is he wants more trade. His self-interest is he should be able to deal with the United States and buy from the United States. His self-interest is that he doesn't want to have to go 16,000 miles around to Japan to buy school buses, which is where Cuba buys their school buses, from Japan. He'd like to buy them 90 miles away, or Florida, or from Detroit. His self-interest is that he'd rather buy medical supplies from the U.S. than have to buy them from Czechoslovakia or China, which is where he gets them. I know I was in the hospital when I was in Cuba, and there were Chinese bandages and Czech stuff and all that. That's his self-interest. Well, what the Times say, how they deal with this threat of friendliness, the Times literally made nothing of Castro's stated desire to
playing, and
and
often
instead
leave them running
presented the
while I
rest of the
step away
story,
or nap.
the
Yeah.
whole rest of the story from a U.S. government perspective. It noted that, quote, Most Reagan administration officials seem skeptical. The administration continues to believe that the best way to deal with the Cuban leader is with unyielding firmness.
I used to do that a lot with one game, Star
officials
Citizen.
see little advantage in wavering. Now, the article doesn't explain why they seem skeptical. What are the observable actualities that justify such skepticism? Nor does the article explain why a negative response to Castro is described as I just said, unyielding firmness. The administration is dealing with the Cuban leader with unyielding firmness. Why not call that unyielding rigidity, or hostile rigidity, or uncooperativeness or lack of friendliness? Nor does it explain why a willingness, an unwillingness, or why a willingness to respond seriously to Castro's overtures would be labeled as wavering. You see, the administration officials see little advantage in wavering. Wavering from what? What's diplomacy about? You explore overtures, you explore areas. So in the very vocabulary in which you have to deal with, you see, you can see how the story is loaded. What the Times did is they left an impression of a power-hungry Castro that was up to no good, who was out to take in the United States with his softer tones. That same, by the way, that same kind of framing goes on with the Soviet Union. The one thing Ronald Reagan will not take from Gorbachev is yes for an answer.
Hope you are well.
Gorbachev says, I will unilaterally call a moratorium on atmospheric testing. Will you follow me, Mr. Reagan? And the Reagan administration says, they stopped testing because they did all their testing early in the year and we still have a few tests, so we've got to get ours done. So we can't listen to this. Okay, then get yours done. And then the day before their moratorium is up, you say, okay, we'll be in with you. You don't test anymore, we won't test anymore. Nothing from the White House. Gorbachev turned around and said, we are extending our unilateral moratorium on testing, our ban on testing, 3 more months. And the White House explained then to us, well, it's wintertime. They don't do much testing in the winter. Most of their testing is in the March and all that, so they don't test in December, January, February. And then in February, Gorbachev said, we're extending our ban another 3 months.
They can't help the hypocrisy.
Test. All the U.S. has to do is say, we won't test. But they say and said, that's not a serious offer. That's not a serious overture. What's more serious than actual doing it? There's got to be action and not just words. What's more action than banning your own testing and saying, now you don't test. As long as you don't test, we won't test. Because what Gorbachev knows is that there cannot be an escalation of nuclear weapons without nuclear testing. If you stop testing, you stop development of nuclear weapons. And Ronald Reagan knows that too. And one of them wants to stop development and the other one doesn't. One of them does not want a Star Wars and the other does. One of them does not want a neutron bomb and the other does. One of them wants to cut his ICBMs by 50% and the other one does not want to cut. And that's what it's about. But the media just goes along and says administrative officials were skeptical. And that's what we're told. There's the absence of observable actualities and analysis. Having said all this, I think I've gone too long, huh? I better stop. Having said all this, I want to add 1 or 2 other things. Namely that while it is true that we are manipulated this way, we are not totally passive victims. We have to fight back and talk back. And there are several ways. One is to support and seek out alternative media.
I agree.
That which is promulgated by local politically alternative organizations here, and national alternative media, which is small and sometimes hard to locate because it doesn't have millions of dollars to circulate and distribute and publicize its stuff, like the Progressive, the Nation,
it needs the dash to go in the other door.
These various other kinds of publications, Monthly Review. A second thing we have to do is talk back and fight back to the existing mainstream media, and that you do by writing letters and calling in and telling them they're liars. By the way, I take cognizance of these calls. They may not put you on the air, but they hear them. They may not print your letter, but they read it. So we have to talk back and fight back. I write letters all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And I see it as a political act. I mean, I know people are saying to me, I saw your letter, I saw this and that. And I've gotten, I mean, it's not easy. In 10
notice my
last
big red
10
commie
years, I've
chair?
gotten
Yeah, this is how you know I'm
7
doing.
things into
I was
the New
saying
York
when I
Times.
started the stream
Two-
earlier, Meg.
two
You know I'm
articles,
doing a big long
opinion
stream when I
page
got the red
articles,
commie chair
and
out.
then about 5 letters.
Expect several
in the
hours
last
of
5
streaming
years,
when
I've
this
gotten
comes out.
3 things into the Washington Post. But you keep doing that, you see. You keep pushing and nailing them and calling them to account on these things. So you talk back and fight back. A third thing is we must keep organizing. There are alternative networks.
Don't discount the communist of my chair, Captain DPRK.
The peace forces, the Democratic forces in this society got 1 million people into New York in June of 1982. Was that the nuclear freeze or 81? 81, June of 81. June 12th, 82?
Oh yeah,
He says
forgot
82,
about
he
that.
says 81. 82, I hear 83, 84. Okay. And that was done through church newsletters, community newsletters, labor newspapers, and things of that sort, so that there is an alternative network. And fourth, as those democratic forces mobilize, they create a climate of opinion which sometimes does break through and force its way into the media, you see. The years of struggle around the issue of South Africa finally brought a breakthrough last year. For 30 years, the story of South Africa was suppressed. And by the way, the major story is still suppressed. It's still being treated as a civil rights struggle. You're told about the humiliation of past laws and segregation and apartheid, meaning people being kept separate and apart. Brothers and sisters, that ain't half of it. Apartheid has very little to do with past laws and the indignity and humiliation of it. Apartheid has to do with taking whole populations and bringing them out to starvation sites and watching your baby die. Apartheid is the brutal exploitation of black labor in the mines. Apartheid is throwing people out the jail windows who raise their voices up against this and beating them to death and killing them. Apartheid is killing now 15 to 20 people a day. That's what violent acts.
I love the chair along with the wholesome Larry. It gives me 80s PBS kid show.
50% of all the Bantu and black children in South Africa
Thank you,
died
comrade.
before the age of 5 from malnutrition. That's what apartheid is about.
Appreciate that.
Apartheid is incredible profits
That's what we
to the
want
multinational
here.
corporations.
We want those old school
and banks
learning PBS
in South
vibes.
Africa. It's profit off the labor of those people, off the sweat and blood of those people. That's what the struggle is about. It's not a civil rights issue. So even when the media finally does become cognizant of it, they dare not get into that class oppression and class struggle of it. But that fight did break through. And I can tell you, 30 years ago, I wrote a paper. I was a graduate student at Brown University, getting my MA at Brown. And I wrote a paper under Professor Whitney Perkins about this thing called apartheid. Most people had never even heard of it at the time. And all I heard then was it's on its way out, it's a harebrained scheme, and the gradual change will come and it'll all get better.
On its way
well,
out.
That didn't happen. 30 years, how long do you wait for this gradual change? And all it did was get worse and worse until the democratic forces in South Africa moved with their massive boycotts and their general strikes and their fightbacks. And that sort of thing, breaking out, and the world opinion got shaken. And in the United States, black leadership picked it up, and whites, and trade union leaders. I lived in Washington, in D.C., and we'd get down there in front of that embassy and march and get arrested. And the days that the unions came, our numbers went from 300 and 400 from our peace groups and our church groups and all. With the unions coming in, we'd have 2,000 and 3,000.
By the way, Vlad, I got something to show you. I don't know. Did you see the intro yet?
Unions. I'm talking about
I might have to show it off
Yahoo,
again. I'm proud of
redneck
it.
unions from Maryland, plumbers, and guys like that, saying, "God damn, we don't want that apartheid." I couldn't believe it. It was amazing. The Maritime Union coming in with their jackets on. These are Americans, whites and blacks together.
Okay, I'll have to show you the intro again. We made a new intro, myself and
they don't
Red.
want to see labor enslaved.
And I promise
anywhere,
you it's fantastic.
Because wherever labor is enslaved, it will also enslave you.
It goes
in some
with
way.
exactly
It
what
will
you
come
just said.
at a cost to you and a danger to your interests also. And also they just don't want to see other people suffering and dying. That story does break through and it finally gets into the media. So you see, they're not totally impermeable. They have to respond to the limits of actuality. It's not a total manipulation. The limits of actuality are the limits of propaganda itself, as Joseph Goebbels discovered when he would announce victory after victory by the invincible German armies, and yet had trouble explaining why the Germans were retreating on two fronts, east and west, you see. That the limits of actuality was that was encountered in the Vietnam War, when we said, this is a war for democracy, this is a war that all Americans ought to get behind, all that. And it went on and on and on. And stories came back about villages being burned and children being executed.
We literally have Ukrainian
and
Nazi
Americans at
monuments
home
here
were
in
tearing
Canada.
up the place and getting arrested and putting themselves in front of buses.
Still,
as
to this day.
some of us in this room happened. And we began to wonder about the democratic process, and began to wonder about the nature of this war. And other Americans began to see these people doing this and saying, what's going on? If this is such a great war, why are hundreds of thousands of people here turning against? And the media all the while was just saying, well, we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's coming along, or maybe we're relying a little bit too much on military solutions. Senator, do you think that might be it? And all sorts of things. But meanwhile, the actuality was that war went on, and eventually the media itself began to take a critical tone. As the country began to turn against that war, this opinion permeated into the major media, and they could feel freer and freer to talk about the negative aspects of that war.
Yeah, Baltic Nazis escaped, hence why we have the Nazi
monument. One of the things the media has to do, besides lie and suppress and frame and bend and mute reality for the few, is also produce a mass product called the news for the many. And that's a hard thing, because while they're owned by the few and are an instrument of the few, they also have to deal with the mass of people. So they have to constantly deal with what Gramsci called the double consciousness in people's mind. The great Italian communist Antonio Gramsci talked about the dual consciousness, it was his term. One is the consciousness we're fed, the one we get in our schools and from our media, the propaganda that comes down to us, and all those other communists are horrible, this is going to happen, they get your mama, this and that, we need the guns, defense will make us safe, more missiles will make us safer, and all sort of thing. That's the one consciousness. The second consciousness is the one we have from our own experience in everyday life, which tells us that something is out of sync, that this isn't right. And we ask certain questions. Why am I being taxed so much? Why does it cost the Navy $511 for an electric bulb? Why must my son register for the draft? Why are they closing down this factory? Why do things cost so much? Why are we in Vietnam, El Salvador, Nicaragua, name the country? Why are we there? Why do we need this? Why do we need that? Why are there these dioxin dumps?
We're in Yugoslavia
Why do
in
people over in that
82.
community all get sick and have these birth defects? Why do the companies dump and turn the river into an open sewer? What's going on? Those are questions which then the media has to deal with, even if only to mute or deflect, but in the process of dealing with, often having to treat information which becomes very embarrassing to the ruling elites, which is why the right wing is constantly attacking the media as suffering from a liberal bias. The ruling elites in this country do not realize what a great job the media do in protecting their interests. To protect their interests, to protect and
Nazi
legitimate
government
the
was
status
coup because
quo, the
Yugoslavia
mass media
benefited a
must
lot
have
from
a
the
certain
Allies, so they wanted to
legitimacy
be
and
on the right side
credibility
of
among the
history.
public. To have a legitimacy and credibility among the public, they must deal to some degree with the reality, that second part of your dual consciousness that you deal with. To deal with that, they must at times make actual concessions to that reality to make it believable. So you got this thing, in every institution which has some kind of relative autonomy from the ruling class, there is always this problem. The law is a ruling class law, but to maintain its credibility, it's got to give the pretense of treating the rich and poor alike, or occasionally letting these guys win a case, or keeping the jury system, which they'd like to junk, because they could have all these reactionary judges make the decisions, so forth. So democratic forces have won victories. We do mobilize. We do set new standards which restrain them. And we do fight back. And that's what we must continue to do, is fight back, talk back, not just in the privacy of your own living room, but loud, loud. Shake the walls, ring the heavens, and bring democracy back to us. Let us learn not to be victimized by our cultures and our technology, but let us know that we are the makers of our own history. Thank you.
Pretty good, wasn't it? Thought that was a good, rare, deep cut Parenti talk right there. Still be linked there. Okay, we'll check out these couple breakthrough newses that I wanted to see, and then we'll just hang out and play games, I guess. Good morning, Larry. Jesus Christ, I almost read what you just wrote, Easelcat. Good morning, Easelcat. Hope you were well today, comrade. We just watched a really... I'm Larry. Right. Oh, I wanted to show you, comrades. I made a new intro for the channel. Well, myself and my comrades made it. This was a really good deep cut Parenti talk right here. So I want to show you this. I know I already played it this morning, but so proud of it that I got to show it off again. Okay, check this out. This is the new intro for our channel right here.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
You like that, Red? Red did the voiceover for me, and I just played with his voice. I actually sped your voice up a little bit more so that you're still with that low pitch, but I sped it up so that it sounds like you're talking at a more natural speed. I think that worked out fucking good. So that's the new channel trailer / intro from now on. I'm so proud of it. That's just always going to be the intro now.
There are cyber...
Isn't it fantastic? Very proud of it. I think Red did such a good fucking job with the voiceover too. Exactly like what I had in mind. It's funny, last night when I was trying to record it though, I was trying to do the salute and I hit myself in the head so many fucking times. My head still hurts a little bit right here, and my finger was like starting to hurt by the end of it because I did like a bunch of takes of hitting myself in the head. Oh yeah, we'll definitely do some more videos like that again. For sure, for sure. That was funny. I mean, I'm no pro at editing, so that was the best we could come up with, but I'm pretty happy with it. I don't know. I think it turned out all right. All right, we're gonna do this one here now. Anti-China Red Scare. Fear-mongering in an age of global upheaval. This is from Breakthru News.
Sort of McCarthyite type attitude that seems to be descending in tandem with the new Cold War. So, you know, what is old is new again. But to discuss this issue, we are very happy to be joined once again by Dr. Ben Becker, who is the editor-in-chief of Breakthru News. Dr. Ben Becker, thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, the pleasure is all ours. Really glad you agreed. Sort of very rare that, you know, we can get breakthrough news on Breakthrough News.
Always turning
but
us
either
down.
way,
Always turning us down.
it's, you know, it feels a little through the looking glass here, you know, especially for those of us who look through history. But I mean, we've got a bipartisan House Select Committee on China and, you know, claiming to be investigating this, that, and the third. You've got Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio in the Senate. You've got Comer in the House, who are every day, it seems, releasing some new letter saying, go after this person or that person. The Daily Beast, the New York Times writing articles. You have the DOJ going after any scientist who ever looked at China on a map
today,
somewhere.
comrades.
I mean, it really does feel like we are in a tightening vice in this country in terms of what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say that is related to geopolitics.
I mean,
Shouldn't
it
we be
always
concerned?
was, though. That's the thing.
Yes. I mean, I
The
think it's a
First
very
Nations
serious
are
matter. Just
another
yesterday, it took another
group,
turn
then you've always
when
have felt this
Senator
way,
Marco
probably.
Rubio issued a
Be honest.
letter to the Department of Justice calling on the DOJ to initiate investigations into a variety of independent media, peace organizations, progressive organizations, anti-racist groups. This comes after 5 days after a similar letter that was targeting quite mainstream major environmental groups, also saying that these too are fronts of China, that these are unregistered foreign agents of China inside the United States. So there is a larger witch hunt that's beginning or that's already begun. It has every indication that it's going to accelerate and draw more and more people into its net, as all witch hunts do historically. And it's a major threat to free speech, because ultimately what is at the heart of this is that political speech, dissidents, people who are opposed to the turn of U.S. foreign policy and military establishment towards confrontation and conflict with China, people who basically say this is a terrible idea and that we should go a different route, are being accused of essentially a thought crime.
I don't know why you're banned in silvers, but I'll find out and then I'll let you know.
In the elite bubble, to have that view means you must be under the employ of a foreign power, because this is quote unquote echoing Chinese talking points or amplifying Chinese talking points.
Trust
Even if you
Comrade
independently,
Silver.
in other words, come to certain conclusions because of your own political viewpoints, your own experience, that's what's happening right now. And it's a major danger for the left, but I think also for anyone who cares about peace, anyone who cares about free speech, anyone who cares about civil liberties. And so the first McCarthyism was a huge blow to free speech in the 1950s. It took 10 years really for that cloud to be lifted. In some ways, it never was lifted. And now that cloud is coming back, and it's an urgent matter that all progressive people, all independent media really unite at this moment to fight back. And I think if we take a step back from it, as you said, it really is at the heart. It's about the new Cold War that 5 or 6 years ago, it was fine to be friends with China.
Today, actually.
It was it was fine to say we should have a reset with
China
Russia. Remember, this was the official policy of the Bush administration, the Obama administration.
More vicious.
Now, to say the things that were commonplace 5 or 6 years ago makes you a foreign agent today. And so basically, the New York Times and other elite media are playing the same role it's always played, which is they wait for their cues from the State Department, from the Pentagon, from Washington to say, even though we were friends with these people a few years ago, these are the new enemies. Now just do your work, go all out to demonize them, to make it basically unacceptable in respectable society to not go along with it. And that's how we create the ideological consensus for when the war finally does
Mexican
come.
Tacos and
this is
burrito for lunch.
preparations for
Very
that kind
nice.
of conflict, and it's just happening in advance. And as
fucking
usual,
delicious.
the left is often the first one to suffer the blows, because the left is the most sort of consistent anti-war peace voice in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite outrageous the way you've had these mainstream outlets, with the New York Times most recently, attacking actual peace groups. Just literally attacking groups that are calling for no Cold War with China, saying no war. That's literally it. No war becomes a Chinese government talking point. And, they must be influenced by the Chinese government, and essentially advocating that these groups be investigated for advocating against war. But can you talk about the specifics here, Ben? Because I think when a lot of people think of FARA, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, they think of state-funded media, because that's when it was first became popularized in recent years, right? Against, RT, against Press TV, against I believe CGTN as well was forced to register at some point after, the Trump administration came to office and the whole aftermath of like Russiagate hysteria. But we're not talking, I mean, we can talk, that's a different conversation to have about what should be forced to register as a foreign agent. I mean, the Israel lobbying groups that are actively connected to the Israeli government, of course, never are. But what is the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and why is it so dangerous that you have someone like Marco Rubio,
comrade.
like basically invoking that and saying that we should have the DOJ
watching about
anti-China
propaganda
outlets that are, independent of any foreign government.
Relates to something I was just talking earlier anyway in the stream. I forget what we were watching earlier, but I mentioned about how as China's socialist system becomes more and more consolidated, right, we're going to see this ramping up of anti-China propaganda and Red Scare fear mongering, which is what they're talking about here. So I thought this would be good. Where do I get deported to? Yeah.
My company is pursuing.
If Red, my mod, one of my mods, I don't know if he's still listening or not, but Commander Red got deported, but he ran off to Vietnam.
I mean, the FARA law comes really out of the 1930s at the height of Nazism, and it was initially conceived of as a law to basically keep the Nazis
is a big Israel lobby group, but I didn't know
this was at a time, by the way, when
the Israeli government.
supporters of Nazism could fill up Madison Square Garden. There was quite a significant sort of far-right movement inside the United States.
Yeah, Red
and
seems to
so
enjoy.
that's how the law went through. But we're in a very different moment from 1938, I'd say.
I trust Lenin, so
is written with a lot of vagueness and a lot of sort of broad interpretive powers for law enforcement so that they can do exactly what you're saying, which is to politically and selectively decide who they want to characterize as a foreign agent. And the crazy thing about this law is that it's not just actually about a foreign government. It's actually if you are representing or sort of under the direction of any foreign entity.
Foreign entity.
It doesn't even make clear what that is. In other words, you could be the foreign entity of a corporation, of an organization, of a NGO in another country. If you're employed by the subsidiary of another foreign entity. I mean, all these things, technically, they could try to say this makes you a foreign agent, which of course sounds like you're a spy or something, but because the word is very evocative. But it's written so that basically they can go after whoever they want to go after and say you're a foreign agent, but they don't really have a lot of technical guidance about what that actually means. I'm for the abolition of the law altogether. I think there's more than enough, legal stuff out there to protect against espionage. But this is really just a law that's sort of a plaything for whoever controls Congress at any given moment or controls the Department of Justice to then initiate investigations against their political enemies. To show you how broad this is, there's a case of a hotel worker in Boston. His name is Henry Liang, very well-known community activist in the Chinese community there. He's for peace with China. He's for reunification between the mainland and Taiwan. He does local activism. Everybody knows him. He's a hotel worker, as I said. And the fact that he has a friend and in the Chinese consulate in Boston that he communicates with, which is not a crime. Many U.S. policymakers, business leaders, people communicate with foreign governments all the time. But they've seized his phone, and the fact that his friend in the consulate would ask him a question like, how many people came to this protest?
I definitely believe
little
it's
things
a
like
terrorist
that.
organization.
And the fact that he responds, now he's taking the
sure.
direction of a foreign power. And he actually got arrested under FARA as being an unregistered foreign agent. Here he's a hotel worker who's not providing anything that's not already publicly known. Like, this is public information. He's talking about things that are happening in his life and his political activity. And yet that's being sort of painted in the mainstream media by the DOJ as this grand espionage case. And so that's just a good example of this kind of selectivity as we're talking about. It's not even selectivity, because that makes it sound like he's doing something wrong, but it's really about its political weaponization. As you said, AIPAC is not registered as a foreign agent. There's all these mainstream think tanks that receive hundreds of thousands of dollars from Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and these are U.S. allies, and then they write reports that then influence U.S. public opinion on those very countries, and yet they're never asked to register as foreign agents. So it really depends on who the enemy is at a given moment that's been declared in Washington, and then they drag out the law to basically target whoever they want domestically. They've also went after the African People's Socialist Party the same way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's such a good point, and I'm glad you mentioned the African People's Socialist Party as well. Just another one of these many cases, and it's ironic. I mean, anyone who knows anything about the sort of DC social scene amongst the elites, you know, a very coveted invitation is to be invited to a party at embassy, and these people fall all over themselves in Georgetown and Spring Valley or whatever to have all these foreign officials, you know, coming to their parties and their cocktail hours, and they're never, you know, arrested for FAR or whatever for dishing to the British embassy.
Nor should they be.
And they're doing real deals in those ones. But anyway, I just want to also put this in context of the importance of understanding what took place here in the first McCarthyism. You know, I mean, because we hear about it, people know about it, but the impact of it on U.S. policy towards Asia and how that ended up in the Vietnam War, around civil rights, around the labor movement. I mean, talk about that if you could, because I think the impact of McCarthyism was so pernicious, but a lot of that has been kind of lost, I think, over the years
them a terrorist
as the
organization,
names and the figures and the entities have just sort of faded as time goes on.
Yeah.
I want to hire you. Pick up a package.
Jesus Christ, this short-ass video has a goddamn lot of ads on it.
I think it's a good point because, you know, in high school, if you learn about it at all, it's pretty much you don't get much past the Hollywood 10.
Newfangled one,
which is, of course, an important story about, you know, central cultural figures in the entertainment industry who were blacklisted, who lost their jobs, their careers, and, of course, weren't able to make the sort of contribution to popular culture that they were before, had their lives destroyed and ruined. But beyond the sort of fancy celebrities, you know, and of course they were victims of it, the most prominent victims of it, there's this whole other story which involves really thousands or even tens of thousands of regular working people, peace activists, labor unionists, people who, for one reason or another, had been basically around the Communist Party or around mass organizations that were connected to the Communist Party, or people who just read the Communist Party newspaper or had been to an event where communists were speaking. Because, of course, in the period right before McCarthyism, the U.S. and the Soviet Union were allied against Nazism. The prestige of the Soviet Union was quite high. There were actually large numbers of people who wanted peace with the Soviet Union, who opposed the Cold War, who said that there could be a sort of a permanent alliance that would
what the heck is this?
Safeguard peace for decades to come instead of having a new nuclear arms race, for instance. You know, there's a lot of people who wanted those kinds of politics. And basically, in order to eradicate that stream in U.S. society,
there Israeli had to be national news
press, a full assault on every sector of society where there was a reserve of sympathy for the Soviet Union or for anti-colonial struggles or for any progressive issue.
That's as reliable as U.S. news.
The whole civil rights movement in its early years was basically cast as a communist plot that was trying to destroy the United States from within. So many other social movements were portrayed the same way. It made it very hard for the people to speak openly. It made it very hard to explore different political ideas.
For Jews to move
and it really inhibited organizing. And in the long term, it also really destroyed some of the more sane voices in the foreign policy establishment, because the whole concept that initiated McCarthyism was who lost China. Now, this question after the Chinese Revolution, it's worth digging into, because in a way we're in a moment right now where it's like who lost China part 2. And through the 1940s, they thought that China was going to be in their camp, and the Chinese Revolution happened, and it initiates this frenzy in Washington about who was responsible in Washington, who were the secret communist sympathizers. And according to this domino theory that they had at that moment, basically the top objective of all U.S. foreign policy had to be to prevent the spread of socialism and communism. And basically anybody who called for, normalized relations with these governments, or for peace with these governments, or hearing what their perspectives were, what was the actual perspective of the people of Vietnam and Korea and China about independence, those people were obviously targeted in the witch hunt. They had to have been under the employ of a foreign power. So that meant any sort of restraining voices on peace, for peace, were eliminated. And that's how you get this this rush into the Vietnam War, where even though there were many people who could see where this was going to go, that this was going to become a quagmire, that this was going to cause millions of needless deaths, nobody could say it because your career also would be destroyed, or the people who would have said it were already removed from any sort of positions of influence.
The question that needs to be answered.
This sort of McCarthy period that we're in now, which again is sort of
if Jim
mobilized by the same kind of anxiety that the U.S. is losing its grip on the world, or has already lost its grip, it's going to have really catastrophic consequences if it's allowed to continue. Because then when the issue comes, when there is that confrontation that's coming probably over Taiwan or over Korea, you know, or over China itself, like over the mainland, who are the voices that are going to say, hey guys, this could be World War III, this could be catastrophe. If we do this, we have no chance of safeguarding peace. We have no chance of
You're generally pro-Israel?
Stopping climate change. We have so many other things we can't do if we go to war with China. Those voices aren't going to be there because they've already going to have lost their careers, or they're going to be afraid. And actually, if you look at it, the New York Times is at the vanguard
How can you be for pro-indigenous genocide?
They're the ones setting the tone for what is acceptable politics right now.
Since you're pro-Israel, that means you're pro-indigenous genocide, so please inform me how that... How you sleep at night, being pro-indigenous genocide, please. There was already Jews living in Israel long before or living in Palestine long before the Israeli state existed. Why does there have to be a settler colonial state that is there to dispossess the land of Palestinian people? Interested to hear your take on that.
Yeah. See ya.
Yeah, before that happens.
Yeah, you know, I want just real quick before we let you go, Ben, I do want you to talk a little bit more about the issue of the media's role here. Because like you just mentioned with the New York Times being at the vanguard of this, the mainstream media is playing a massive role in pushing this McCarthyism. And what you have here is
the Zionist entity also persecutes Palestinian and other non-white Jews.
A stenographer for the state's foreign policy.
Again, it's a settler colony. It's not there to make a home for the Jewish people or something like this. It's there to expropriate the lands of Palestinian people.
Yeah, I think
the whole reason it exists, that alone,
I think they're the
just like the U.S. and
writers.
Canada exist
because, you know, when you look at like the Libya war, there were actually quite a few restraining voices inside even the military.
But they
who
already
said this Libya
had
war is going to be a catastrophe.
Jews already lived there safely.
This collaboration between
that makes no sense. Jews already lived safely in Palestine without there needing to be a state that literally commits genocide. There's a reason why some of the most ardent critiques of Palestine are Jewish people. Realize that, right? The Israeli state exists solely to eradicate Palestinian people. And before the Israeli state existed, and before the Israeli state existed, Jewish people did live in Palestine. And even more so than that, the creation of Israel itself is a racist creation in that they wanted to get the problematic Jews out of Europe and put them off to the side. They had to pay a religious tax to Muslim Ottomans. Oh, so that justifies genocide. I get ya. Does it, Jim? That justifies genocide? Paying tax in the past justifies a fucking genocide. So then how can you be pro-Israel if you're not pro-genocide? It's not just a safe place. Okay. Bye. That was all I needed to hear. In 2 minutes and 23 seconds when that cooldown is done, somebody please hit the see ya.
Some in the State
I don't think
Department
Israel is committing genocide. Get the fuck off my channel then. If you don't think settler colonies commit genocide, this is not the channel for you.
If you don't go to war,
don't know. Mi'kmaq myself, and my family has been the victim of settler colonial genocide in the past. it's partly why, my family has been with Irish men in the past. Why that my father's side of the family comes from Irish people is that entire fucking reason. And the genocide against First Nations people continues today, just as the genocide against Palestinian people continues today. So if you support either of those things, this is not the fucking channel for you.
You're going to be responsible for the next genocide, the next humanitarian catastrophe. Basically pressured Washington, pressured Obama into
You know what's weird?
I'll
tell you something weird though. For the past few weeks, this Jim Moneymaker person has been following me but not saying anything. I was assuming the whole time, if you noticed, I kept mentioning how, if I don't call you out when you follow, it's because I don't want to put you on the spot or anything. Because they kept following, and then they would not say anything. And then in the next stream, I'd see them again. Jim Moneymaker followed. And then I would see them again. Jim Moneymaker followed. You were banned them in Seb's chat? See, I didn't have the message that they were banned in Seb's. I didn't have that message, and that's weird. Because usually I get the message when somebody's banned in Seb's chat.
Sort of as part of his legacy. And so
I get it for Seb's, I get it for Silver.
Switch, I think, in recent decades where
I should get it for Lennon Smash now too. I think I just forgot to press confirm.
All they care about is the media. How is this going to play on social media?
We have a little network that
so they're actually taking their cues sometimes from the media.
Someone's been
and
banned
you have
in each
the
other's
media,
chats.
which is so deeply integrated with
they were
the
harassing
intelligence
Silver,
services,
Spook,
with the
and
State
Holly.
Department,
Yeah,
with the permanent bureaucracy in Washington. Ultimately, we have to remember
so
these are the same people.
basically, what you're saying is they're going
There's an
around
revolving door
harassing
between
Native
all of
people
this.
in their chats.
And in fact, they go to the same universities, the same Ivy League schools. They had the same pedigree. They're the children of the
Migma, don't come in here.
married to
Thank you, March of the Fire
bankers and the rest
I'm
of them.
fucking Migma. Don't come in here and apologize for settler colonialism.
They start
I
getting
will
their
get
narrative
fucking
going in their own
angry at
little
that.
bubble, and they don't look at the rest of the world. They don't really care what the rest of the world wants. And so it sort of becomes self-fulfilling. And it's unclear sometimes whether the media is driving Washington, whether Washington is driving the media. But the main thing is to understand it as really one class. Never mind the fact that 83% of Nigerians, for instance, have a favorable opinion of China. Never mind that 60-some percent of people
He came
in Kenya
in, he's like, hey,
have a
what we all
favorable opinion
talking
of
about
China.
here? I'm like, anti-China propaganda.
No, if any
and then
news
he goes
outlet
on
in the
about
United States
that.
like Breathru
Where did that
or
even
anyone
come
else
from? Good
says,
point.
It's in China's
You literally
and
just
Africa's
came in
best
here to
interest to work
spout fucking
together and to
settler
oppose this new Cold
colonial
War.
imperialist
Now we're echoing
propaganda.
Chinese
That's
talking points.
the entire reason he came in
according to this logic, literally hundreds of
What
millions of
the
people, maybe
actual-
billions of people, are echoing Chinese talking points and should be arrested as foreign agents.
Yeah. There's a certain level of racism to it, that's for sure as well, in terms of knowledge production and who's assumed to be able to
Don't
form
mind
their
me.
own thoughts
Don't
and
mind
who's being
me.
controlled
I'll
by
be
some
alright. I'll be
sneaky
alright
person,
soon.
which has its own yellow peril racism to it. But
You'll be okay
nonetheless,
soon.
that's another topic for another time. Dr. Ben Becker, editor-in-chief of Breakthru News, great outlet if you don't know about it. Thanks so much for joining us here on the show.
Thanks for having me.
You know what I mean?
This is Radio Truth, a series of commentaries by Dr. Michael
That's what I feel
Parenti.
like doing right
Michael
now.
Parenti is an activist and internationally
Breaking
known
this
award-winning
fucking thing
author
in
and
half
scholar.
out
His
of
recent books include
frustration
The
for what
Assassination of Julius
the
Caesar
fuck
and
I just was
Superpatriotism.
witnessing.
His latest book, The Culture Struggle, will be released in November 2005. For further information, please visit his website.
Oh, totally, Sam.
michaelparenti.org.
Totally, yeah.
Support
yeah.
our
It's a
troops.
definite
Protect their
red
benefits.
flag. Like,
If patriotism
here we go.
means supporting our troops,
Strap the fuck
as
in.
people in the White House keep telling us, then no one's more hypocritical, no one's more lacking in patriotism
Tool bags got
than our
something to
present
say.
rulers. In 2003-04,
Can't seem to
hundreds
get anywhere
of US
else here
troops
yet.
who had been
Need the
wounded in
lantern,
Iraq
something bad.
were warehoused for months at places like Fort Stewart, Georgia, in hot, dirty, overcrowded cement barracks, waiting for medical treatment. They had to hobble across the sand to use the bathroom.
I was hoping
and had to
Silver
pay
would have
for
been
their
here for
toilet
this
paper.
one.
And only after protests from the U.S. Senate did the White House stop charging wounded soldiers $8 a day for their hospital meals. Many of the badly wounded reported that they were seeing their pay and health benefits severely reduced now that they were no longer fit for active duty. You see, once you're no longer useful to the empire treats you like it treats anyone else, just as garbage. More than
God damn it! Everybody's
200,000
subs are
veterans
running out
of
today.
earlier wars
Every
have
time
had to wait
I look
6
over,
months or longer
they're like
for their
going
first
down.
appointment
God
with the
damn it!
Veterans Administration. Thousands have waited years to get into overcrowded and understaffed VA hospitals to receive disability assistance, often unable to pay their own living expenses in civilian life. It's not surprising that such a large portion of the homeless vets of past wars need help, and some of them are with serious mental and physical disabilities. In February 2002, at the very time he was sending thousands of troops to fight in Afghanistan, George W. Bush proposed tripling the cost of medications to needy veterans. In 2003, his administration announced it was cutting off access to its health care system for approximately 164,000 veterans, and it was slicing out $1.5 billion in military housing and medical facility funding. In his 2004 budget, Bush slashed $2 billion from the VA's already insufficient funds. The Bush administration even ordered officials to stop publicizing health benefits available to veterans. While praising the National Guard and reservists for serving in Iraq, George Bush opposed a proposal to allow them access to the Pentagon's health insurance system. One of the things that the moneybags in the White House and their friends in corporate America like about war is its huge financial cost. The more taxpayers' money spent on war contracts, the more plentiful are the profits. Many supplies and services, including those relating to food and housing, things that were traditionally performed by soldiers, have been handed over to private contractors such as Kellogg, Brown, and Root, a Halliburton subsidiary. The result now is that U.S. troops in Iraq endured months of poor living conditions, awful food, and low-performing equipment. In 2003, a report by the Congressional Budget Office revealed that only about $2.5 billion of the $4 billion expended monthly on the Iraq War could be accounted for by the White House and the Pentagon. President Bush hypocritically heaps praise upon our men and women serving in Iraq. The truth is, he's doing everything he can to undermine them at home. So while we may continue to oppose the Iraq War and any such wars against other countries, we also should show regard for the human beings who are being used and abused in this war by the White House. This is Michael Parenti for Radio Truth.
This commentary was produced by
And
the
that
LA
last
Sound
part's
Posse
kind of
and may be
important.
freely-
Don't you all? Not enough communists maybe talk about that part. That how important it is to understand that, you know, those former soldiers can become revolutionaries. We have many of them. We have a few of them who tune into our channel. Yeah. Number of great comments. Well, so comrades, comrades earlier voted for me to do the pizza tower thing. First, we're going to watch this one thing, though. NATO, destruction of the global south, and CIA infiltration. Another breakthrough news, maybe? And I also have some other things I'm going to show you as well. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you, comrades, remember how we had that challenge before? Where I was like, where we played the terrible game or whatever? What was it, 100,000 labor vouchers, and then you comrades made me play that awful, what is it? Getting over it game. That's what it was last time. So look, where the fuck is, I got so many game I gotta go to the Yeah, Magar, you I guess you missed the trolls. You missed all the fun. We're like in the middle of talking about anti-China propaganda. This person comes in and is like, starts talking about like pro-Israeli shit and links Israeli like state media, their national media. as evidence. What the fuck is going on here? Actually, this will be easier for you comrades if you see it like this, I think. You're just scrolling up the board to see what happened. Yeah, it was so far out of left field. It just came out of nowhere. Okay, so I was saying before we finish our last news article, I like doing little breaks in between, you know? I hope you all appreciate the little breaks in between the news. Can't be too serious too often, right? You like that poster, March? Marxism will break our chains. Okay, so last time we did 100,000 labor vouchers, and you comrades got me to play that terrible game, Getting Over It, right? Oh yeah, pro Israel is more right field. That 100%. I mean, I kind of got a little angry. Like, as you can imagine, I'm against settler colonialism. You know. I was just like, you fucking. As soon as they said, I don't think Israel's committing genocide. That's what they said. I don't think Israel's committing genocide. And I just hit the fucking block button. I was like, yep, see ya, get the fuck out of here. So let's look. There's a couple other painful games I could do now. I was just wondering what we got. For next challenge, it could be. Here we go, wait. Yeah, it was an insta ban, rapid ban. Okay, what's our challenge? Masochist game challenge. Okay, cooking simulator. I gotta own it though, Red. That's the only thing. I'm poor. Don't forget that I'm poor. Must never forget that. I generally do ban any. I mean, I try and help them first, but I have Decolinator. That's from Silver Spook, by the way. Decolinator's hilarious. Or end in a capitalist reality. It's true. See, this one is kind of funny. Drink more glurp. I don't know if I have that one yet. I'd have to see if I can get a hold of it. Yu-Gi-Oh! I know nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh though. Literally nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, you can see the difference between a genuine question and a troll for sure, generally. So that's one option. So we got cooking simulator. There's another one here as well. Just wait, let me find it. I'm making a poll. Gang Beast is hilarious. This is the one we did last time.
Why did I make this?
Now I have a couple other like troll games. Yeah, this one is kind of funny. Human Fall Flat. So that's another option. Oh my god, have you comrades ever seen this? Hyper Demon? Look at this trailer. You drank a single drop of immortal blood. Look at the way this game looks. This is ridiculous. I'll add this one. Can you even discern what is happening on that screen? Tell me if you can make out what's actually happening. It's a shooter. Nope, nope, it's actually a first person shooter. It is so bizarre. It is so bizarre. It has like the widest field of view I've ever seen, and the red flashes are actually enemies behind you. It's so strange. You'd have to see it sometime. It does look cool. I'll add that one. It's super hard, and it's like score based. I'll add I am bread. The Hyper Demon is really fucking weird. Really bizarre, really. I'll show it to you. We got one more news story to get to, and then we're just gonna hang out and do fucking video games. And of course, I encourage you comrades, as always, when I am just hanging out playing video games, come in and get me ranting about communism too. Haley, I feel like bread right now. I also feel like bread. Oh my, I am bread is a good choice, I think, though. So last time, if you don't know, Haley, since you're new here, actually, you probably wouldn't know. On this channel, we did a challenge last time where I had to play Getting Over It if the community contributed 100,000 labor vouchers to the challenge by the end of a month. And they did. And I had to play it. It was painful. So now we're choosing the next painful game people want me to play. Purple is funny. I do actually really love Kerbal. Oh yeah, I did tell you about Jalopy, this one. It's about going from Eastern Europe, like taking a tour from East Germany. It's just after the overthrow of USSR, basically. And you drive from East Germany to the border of Russia or something and back. In this in this little junker car right here. Keep popping on the wrong end of this. And as you're driving along, like, this one is a little bit more basic. Like, you see, there's the car parts right there. You got your carburetor, you got your engine block, and then you got, I think, electrics as well. And you can upgrade from those various parts, and then there's also different tires. And as you're going, the streets are randomly generated. It's very strange. You added My Summer Car, the one that I was playing yesterday. I love My Summer Car so much. This was one of the cars that this was one of the games I offered you comrades to make me play today, but you chose Pizza Tower first. So let's see, is there any other painful games here? Oh my god. Okay, I think we found the last contender. Okay, here you go. This is it. Cast your votes now. So this is the next challenge. If by the end of the month you comrades contribute 100,000 labor vouchers, do you want the painful game to be Cooking Simulator, Drink More Glurp, that weird alien game that's like goofy with a controller, Hyper Demon, that weird visual one I showed you, I Am Bread, or Legend of Zelda fucking Faces of Evil or Wanda Gamelon Remastered? Vote now. It would practically be impossible. I've smoked a whole fucking filter before. I don't smoke anymore, but when I used to smoke, I've like smoked a whole filter, just suck that whole shit right back. Oh yeah, I've done it. Wanda Gamelon is Faces of Evil. Faces of Evil is Wanda Gamelon. So if you want to see the Zelda one, see it's the Faces of Evil and Zelda the Wanda Gamelon remastered. So if you want that one, that's the last one. And then I Am Bread, of course, is the one where you're the loaf of bread. You smoked filters before both ways. There's also this one too, Haley. This is if you like the driving style games like that. This one's just so goofy. There's all kinds of cars you could find too. You quit smoking 4 years and 17 days ago? Comrade! I'm 2 years now. 2 years non-smoker. And then there's another one I want to show you too, Haley. That's driving like that. This is the one. So this one's sort of like that one that I was playing the other day. It's like My Summer Car, but this one takes place in French Canada, in Quebec. And you're like, this is how you save. Look at how you save. You play. Anyone recognize it? Still trying to quit? It's a battle, Haley. Don't worry. I know how fucking hard it is. It took me many attempts. Look, you're making maple syrup in the game. Maple syrup. Making maple syrup. What I like about this game is instead of smoking cigarettes, you just smoke joints. I'm down with that. And look, spray painting the cars. There's a bunch of different wrecks you can get. Watch a Yunmi park every time you smoke. Yeah, you'll soon quit. Yeah, look, you were growing it there. You can have your little weed farm. We'll play this game on stream soon. It's so cheesy, but so good. I love this one. Look, there you go. And what's great is when if you're in the car smoking after your joint in the car with the windows up, it actually like hotboxes the car and shit. Fucking love this game. Definitely highly recommended. Oh my god, it looks like Faces of Evil. You comrades really want me to suffer in Wanda Gamelon. Are you serious? Highly recommend. You voted for bread? Well, thank you. Everyone else is voting to punish me with Wand of Gamelon and for Faces of Evil. I'm not promising both games. We'll see how painful one is, for fuck's sakes. It is a funny game. Oh, it'll be funny. You know that. I like to, as I always say, I like to make it seem more painful than it is. I play masochistic games for fun, if we're being honest with ourselves. Just hurt me. It's something, I know, there's probably something wrong, but I just like it. I just like being hurt, damn it. Alright. Wanda Gamelon. Wanda Gamelon it is, or whatever the fuck. Faces of Evil. Good God. Bomb with the. Killed by the Juche. Alright. We got one more news to get to, and then Pizza Tower. Okay? Okay. The last news of the day. And then we're just gonna be... Oh, I got blocked by Yutmy Park years ago, my friend. Years and years ago, I got blocked by Yutmy Park. Kidding me? I mean, I'm not that huge or anything. Like, I don't have that much of a following. Of course, definitely not here on whatever the fuck this platform's called, Twitch. For some reason, I have the hardest time thinking of the name of it. I don't have much of a following here, but like, oh my god. I bet that's what you wanted to see. I don't have much of a following here, but like on my YouTube, I do have like 5,000.99 subscribers. That's something. You know, she's seen me before. I've argued with her before. Plus, she was supposed to send me and other people to DPRK and never did. Alright, we're gonna check out this History of NATO and Destruction of the Global South. Oh yeah, gotta make sure I have a link for you, comrades. I gotta do my duty.
One of the things that also NATO did, and it never acknowledged,
last news clip of the day.
Place, they say, well, there
unless
was a
you
strategic military
comrades have
purpose for bombing that
suggestions, you
space.
dump into
They
chat.
bombed also the pipes that were on the coast of Libya that delivered
You can
water.
afford lots of things nowadays, Sam.
Hello everyone, I'm Rania Kalik and this is Dispatches. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, NATO's proponents have been trying to rebrand the organization as a military alliance for spreading freedom, democracy, and human rights. But this is a nearly impossible task given NATO's trail of destruction across the Third World, such as Libya and Afghanistan, to name just a few. But military intervention is just one tool of this hybrid warfare. There's supplemental public diplomacy initiatives, otherwise understood as propaganda, with institutions like USAID and the National Endowment for Democracy and even the CIA infiltrating third world education systems to groom young minds for future regime change schemes. Joining me to discuss the brutal history of NATO intervention and CIA infiltration of education is Aissam El-Korigli, a Libyan PhD student at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. He researches the impact of contemporary imperialism on education with a particular focus on Libya. But before we jump into it, this is just the first half of this episode. The second half is available for Breakthrough News members only. You can become a member at patreon.com/breakthrough news.
I get it. And
as always, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the
Something
bell
about it
so you
always
get a
gets me the
notification
wrong
whenever
way.
we post new content. And if you appreciate this show, you can also donate below on YouTube.
I don't know what it is. Like, I get it. I get why leftist orgs do that, right? Like, it makes sense, I guess, but to a degree, like, I don't know. I guess maybe just because Iskra for us is maybe just where it's a more of a passion project, but I just couldn't imagine, like, I couldn't imagine at Iskra Books, for example. Here. I couldn't imagine just, like, having one of our works. You open the PDF of it, right? And you read through it. And you get, like, halfway through the work, and then it goes, oh, sorry, if you want the rest of this work, you're actually going to have to pay this amount of money to be a subscriber or something like that. I get it, but if just for me personally, I could never do that. It's one thing that I never liked about, or one reason why I never did, like, thought about setting up Patreon, I guess, in the past, was because my understanding has always been you're supposed to offer content that's, like, exclusive to Patreon when you have that or something, but I never want to make content that's just exclusive to certain people, right? Like, that want to make sure that what we're listening to and what we're reading is available to everybody who wants to listen to it.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
That's one reason why I'm so proud of working with.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. And you are coming to me from Libya. That's where you are right now. So
I get it.
That's, I think, the best topic to start on as we kind of go through this sort of overview of NATO intervention in the third world. I mean, I think the most relevant country to talk about is Libya, which gets left out of so many conversations, especially now as NATO is kind of like being rebranded as this, you know, apparently human rights organization that's going to save the world from evil Russia. So why don't we start where you are right now, Libya? I mean, obviously back in 2011, there was an uprising in Libya, very quickly hijacked. Before we knew it, there was a NATO bombing of Libya that has had repercussions that continue to take place today.
That was one thing
in a very disastrous.
When I was working with Clara on Communist Current, like that was one thing that always felt weird to me, was like he had me make a video that was talking about communism and fatherhood, and she just like walled that off just for Patreons for like a good month or more, and it always felt weird to me. It's like I want to talk about fatherhood, I wanted to talk about communism related into parenthood, you know, for everybody to listen to, not just people who pay Communist Current however much fucking money, which I was never like, even though it's like, you know, I could really use like lights and shit like this, she never ever would fucking send me any of that, even though using my video for
way. So why don't you do this?
Why I started
Walk
my
us
own
through
Juche channel
the
eventually.
intervention in Libya, maybe starting with the events leading up to that intervention.
Okay, sounds good. So first, one has to acknowledge that there was a general discontent with the economic situation, the political situation in the country, and a lot of the Libyan intellectuals wrote about it in 2006, 7, and 8, and 9, that they're warning that there's a disconnect between the trajectory where the country is going with its Pan-African vision, and also the national zeitgeist, if one could call it. And this kind of was enlightened by after seeing the events that are happening in Egypt and in Tunisia with the uprisings in those countries.
All right.
There was
So
a general
uprising is just set up a Patreon.
City, especially in eastern Libya.
Don't offer anything, just be like Patreon.
Part of the
and
country
if you like
where
it,
historically
go to my
has been
Patreon. Is that what you're saying
antagonistic
people do
against
now?
the regime. But the way that, unfortunately, a lot of people document these events in the region, especially in 2011, is that they look at protesters contesting authoritarian regime, and then they say, "Okay, look at the oppression. We need to stand against stand against these authoritarian regimes and for the will of the people." And then, assuming that it's just what happened in
something
Tahrir
like
Square
that,
is
I
happening
would
in
be all
Egypt,
right with
is
something
happening
like
in Libya,
that,
is
if
happening
it's
in
just
Tunisia,
like-
it's happening all across. So there's this
It's just a matter of
Egyptocentrism
if you
in the
want to,
narrative. But in Libya,
you can go
there
there
were
and do that.
protesters, but they attacked the military barracks from day one. So as opposed to going to the Kish Square in Benghazi or the Green Square, which now become
My viewers
Maidan
are still
Shuhada,
pretty
the
low, I
Martyrs
think,
Square in
in general
Tripoli,
right now.
they were
Definitely
attacking
something
police
that will-
stations and ransacking military equipment. And so it got militarized from day one. And so even this is from the 15th of February. And then on the 20th of February, you had 3 or 4 eastern cities in Libya that were quote unquote liberated from the
Yeah, it could be
regime.
just
So they were
something like
under the
a
control of
chat
the
room
rebels.
or
So
something,
that
I
tells you
guess.
that the rebels were armed from the beginning.
That's
And
possible.
when one historicizes those events, they notice that also you had militants who previously served in prison, who were part of the Libyan Islamic
Same. I
Fighting
used to
Group,
be on the
are
other end of
aligning
the
with the
support,
protesters,
but
and they're the ones who
obviously
also
not in this
committed
platform,
the first
but-
terrorist attack in Libya during the uprisings.
Permanent
where they went and bombed
disability.
the military barrack in eastern Libya. So
shit
now
up
it's a
big time.
military conflict from like week one. In Western Libya, it's a little bit
fucking
different. There was
rough ever
more just peaceful protesters. But then because of their alignments with the Eastern militant ones, there was mass repression. Now, here is the issue, is that when you have military, that is Libyan military that has trained for many, many, many years, and then rebels who had very little training fighting against an organized military, obviously the upper hand is going to come to the regime. And now that's kind of when they started to attack westwards from Eastern Libya to Sirte. Even on the 2nd of March, before NATO's intervention, by 2 weeks or so, the regime went out and said, listen, we're going to give you 6 months. you can do whatever you want in eastern Libya. We're not going to put a blockade on you. We're not going to do anything. And then, but then Sirte is the red line.
Never heard of that one.
If you try to come close to us, we're going to have to attack you. Now, comes in on the 17th of March, comes the order that the Libyan military is going to attack eastern Libya. But note that this attack is not only on the coast, it also came to close the border from Egypt's side. Because they have intelligence, and this is based on documents that I've looked at, is that they had the reports that there were Qataris, there were French intelligence in eastern Libya before even NATO's mandate. And when you look at the airstrikes that NATO did on the 19th of March when they intervened, they said that we did it on the coastal side, but also on the south side that is close to the Egyptian border. So this kind of paints that the rushed intervention in Libya against claims of genocide, which it wasn't genocide, it was casualties from both sides, 5 from here, 10 from there. I'm not trying to trivialize it to minimize the impact of the human lives lost, but just one has to be cognizant of how that term is strategically used in these contexts. And so that legitimized, in a way, this intervention that the regime is going to go and attack eastern Libya and cleanse the population, quote unquote. And then there's also, if I may add just very quickly, there's the racial component of it. And you probably, and now is the lingering impact, you probably saw it on the Tunisia-Libya border and also the migrant crises that are happening in the Mediterranean because of how black Africans, I use that term intentionally because I'm also African, Africans look different.
Again, I went from
the way that they're treated as they migrate. And so
manual labor, making good money now,
is hiring mercenaries from day one to kill Libyan protesters. So it became like African mercenaries, meaning black Africans, fighting and killing rebels or people who look like me. So it became like Europe is coming to save Libyans from black Africans. And that really had a political and economic impact after 2011 because Libya became less and less invested in Africa, more and more in Europe. So even Pan-Africanism now as a concept, it's like very dead in Libya's, a general political space and political conversation. So that's kind of broadly what happened in 2011.
Yeah, I mean, that anti-blackness element is so important because you had that lie being spread all across Western media. It went even deeper than just black African mercenaries being used, in Libya. There was also lies being spread about Gaddafi's giving them Viagra to rape Libyans. I mean, it was just completely racist lies being told that were eaten up so quickly. And of course, there was never any correction done having to deal with that. And then there was also, of course, like the people that they were aligning with. And I know that you had sent this photo to me. Why don't you tell us what's happening in this photo here?
So in this picture, we have John McCain and Graham on the right, and he's receiving an award from Abdel Hakim bin Haj. They're both receiving an award from Abdel Hakim bin Haj. Now, Abdel Hakim bin Haj, I can just summarize the Libyan Islamic fighting group's history in one sentence from a book called The Global NATO and Catastrophic Failure in Libya. And it said what the Libyan Islamic fighting group were not able to do in the 90s, they were able to do in 2011 thanks to the help of NATO. And so their history is that Abdel Hakim bin Haj went and trained in Afghanistan with the Mujahideen there, with the help and training of both MI6 and the CIA. And then in 2006 or 7, after the agreement between Libya and the United States and Britain to try to get all the quote-unquote terrorists together, he was deported. His plane was down from Malaysia, and then he was extradited to the UK and then to Libya. So he spent some years in prison. And then he also signed an agreement in 2009 to denounce violence against the Libyan state. So now he became a Libyan citizen with full rights, and he denounced violence. So the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, they even published this 500-page book about how violence should be constructed never against the Libyan state, because the Libyan state is not, quote unquote, infidel state or, communist or whatever. But then in 2011, this guy gets flown in, gets supported, and he's in charge of one of the rebel groups that came and quote unquote liberated Tripoli. And there's also a France 24. I don't really watch it, but there's a report on how it's surprising to see NATO supporting this particular figure, who is is fundamentalist in that sense. But then obviously the United States never have a fixed policy towards somebody. They're very chameleon-like. They always change. Sometimes somebody is an enemy. The next day is a friend, sometimes friend or foe. And this is an example of one of them, where you see after the regime change in Libya receiving this award from a known terrorist, essentially.
Yeah, it's really stunning, but again, it's a part of like an ongoing pattern, and we're gonna get a bit into that pattern. But before we do,
U.S. loves,
I'm curious because I think it's really important to emphasize this, especially at a time when you have NATO being built up, you have more countries joining NATO, you also have NATO being kind of, in a sense, refashioned to be like an anti-China alliance in addition to what it already is, which is this anti-Russia alliance. And it really is, like I mentioned earlier, being rebranded as this like organization that's out to like spread human rights and save the free world, if you will. So but of course we never talk about what happened after the NATO intervention in Libya. So what did happen?
NATO was never defascistized.
After the NATO intervention in Libya, did Libya see freedom and democracy like reign supreme? And what are the lingering impacts of that intervention 12 years later? I mean, you're in Libya right now.
Yeah, so I'll start with the normative sense of democracy, where people equated with voting. In
the real story with the quote-unquote kidnapping thing about Pulgasari. If I forget after this discussion is done, remind me, Juche Gang 420, and I'll tell you what I know, as much as I know about it. Anyway.
Voting for this traditional way where you dip your finger in ink and then you can walk around. Oh my God, I voted! But those elections, they sidelined roughly 80-90% of the people who had.
Somebody please redeem 420 labor vouchers.
That isolated anybody who had alliance or allegiance or affiliation with the former regime. So meaning that anybody who could be, let's document that Libya was great socialist people of Libyan Arab Jamahiri, and there's an emphasis on the socialist. And so anybody with socialist ideals, with ideals that are essentially, let's be critical of the West, be critical of imperialism, be cognizant of our role as a third world country. All of these voices were sidelined. So how could we choose between people who are pro-West or pro-West? So you had like the Muslim Brotherhood or you had the liberals. And that was essentially what the fight was about. So it was like either you have Muslims running the country in a neoliberal fashion or liberals running the country in a neoliberal fashion, and both are pro-West. And what ended up happening, almost like 40-60 split between those two. But in 2014, we had another elections that also had a lot of exclusion. And then the country still, they didn't recognize the results, and then fighting between Muslim Brotherhood militias and the liberal ones took place, which really causes a rift between Eastern and Western Libya because of the results of these. Now, on an economic level, anything that is related to Africa, in the sense of, because Libya's economy was, when one looks at the documents from the Central Bank of Libya, they would notice that 52% or so was expenditure on consumer goods.
I don't know if I have one pre-made on that. Ooh, testing me. See what I got. I don't think I have one from Ho Chi Minh on that specifically. I still need to make more. I've been slacking on making them. I do have one from Ho Chi Minh. So, Comrade G-Docs here just redeemed a commie quote. If you don't know, whenever you redeem a commie quote, I pull from my library. Either a random quote, or I can try and fill your request the best I can. I don't have one on egalitarianism, but I have one on French workers look upon the native as an inferior and negligible human being, incapable of understanding, and still less of taking action. The natives regard all the French as wicked exploiters. Imperialism and capitalism do not fail to take advantage of this mutual suspicion and this artificial racial hierarchy to frustrate propaganda, divide forces which ought to unite. You, Frenchie. Red Falcon came back just in time to say, you, Frenchie. Red Falcon, service is noted and thanked. Today must be a day when everybody was...
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work,
Yeah.
and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Look, today's one of the days when... Today's that day everybody's subs are fucking running out. Plants Fanon no longer has his fucking cat, and he was in here earlier with the cat. Fuck you, Bezos! Fuck you!
Goods and services, and then 48% was on development. And that part of GDP was being most
Goddamn
of it
Bezos.
spent on development
Taking your
in
cat away?
Libyan
What the
African
fuck?
portfolios. Libyan African kind of development models that were happening in Uganda, in Kenya, Tanzania, in South Africa, you name it, in numerous countries.
Fucking
And
Bezos.
now, two things happened.
I'm
Is
gonna
that
beat
you
him
had a
up. Hold
national disinterest from Libya because of the new leadership. And second, you had imperialism. That is the role of sanctions. The fact that Libya has $200 billion being frozen, 34 of which are in the United States. And they're being used by the United States as interest-free loans. And then you had roughly 70 billion frozen in Switzerland, and they take
pipe
interest
is a
rate
bit
as
old.
if they're not frozen.
And it
so
needs to
there's a
have
whole
some
drainage
new
happening
leather
to
wrapped
the
on
Libyan
it.
economy, and obviously Libyans themselves are experiencing that, and it's being
They won't
hard felt
accept
with
your card or PayPal.
skyrocketing inflation,
Motherfuckers.
power cuts.
Bezos
And
won't
one
even
of the
take your
things that
money.
also NATO did, and
That's
it's never
ridiculous.
acknowledged, obviously when NATO bombs any place, they say, well, there was a strategic military purpose for bombing that space. They bombed also the pipes that were on the coast of Libya that delivered water. Libya had this, still continues to have the Great Man-Made River, and it's a river that drags water from the aquifers in the middle of the desert,
This is
and
an
then
old one.
it transports it to the coastal areas. It was bombed in 2011, and so all of these projects require a lot of electricity. And so when you have power cuts and so forth, people don't get access to water. And so a lot of the infrastructural issues in Libya have stagnated since 2011, essentially. And right now we have this continuous policy by the United Nations, which is spearheaded largely by the United States and UK, and that is to make Libya continuously to be under the mandate of the United Nations, meaning that if Libya, let's say, did a revolution or somehow, and they were in charge of their own economy and so forth, it would not be recognized by the United Nations. Because we're under Chapter 7 of the United Nations, meaning that we have no authority over our own destiny. The destiny comes from UN. And that's why the United Nations always, when they speak about Libya, they recognize the Libyan government of Abdelhamid al-Deiba or Faiz al-Sarraj and so forth. And these two names are the former and current prime ministers, respectively. So there's a loss of agency for Libya to act in geopolitical manners since 2011, essentially.
You like that pipe,
Wow,
Can
that's
Akami?
incredibly important, that what you just highlighted in terms of Libya.
that's an old
Libya
one. That's
essentially
been,
will never be able to, according to this UN mandate, have
been
its own
around for a
sovereignty.
while.
Is what that means. And that is, of course, going along with, like, you know, in
need
the
to
sort of
rewrap
like
the letter
similar
now.
format, like the NATO intervention collapsed the Libyan state, has left it in the situation where it's like a bunch of different like warring factions trying to
Wait.
maintain control of the country. In this process, I mean, I think one of the most popularized concepts of the aftermath of the NATO intervention was the idea that there was people being sold in open air slave markets at one point. I'm not sure if that's still happening.
Oh my
but Libya's
God.
also become this place that
Falcon,
the EU
what are you
has
sending in my goddamn chat here? God damn it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Yeah. Yeah, oh. One struggle, many forms, one class. No, actually, no. If you're a Marxist, you do not believe in one class, you motherfucker. Out of many, one. Who's animated, me or Eddie? You just call me animated? I'm animated now. You can. This guy just called me animated. Why can I criticize people like Eddie, Haas, and Maupin? Because I organize in the Midwest and I do it far ever than they could ever dream while reaching conservatives and turning them Marxists instead of turning Marxists into third positionists. There you go, beatbox break. Calm myself down. Yeah, this is what this whole uniting with that is. Experimental dub music? I don't know, it's just this thing. It's just this device. It's got a little tiny speaker right here. Not really a MIDI keyboard. It's a Korg Volca Beats, you see. It's like a little drum machine, basically. Has a number of the pre-recorded sounds here, and you can adjust each one of them. And then you can adjust pitch, decay, and then like depending on what it is, the kick, you can change the clickiness. The snare, you can change the snappiness, the tom, the high pitch, the hat, the closed or open delay. And then the tempo's right there, and you can change the level of each part as well as the overall volume of the whole unit. And then it can like save. You can do like a little step mode too, right? So like if you go into step mode, you press play. Then right now we're in kick, so you can start. So if you add stuff, so then if you step mode there. See, so now if you add stuff. There you go. Now it's down to nothing again. There's a bunch of different ones too. There's like a Korg Volca keys that's
Communism
like this
is
sort of
based-
thing, but it has more like keyboard sounds to it. You have a couple other percussion ones as well. But like it's meant to be used with a synthesizer. Years and years ago, back when I was actually working and not on disability, I used to have like a fucking synthesizer that I would use with that thing.
Like
That's all I
outsourced
got left
its
now.
sort of border patrol policies to Libya. So that's one of the ways I think Libya gets aid, if I'm not mistaken, is by becoming this kind of like country that has to then police migrants from making their way to the EU, which it's like, that's like one of the only, you know, sort of economic things coming into Libya. It's very upsetting. And it's also just, where did all these people go who were going on in 2011 and 2012 about how we need to restore, we need to bring democracy and freedom to Libya. Those voices completely disappeared after the West got what it wanted. And like, it didn't matter what happened afterwards.
Libya is not only being blackmailed, it's being stolen
because
from.
what happens in
happened
Libya
here,
still
okay?
matters. I mean, it's a country that still exists. People are still living there. But also, you know, NATO is intervening, or, you know, sort of like underhandedly intervening in Ukraine right now. And I wanted to show this other photo that you had sent, which is, you know, can you describe what's taking place here? Because this speaks to the pattern that you were talking about in terms of what took place in Libya, in terms of who NATO aligned with.
So I'll start with a kind of a tangent. While I was graduating from St. Olaf College in Minnesota, the person on the left, Amy Klaubacher, she came and gave a talk during my graduation, and so everybody was clapping and shouting. But at that time, I wasn't cognizant of her doings in Ukraine because I didn't follow the situation closely at that point. But you have the same two people, or three essentially. You have Nancy Graham, Amy, and John McCain, who have orchestrated the regime change in Libya. And the regime change in Libya, obviously, it's a way to make Libya kind of an unstable enough country that has internal conflicts, but is run by pro-West people who continue to produce the necessary goods that the West needs. So there's this quote.
The stream's just right off the rails, isn't it? We have no hope of ever keeping the stream. And what the fuck is this?
home, but it's like whatever the U.S. intervenes and destroys a country, for some reason, always the oil continues to be exported. So oil in Libya is still being exported, still being delivered to Europe. And even when the onset of the war in Ukraine started in 2022, there was all these sanctions imposed on Russia. There was a question of
I do love that flute melody too, yeah.
And we had some internal conflicts in Libya that we stopped exporting oil just right before the war started in Ukraine. And then once the war started, we had foreign pressure to continue to export oil to bring down the prices. And so Libya plays a role in the sense that it is obedient to the West's demands. But it's the exact same recipe that happened to Ukraine in 2014, it happened to Libya, is that you try to remove a country that is sovereign and people choosing their own faith, that is based on popular demands, to a country that is pro-West, shattered, nationalist, and that is, and obviously aligns with World Bank and IMF policies, because we know what happened in Ukraine is the same thing that happened in so many other countries, that they were aligning with taking loans from Russia as opposed to the IMF, and then the ousting, the documents for the National Endowment Democracy and Victoria Nuland and so many others. They're saying right now Ukraine is in the orbit of the United States, and so the recipe for regime change and so forth is being applied continuously by the United States, and Libya and Ukraine are not any different from what happened in 2011-14, and these two faces, or three at least, resemble that.
Very well said. And that brings us back to an issue that, you know, you had already started discussing, or you had referenced, and that's the issue of Afghanistan. Again, speaking to this pattern of who the U.S. in particular ends up aligning with, why don't you give us a bit of an overview of how that relates to Afghanistan? And by the way, another country where NATO played a huge role in intervening. Of course, that intervention from the US goes back even further. But please, Afghanistan.
I'll start with a quote from John Pilger, where he has access to documents that I don't have access to, but he said at some point that there was a US leak in Kabul from the embassy, and where it said that the demise of the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan is the intentional goal, and this is me paraphrasing, and the intentional goal of the United States, regardless of any social and economic, negative social economic impact it has on the Afghan people. So there was the intention of regime change in Afghanistan before even the funding and the support of the Mujahideen. So you had a country that was run by the PDPA, People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, where they had social and economic equal rights, between men and women. You had the literacy rate, very little. Social welfare policies were amazing. So it was a country that is commendable. And some tangential history, Libya supported also the PDPA. But a lot of people say, oh my God, that they're communist. They actually were not necessarily, they had socialist tendencies, but they never aligned with the Soviet Union. Otherwise, they would have joined, right? But essentially, what they did is that you had a country that was successful, that is creating its own development model, and almost in a sense, again, non-alignment. But then
they always do that, though, don't they? That shows you how powerful fucking U.S. propaganda and shit is. And the DPRK talks about that as well, about how you call yourself a communist, and the first thing everybody assumes or says is, oh, well, they didn't have ties to USSR, or they weren't linked to Russia, or whatever. And it's like, it's exactly what Kim Il-sung was talking about when he was first trying to teach people about communism. Everybody took them as stooges of the USSR, right?
And want that. And so they funded these mujahideen and trained them and armed them for many, many years to weaken the Soviet Union. And I would like to eventually to ask you to present a picture that maybe later on, is that one of the battle of ideas that the United States fights is not just media, but it's also education. And this is kind of largely my research. And a lot of people become very glad when they see aid coming from the US aid, or they have NGOs being funded by the US aid. But the US aid, one of its leaders back in the 60s, they asked him, why do you do so much aid? And then they said that this aid that we give to people is a way to dissuade countries to become communist. But now we go to the 1980s. The US aid gave roughly $50 million to the University of Nebraska to write textbooks. And these textbooks are for the Mujahideen. So these textbooks are to be used by the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, the Taliban essentially. And so when there was an article by Mike Davis called A for Allah and J for Jihad, and I'll be using some of the quotes, is that you open the textbooks that teaches alphabet, and their alphabet is Pashto, is similar to Arabic, so I was able to understand some of them. It says obviously A, Alif, the first letter is Allah, or means God, and then B is T is tufang, so it means a rifle, and so even though, and then Jim is for jihad. So a lot of the words that are introduced in the curriculum are very militant in the Islamic fundamentalist sense. Now, the second grade book, when students start to read and write, or at least somewhat literate, one of the books reads the story of a young schoolboy walking back from school, and then he got home, and then his mom asked him, did you notice anything coming back from school? And then he said, yes, I saw a dead Russian soldier, and then I cut his head off. And then she said, why didn't you cut his limbs off, meaning arms and legs? And then the boy said, they were already cut off. This is a second grade textbook in Afghanistan and being produced by the United States Agency for International Development. And now if you go to third grade, they're teaching you in mathematics. So all of these,
can I please get the William Dafoe memes in chat now, please? Thank you.
Trying to build this hatred for Russians and normalize
William Dafoe or Doomerface, take your pick, either one, please.
This third
Spam
grade
the fucking chat with them.
Says that if
Surprised people weren't on that already.
Fighting 50 Russian soldiers, and he kills 23. How many Russians fled? So to show the weakness of the Russian soldiers. Now, if you go to fourth grade and teach them multiplication and dividing and so forth, it says the distance between a mujahid and a Russian soldier is 3,200 meters. And if a bullet of a rifle, Kalashnikov, AK-47, flies at the speed of 800 meters per hour, how many seconds does it take for it to kill the Russian in the forehead? And so these books, and so now...
That's one way to learn arithmetic.
Exactly. And you can reproduce these textbooks for any country that despises Russia. Right now, you can give it to all NATO countries and they would glorify those textbooks. And so, but then that's kind of the United States. It fames itself that it promotes peace and, nonviolence and dialogue and democracy and freedom. And it still does the same thing. Now, did this thing stop only in the 80s, maybe during Cold War or something like that? No. I can speak, I didn't give you any pictures, but since 2014, the National Endowment of Democracy have been funding the revision of Ukrainian textbooks, such that they start to glorify the history of the nationalist Stepan Bandera, and they use this term that we need to remove the Homo Sovieticus of Ukraine.
There's a restaurant in Canada that fucking hangs his picture.
Remove any traces of that of the curriculum.
A Ukrainian restaurant.
Create a more nationalist, isolated Ukraine, or at least aligned with the West. And there are endless examples of this. But then the question then comes, how come that the United States, intellectuals, they don't speak about these things? They don't say, listen, how come it's contradictory to our values that we are promoting Islamist education, or because it contradicts the, U.S. government funding a religion, because there's a whole separation of the state and the church. The United States, there's this quote in 2002, after people realized that the funding for the Mujahideen has taken place. They said that these books that we produced by the US aid, which is taxpayer money, unfortunately I'm not even a citizen, I pay taxes in the United States, and this is the boomerang effect, is that these books, they don't say they were produced by the United States. And that's the only loophole. But I'm like, you still are funding and producing the ideology of terrorism in of itself. And I'll conclude with the last thing about US aid, unless if you want to return to it later, but even in Iraq in 2003, after the bombing and the regime change and everything, the US aid comes in with millions of, tens of millions of dollars to rebuild the schools. And they obviously, when they want to rebuild something, they outsource it to American companies. They don't allow national companies of Iraq to actually get the money and rebuild. And so there's a whole kind of outsourcing that happens. And then the schools, textbooks, they, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, they were obviously Ba'athist nationalists. They despise the United States. They despise vassal states in the region, namely Kuwait, because of the history between the two, but it's also any country that had foreign military bases. So it was very nationalist curriculum. And it glorified Saddam Hussein in that sense and his party. But then US aid collaborates with UNESCO, which is supposed to be a political United Nations agency. And they start writing new forms of textbooks that erased anything that had to do with third world nationalism. Erased anything that had to do with Iraq's role in offsetting, Western imperialist influences in the region. And so you had Iraqis not knowing right now what is the history of their country, why is their country destroyed. And the exact same recipe has happened in Libya. In Libya since 2011, they removed anything from the curriculum starting from 1969. So we don't know our history. Students are not being taught what has happened in the last 60 years of Libya. And so it's again, the same recipe being used after destruction of a country.
That's really alarming, because we can't take for granted the importance of history. I'm talking to you from Lebanon, right? Like, Lebanon doesn't have any sort of national understanding or sort of like a unified understanding of the civil war in this country, for example. So everyone just kind of gets it from their family. It's not even like looked at. And then the dominant narratives that spread in the mainstream are, of course, narratives that'll benefit the West, that'll benefit the US, benefit Israel, this sort of thing. So it's like the way that history is understood is so important. I mean, we have that issue in the US, like where it becomes contentious in certain states about the way people understand the Civil War and whether it was really about slavery or not and this sort of thing. So that absolutely applies to these third world countries. And I didn't know that the US played a role in textbooks in Iraq post-invasion, and it perfectly makes sense to want to make sure that Iraqis forget about their history and third world nationalism. That I know you also wanted to comment about Nicaragua, because you had mentioned to me when we were talking about what we wanted to discuss in this episode, that there was a role played in the education in Nicaragua following this legislative coup against the Sandinistas. Can you give us a bit of an overview of that as well?
Yes, so this will be tied to Libya, actually. So when Nicaragua, Sandinista movement, Ortega, we can have an analysis of his policies maybe on a different point, but one of the things that I try when looking at US interventions on education spaces is that how they impact third world nationalism. And so I've looked at how once Ortega took power, the Sandinista movement.
Reminds me, a couple of years ago, my niece got a similar question about slaves, that they fight each other and you have to separate them in a certain way. I'm not making this shit up. What?
They had the revolution.
Disbelieve it.
By Libya. So that's actually one of the things.
I'm from a settler colony, but
at the time is that they obviously nationalized the education system, made it very central, but it's also allowed on popular education. And so they allowed new forms of textbooks being produced by the state that give agency to local organizations, to peasants, to different,
again, revolutionary violence is dishonestly cast.
Necessarily centralized in that sense. But given that this structure exists and the revolutionary values of the regime were able to transcend from macro to micro, the National Endowment of Democracy, they funded the opposition, which I forgot what it's called, but the opposition in the 1990s, there's a great book called Promoting Polyarchy by William Robinson, and he details how this kind of legislative coup took place against Ortega. Not that Ortega is bad, but what essentially happened is that once the Democracy funded this opposition, and the opposition took power, which was very pro-US, and allowed the US to do its malign activities in Nicaragua. One of the things that the National Endowment of Democracy did, NED, is that they contracted with the International Foundation Electoral Systems. And so they also changed the structure of democracy in the country to be less, to be more of kind of musical chairs of choosing one person to run the country, with the hope that this person
about Florida
be responsive to people's demands, as opposed to a decentralized form of direct popular democracy. So that's on a democratic level. But then on the education level, they use the exact same structure of centralized revolutionary values to instill regressive, Christian-centric, without, obviously Christianity could be perceived both good or bad in the sense of revolutionary, or theology of liberation, or something as reactionary and regressive and oppressive, and so they instilled that reactionary, oppressive, regressive form of Christianity in the curriculum, and that had an impact on also how the revolutionary zeitgeist in the country was perceived and how it dwindled after a while. Now, and this is what a lot of critical educators, be it Paulo Freire or any of his lineage, people who follow his tradition of critical pedagogy, they warn against centralization of education. And what I mean by it is that when the state controls every single thing, what's to be taught, how it's taught, and how it's assessed, like who writes the exams and everything. And because if the country gets hijacked by regressive reactionary forces, they would instill their values in the centralized system. But now, this is what happened in the 1990s in Nicaragua. Shift 25 years or so later, in 2018, the International Foundation Electoral System, which gets funding from the National Endowment of Democracy,
I don't know if I would say the Backstreet Boys are good, just saying.
There's a whole connection between
That's
those two.
just my own take, though.
And I think maybe I should pause for a bit to clarify that connection, is that you had CIA doing dirty work, and still does, for the past 70 years or so, but then given the backlash that it got from the numerous coups and the assassinations, they started outsourcing it and then outsourcing it to the National Endowment of Democracy. They said instead of doing coups by overt actions and so forth, we need to maybe use soft power. They use that term. And so Ronald Reagan, 1983, established the National Endowment of Democracy, conservative, liberal, and in the sense, obviously...
Backstreet Boys are better than the Beach Boys?
I think it's two different things. They align in so many ways.
Okay.
But essentially what they have done since the 1982 is that they funded the International Foundation Electoral System to start writing civic education textbooks in Libya. So think that Libya in 2011 and before, we were a national
I didn't even know Frank was watching.
Textbooks being produced by Libyans with Libyan ideas and revolutionary
Frank
values.
didn't like your statement,
now,
apparently.
After 2011, we ask help from the Americans because allegedly they have democracy since 1776 and they should teach us a lesson. And so the IFES comes and writes these civic textbooks. And in 2020, when I read them for the first time,
we don't believe in free speech here, comrade.
I funded them.
Down with free
I thought
speech.
it was literally written by Libyans, and I was surprised by the amount of focus on liberalism. And maybe I should pause also to explain what I mean by it. Is the focus on rights, your rights and responsibility. And this very calls it thin form of democratic values. And this idea is that I need, as a citizen, I need to. They have certain lists of things that a good citizen should do. One of the best things to do is to vote. And the least that is you keep a good hygiene. And so there is nothing about
I think it's
protesting, about the regime, about challenging it, about a status quo, what does it mean? So all of the things that we have had before about revolution, about the values of equality and so forth, have been reduced to minimalist acts.
Because that's when I was born, yo.
If you enjoyed this episode and want to hear the rest, you can access it by becoming a Breakthrough News member at...
All right. That's all we get to hear because I'm poor and I can't afford to pay for Breakthrough News, so... But that was informative. Say that was informative, Chad. Opinion on 1994? 1494? What? 1494? What do you mean? Settlers coming over or something? I think they can go to hell. Sort of. Minecraft. Make sense? Okay, so. What's the story behind Pukosari? Right. Well, I mean, the common narrative or whatever is supposedly these film producers get kidnapped or something, they say, when really they went over with a joint agreement, which is actually like recorded somewhere. I can't get into digging it all up right now. But yeah, these Japanese producers like went over with this like joint cultural agreement or whatever. And I think there's like a South Korean producer or something as well. They agreed they were going to help work on this movie. And when they got there and realized that like they weren't going to be like paid these exorbitant amounts and weren't like going to be treated on like another plane than the DPRK actors who were in there or the DPRK writers, they like became really like belligerent and hard to work with. And then all of a sudden when they went back after this joint agreement was done, they started saying they were kidnapped. Is the other side of the story that I've heard from comrades in KFA and stuff. Put it as simply as possible. Yeah, they were like they were like somewhat famous producers and like writers in the fucking. They were like what famous in Japan or Korea or whatever it was, or South Korea. So they were just like thought that they would be getting like this. I don't know what the fuck they thought. They'd be getting them, Hollywood style treatment there or something. That they would be on another level than the other actors there when they weren't. They didn't like that. Yeah, average corporate artist, exactly. So I was going to mention, by the way, the next thing we're going to be reading on this channel is going to be on Tuesday, which is this. And we also have this movie that Comrade Red told us that we should check out. The Vietnam movie, Fall of Saigon. Apparently it's the best action movies, full movie English. Commander Red. So this is Monday. Tuesday, we're going to be reading Giving Priority to Ideological Work is Essential for Accomplishing Socialism. Recently read that Kim Jong-il had some Secret Service people find them himself. What? Oh, yeah. That Kim Jong-il wanted them in general. And you know what? It's really this race that in itself is this totally racist, ridiculous trope, as if DPRK couldn't made that movie without them. These genius fucking filmmakers, just they were the only ones that could understand how to make Pugalsari. You know what I'm saying? I think they could have made it without them. Would be my thinking. Just saying. DPRK already had a films industry. It's so asinine. The more you think about it, the more asinine it gets. It's like when you look at one of those horrifying pictures, just the more you look at it, the more fucking horrible it gets, You're like, ugh. Oh, God. Okay, and then as I was going to say, on Saturday, we're going to be doing Crowd Control Earthbound. Wonder if it shows us what kind of effects we can do. Show us the effects, yo. Maybe it does if I let's bring up the app. I bet if I brought up the app, it would show us. I think the app generally shows you what the different effects you can have is. So this is what I'm going to do Saturday. And possibly Sunday as well. Because as you know, on this stream, we take a break from strict politics and we do a little bit of game streaming. Yeah. Saturday and Sunday, yeah, we do some game streaming. So I think this one should, let's see what effects, I just want to see what effects us comrades could use in this. So there's auto fight mode. Oh, you can cause me to fight enemies like the cute little UFO, the coil snake. You can damage my health directly. You can disable my magic moves. You can downgrade equipment. You can give enemies criticals. Oh, Jesus. You can just game over me. Full party OHKO. Full party damage. Jesus Christ. You can give me money. I'd appreciate it if you gave me money. All of party status ailments. So, lower stat. There's a lot of different effects here. Recover HP. Reset level progression. Oh, Jesus. Reset level progression, and that's only 100 fucking coins. Are you kidding? Take money from me, and then you can make me fight tough guys. Smile and Spheres, you can unequip my party. God, these seem awful low in money. I probably won't be touching much of the cost of this one, because the cost in crowd control coins does not seem like it's much for that. What the fuck? What the fuck? So that's going to be Saturday, Sunday. Monday is movie day, Vietnam movie. And then, what did I say? Tuesday, we're reading Ideological Yeah, the work from Kim Jong-il. All half price at least, stimulate the economy, lead to the manas. $50 though like to reset my level progression? That seems a little harsh, doesn't it? Does that not seem harsh to you? $50. 50 crowd control coins. How many is that? I'll have to look at how many that is an hour. How many crowd control coins are you all sitting on? That's what I really want to know. All right, so yeah, this will be Tuesday, and then I think you know what's going to happen on Thursday. I would say we'll be able to get to so just half price everything and let them decide. I see, yeah. So then Thursday we're going to be starting this one. Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. That will be a long one. Masses are our God. Frank, since we're changing, this would be the third time I've showed it on stream now, but since we're switching gears here, did you see the intro already? The new intro that I showed today? I need to know how new you are into the stream today. Votes can stay open. You have not? Okay. Myself and Red Falcon, we made a new intro for the stream. It's sort of like inspired by the 90ness of my my logo. Check this out. I'll do a full screen this time. You saw a sneak of it in Discord, yeah. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, you're gonna like this, I think. It's, I mean, you probably didn't see the full thing yet, did you? Or did you watch it, like go to the link? Or whatever.
Do you tire of listening to reactionary drivel every time you turn on your television? Do you want to learn about communism in a fun and interactive way instead? Then come down to Leaping Larry's. When you come down to Leaping Larry's, you will be greeted with a salute every time you step in through the door, because we value our comrades. At Leaping Larry's, you will learn how communism and the Juche idea can create a more equitable and just society. You will learn about the importance of collectivism and cooperation. And you will learn how communism can help to create a world without poverty or hunger. Leaping Larry's, your home for communist and video game edutainment.
Do you like that? What do you think? Come on. I need your thoughts and opinions. Ducks have no kulaks, it's true. You like the music? Cool, cool. Gotta change one thing here. Because this should be coming out of the other speakers. There. That's better. The face I made when I did the salute, you like that? or that one. I worked hard on that. I did so many takes, comrades. So many takes to get that face to work. So as you know, when I'm all done the politics part, Well, when we're all done all that news and stuff and the readings or whatever, if I still have time to stream, I'd like to move on to some game streaming, so we're gonna do that now. Comrades, at the beginning of the day, voted for me to play. First up is Pizza Tower. That's what we're gonna play first. I have an extremely big library of games, so we like to play a big variety. I also have, in addition to Pizza Tower here, another game that might interest us that I've been looking at. It was an old Flash game, you know, that was only available online, and then since they got rid of Flash, it was hard to play it for a long time. So, I just looked, I see what you're saying, Juche. This one right here. So this one used to be on the internet. You give such early 2010s internet vibes. That's great. So yeah, Flash is gone, right? Well, you couldn't play this for a long time because of that. I figured it out. I got it to play. And I got normal and normal Nintendo controllers that we can play it with too. So that it gives that, you know, authentic feel. But first, comrades wanted me to play Pizza Tower. Which is, of course, right here. But look. I don't know how many of you comrades were here when I showed off my little system here before. This is my little emulation system. I thought you mentioned you wanted to play Cool World? I could never get anywhere in Cool World. I sucked at Cool World. Like, look at this. So like, you can go to the different... Here's the consoles menu, right? I have consoles, I have handhelds, I have computers, and then, like, arcade as well, of course. And then when you go into the console section, get all the way from Fairchild, I get your Ataris. You love the aesthetics, but you never seen anyone play that? I've played it. I had an ex-girlfriend that used to love it, Frank, but I could never fucking understand what to do in it. Master Blaster? Yeah, definitely, Jess. I fucking love Master Blaster. What? Master Blaster is great. In television, I think someone... I remember someone in my chat before saying they used to play in television back in the day. There is a newer version of it, but it was never remade, I don't think, in modern times yet. But there was like a Genesis version or something of it, right? Can you all hear the music of the game still? Like, can you all still hear this music good? Let me know if anything needs to be adjusted. I don't wear headphones because it... Yeah, sometimes remakes can ruin shit, that's for sure. Yeah, there's... Okay. There's a way... I think it's Genesis or something. Like, look, let's see. I want to say Genesis. Yeah, look, right here. There you go. It's right there. Yeah. Blaster Master 2. One of my favorite things about this program is how you can look at the 3D model of the box like this. like that. Nice feature. No problem. We're just hanging out now. We did politics. I mean, again, anytime I'm gaming, if you comrades want to get me ranting about politics, please. Yeah, apparently. Was it on, was it that, what was it on NES, right? This one, right? That's it. That's it. I got a cool way, by the way, I got a really cool program that lets you play certain NES games in 3D. So like you can actually pan the camera around while you're playing and stuff. It's very interesting. I got all kinds of shit to show you, comrades. Like there's so much. Got 226 games on the disc on the Nintendo Disk System, for fuck's sakes. 226 on the Disk System. Remember the Atari 7800? This thing came out trying to compete with, like, I guess it was trying to compete with NES. Yeah, trying to compete with the NES. Of course, Sam. Glad to have you here. Stop by again, comrade. SMS was a decent system. This right here is my favorite system. God, I always puff on the goddamn USB end. I don't know how many of you comrades managed to see this before. Get the mega CDs. Alright, well, we're gonna do our Pizza Tower. That's what comrades voted for to be first. Get all the way to Wii U. My favorite way to play games, though, is honestly through... I got two lists that I use a lot. I got this list here, which is my nostalgia list, which is literally just every game I've ever played in like some sort of rough order that I might have played them. I'm fucking weird, I'm telling you. I'm weird like this. So it's like, basically in the order I would have played them, because first I owned the normal Nintendo. I call it normal Nintendo, NES, whatever. And then after the NES, I went on to the Super Nintendo, etc. Is Yankee Hunter? I have no idea. I could not tell you. Yeah, after that I owned the Super... So many good games on Super, like... Fucking Aladdin even was good. Terrible racist-based movie, but the game is not bad. Mega Man X. Definitely gotta play Mega Man X. Yeah, this is what we'll be playing on Saturday, is this right here. Oh shit. No, Saturday! We're gonna play this on Saturday. And Sunday, probably. Only you comrades will be able to affect the gameplay. Save up those labor vouchers, or feeling generous, you can give me the... And do you remember this? Look, you know what's really cool about... I don't know how many comrades here are familiar with this one. Look at this. The fucking manual. Do you remember this? I used to rent this, and the rental shop near me always still had this fucking guide. This was like the manual that they gave us back then with this. This came with the fucking game back then. How many pages is this shit? Like 127 fucking page manual. Full page manual too. You've never seen the manual? Oh my god, look at it. I love the designs of everything. A mysterious prince from the east. And then like here it gives you all about the decisions at the beginning, of course, right? The best part is when we get into the actual towns. Scratch Mouth thing is revisionist. Okay, here's the travel guide. This is like the best part. So now you're getting into like the game's actually starting. Look, on at times it gives you the little paper here.
I've got some literature in my car that will change your whole way of thinking.
A mysterious prince from Eastern Canada has contributed to the cause. Well, thank you so much, comrade Frank. That means an absolute ton to me. And now you have the World War I revolutionary hat. God damn. Look at you. You've joined the Red Army, comrade. I'm really gonna stop slapping myself in the head. Oh god. Love you, comrade. Thank you very much. Your support means an absolute ton to me. Absolute ton. I love the way it looked though. It's like the newspaper over here, right? And then look, fast facts, look the giant step. Look at the pictures here. Yeah, for a few more subs and I'm gonna have brain trauma. That's okay. It's worth it for you, comrades. You played this when it first came out. Same with me, Matthew. You know, as a kid, I was never that good at these like RPGs. I could never really figure them out. You know, too much strategy or whatever. But I loved renting. I loved renting like Final Fantasy. Back then it was 2 and Final Fantasy 3. And I would just hope that the one I was renting would like have the airship or have the moon unlocked so that I could just explore around and do shit, right? But this one, back in the day, I remember I could get quite far in. Probably thanks to this manual in part, right? You love Final Fantasy too? I've never beaten anything past Final Fantasy 6, mind you. I'm an old hat when it comes to video games. I've never gone beyond 6. But I have all the remasters, and once I beat 6 this time, I've promised myself I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 7 for the first time ever. So we'll see how that goes. Look, it's got like the little On It bakery here. It tells you how much the stuff is. That's the prices in the game. It's just so fucking visually appealing. And then when you get to Tucson, look, all the little maps that are in it. I've had Final Fantasy Tactics my whole life, but I only started to play it recently. I've always been interested in those tactic style ones, but I've never actually gotten into one yet. Like XCOM 2 and stuff like that. You're still playing Tears of the Kingdom? Me too. I'm at the Fire Temple. But I've explored all the overworld, I've explored all the underworld, and I've unlocked all of the, what is it, all the towers and all the, like, seeds of light that are down below. I've done all that, and now I'm on the, like, Fire Temple thing. That's as far as I've gotten. Yeah. Yeah, there is so much stuff to find. And, like I say, The reason I haven't played Final Fantasy VII yet is because I had to play other Final Fantasies in order. Like, it's, I don't know, it's a neurodivergent thing or something. So when it comes to that, it's the same way. With Legend of Zelda, it's like I can't actually beat any of the dungeons until I unlock the whole map, right? It just doesn't feel right. And now you're into the Tucson times. It's just so good. Yeah. I love Earthbound. Another comrade in Canada plays Fallout. Cool. I have Fallout too, but yeah, we're just looking through here, Matthew, at my collection. I'm about to play Pizza Tower because that's what chat wanted me to play, but I was just showing off my little collection of games here, and I got this really cool front end. Oh my god, I used to have this pinball game. Where did that go? Oh yeah, right, because I've never played Fallout New Vegas yet either. I have it right here. I have Fallout 1, 2, 3, New Vegas, and 4. But I've never played New Vegas yet. And now it's a travesty. Trust me, I do understand that already. Yeah, so I love when there's little videos like that. My favorite thing. Yeah, I used to have this game right here. Oh shit. I know. I'm sorry, Frank. I'm sorry. I know. Okay, do you comrades want to see how terrible my Super Nintendo library was back in the day? Right. I'll give you a quick peek of that. Then we'll go on. Most of my games were not too bad. But 2 of them were notably pretty fucking shitty. So one of them was this one here. I could just watch all day watching this setup. Where was it? It's a Super Off-Road. Now, I always wanted Super Off-Road, but you see, I wanted Super Off-Road, the arcade version, where, like, you know, you're in a third-person perspective, or you're looking back way far back at the track, and you can see the trucks going around like this. That's the one I wanted. Is that the one I got? Oh no, God, there's a lot of games with Super on it, isn't it? Now, is it called Super? Yeah, here it is, right here. Super Off-Road the Baja. So see? This is the one I wanted. The one I was asking for all along. This is the one I got. Yeah, everything almost did have the word super in the title. Okay, so check this out. Check this out. Here's what I got, comrades. You ready for this ultimate Super Nintendo racing experience? What was funny though, this one doesn't have the manual, but what was funny is I do remember vividly that for some reason my copy, even though it was a brand new copy, came with the manual for the other off-road game in it. I didn't understand it. I love this loading screen too, right? Okay. We'll get to Pizza Tower in just a second. You didn't play any real amount of games till N64. Remember half the games having N64 as a title suffix. Oh god, yes, they had to. I won't get far anyway, you'll just see. This was the terrible racing game I had as a kid. Watch this. Oh, game manuals were where it was at. It was one of my favorite games. know why? Hold on. I see why it's too loud. Hold on. Need to see if I can change this. Let me try and reset it, see if that fixes it. If not, I'll just have to turn down the alert volume as well, like we did before. Okay. Yep, we'll have to turn down the alert volume, sorry. Is that too low or is that better? Yeah, most people remember the arcade game, right? And that's what I was asking for. I was like, please give me... Is that all okay, everyone? This is what George Orwell warned us about. Pretty quiet? Should it come up a little bit? The unfortunate thing is that the sound alerts are tied to it right now, but I can't... For some reason it doesn't want to switch my speakers. But I can turn this up a little bit if you want. Just a tad. Halfway between this and where I just started. Okay. So let's try... How's that? Is that too loud now, or is that better?
The revolution that feeds the children gets my support.
That's good? Okay. Arriba! Oh shit. Don't want to hit things. Look at the frame rate of this racer though. I do like when he yells Arriba. I'm actually doing pretty good, I gotta say. Stone Ages game. This is from my childhood, sir. Uh-oh. So we're in a bad position now of having our damage exceeding our distance. You don't want that. You don't want that. Oh yeah, this was back in the day. This was high-tech shit, but I was like, I wanted that other off-road game. I was always semi-disappointed playing this. And you always run them over, and now I lose 3,000. Why are there so many bikes on this racetrack? Seriously! Seems a little ridiculous. Oh my god. My damage now, look at it. Okay, would you please stop ramming me in the back, sir? And I'm... Okay, so see, that's cool. Wasn't that a fun game? Yep. Okay, and then here's the other one I own. Check this out. Show you the other one I own here. I think it's under P. Yeah, right here. I'm sure some people are familiar with this one. Now, again, yeah, it looks cool. It just doesn't function as a game thanks to, you know, the awkward frame rate and stuff. Like, especially as a racer game, right? The last thing you want when you're racing is, like, low frame rate. So this one again. Paperboy was always good. Paperboy 1 was great, Frank. Don't get me wrong. It was awkward, but it was fun. Okay, look at how nightmarish this Paperboy is. This is Paperboy 2. This one is absolutely nightmarish. Hold on. It looks identical. It does! Except there's some, like, nightmarish features to it. Oh. Ah. Two fucking crashes already. Comrades, pray for me. In this one, though, one major difference, Frank, you're gonna see if I make it that far. Oh, fuck, I barely made that back. Alright. Yes, okay, I did make it that far. So see, now look, here's the big upgrade. You go on the other side of the street. The other side of the street! Isn't that a huge upgrade? Mind blown! Fuck. Goddamn coach people. Yep, that's the sequel. That's what you get to do in the sequel. See if I can hit this. Oh, what? Monster truck. Alright. Wow, I actually made it through the first route. I'm very surprised I made it this far. What? 4 people canceled their subscriptions. Alright. Fuck those people is what I say. Fuck them all to hell. There. Yeah, fuck these people. There, that's what you get for not subscribing. There, take that. Yeah! Got it. Got him! Okay. Oh, I stopped the dog! Oh, it didn't stop the robbery though. Okay, now we're on this side. Boom. Like that. Yeah. I should have stopped the baby. Oh, it should have stopped that baby. Watch for babies, watch for... Yeah, I got the baby. Oh, I'm out of papers. Uh-oh. All I got is this weak fisting move. Sorry, ma'am. I made it again? Oh my god! Yes, those are runaway baby strollers. Oh my fuck, again? Okay, we got 1 life left. How many subscribers? We only lost 1 subscriber. We can do this. We got this. Oh, what? I got a resubscriber. Wait, how did I do that? How do you get resubscribers? Oh, fuck off, dog. I didn't know you could get resubscribers. Oh, come on. Whoa! That was close. That was close, that was close. Okay, we're on the other side. I think this might violate workplace safety conditions. You think so? You think, Oh! God, I crushed that guy on the hood of his car! Oh, well, they could have not put the garbage can there! I got 8 papers left. Oh my god, I made the pig start running. How fresh is that fucking pig? Is that the end? Yep. Paperboy fired. That's capitalism. That's capitalism. D. It reminds me of The Sims 1, down to the homes. You know what game reminds me of Sims 1? You comrades ever played Project Zomboid? That game reminds me of Sims 1. Alright, I promised Pizza Tower, so we'll go to Pizza Tower first. Look at my playlist of my most proud possession, or my most proud accomplishment is all these playlists of different series though. You like Project Zomboid, Juche Gang? Nice. It's one of my favorites. Someone one day will hopefully gift you the Juche Gang subscription so that you can have the Juche Gang emote to go along with that fantastic name of yours. Yeah, look, I got them all. I got all, like, this is all the Zelda games. Done this with a bunch of series. Donkey Kong. That's what I wondered. Captain DPRK redeemed a comic quote. We can do that. We can find a comic quote. That's what we're all about here, after all. I like this one. History shows that to expect goodwill or class cooperation from the exploiter class is to make a mess of revolution. Comrade Kim Jong-il. Love that one. Yeah, this is my proudest accomplishment, though, for this whole collection. All the Yoshi games. Here's the Final Fantasy. I don't know if Matthew, if you're still in here. I have all the Pixel remasters. And I've just been beating through all the Pixel remasters again. 1, 2, 3. I'm now almost at the end of 6, this one. Oh, I love that original, though. I do like that original one. The sound of that, for some reason, on the Nintendo sound chip sounds really good. Mystic Quest. This was actually one of the only other RPGs I was able to beat. Had baller music too. You just chose Juche Gang at random? Really? So you've never heard of my YouTube channel or nothing before? Or my Twitter handle? You weren't aware of either of those when you made that? Ten minutes before come. We gotta play Chrono Trigger at some point. Yeah, I put Chrono Trigger in the Final Fantasy thing, so sue me. Yeah, what game series do you want to play? Look. Bubble Bobble? Ghosts and Goblins? Play Fighter? Ghostbusters? Lego? Fucking all of them. Play them all. Prince of Persia? Quake? Alright, I'll show you one more thing. Look at the Doom collection. I love this. I love these ones. The Sonic Robo Blast one, which is like a complete overhaul of like Doom, it looks like almost. And then Mega Man. 8-bit deathmatch. We gotta somehow get other people. Somehow you comrades have to figure out how to get 8-bit deathmatch working and join me for some of this. Alright, I promise Pizza Tower though. Let's start with Pizza Tower. This game is awesome too. This game is like a throwback. Why is writing Kim Jong-un in Latin punishable by hard labor? Jesus Christ. Fuck George Orwell. Mitch. Can I make this one come out of the other speakers? My game doesn't even see this one. Wait, is it this one? It is! Sweet. Okay, now we can have alerts all the way up again. Okay, how's the volume there, comrades? That sound good?
Long live the People's Revolution!
Now you can have those at full volume. The game could be a bit louder, Frank? How's that? Better? I added new sound command redeems for bits, yeah. I can only have 10 for whatever it's called. I can only have 10 channel point ones, so I had to unfortunately add them as bit redemptions. So like if you scroll down, they're there. I can play it. I can play what I added for you though as a tech. Show you. Well, too late. Now I'm gonna show you anyway. You egg me on, sir. You gotta hear at least this one that this is the one I added.
But that expropriation of the third world has been going on for 400 years, brings us to another revelation, namely that the third world is not poor. You don't go to poor countries to make money. There are very few poor countries in this world. Most countries are rich. The Philippines are rich. Brazil is rich. Mexico is rich. Chile is rich. Only the people are poor.
I added it. Popular demand. Okay, so we got all this floor done. We need to go to the next floor. Yeah, that's a real banger, right? Oh, we haven't done this yet. Oregano Desert. Right? The animations are so good. I fucking love looking at this game. Oh, those clouds hit me. Okay, want to watch out for that, I guess. There's so many sprites. And they're all hand-drawn too, right? That's part of what gives it this look. The fact that it's all hand-drawn makes a big difference. Also, you're essentially invincible too, so it's all about your score, right? Which I fucking love. It's inspired by WarioWare. I fucking love that idea. I want to hit this thing. There we go. Got some. We don't want to leave behind those veggies. Except for when you do that. That's how you die. But it's only temporary. Oh shit, I messed up. Haha, I did not miss the sausage. We don't want to miss any sausages. Oh, sorry, I need you. Sir, I would like a chicken wing, please. Whenever you see one of those hamster things, it means you need a power-up or something. Unless there's like a bomb around. Oh yay. It's another pizza store or something. Guessing I need you again. The power-ups are cool too. You like see them once. Oh shit. Which again kind of reminds you of WarioWare. You really only see some of those power-ups in not WarioWare, but classic Wario games a few times.
Communism is base.
Communism is base. Need the priest. Oh! After I picked it up, he hit me with whatever the hell that is he spits out. Whoops. My first instinct is to just kill them. Fuck. Oh, how I get that guy? He's like facing the wrong way. Oh, I found an alien spacecraft. I just missed it. Ow. Oh, there's the exit right there. That means I'm gonna have to find, like, perhaps multiple. Ow. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to perhaps find multiple of the ingredients on my way out. That kind of sucks. I'm guessing I don't want to be. Come on. Oh, I do need this guy this time. Give me a chicken wing, then. I think that's everyone. Pretty sure the pineapple's the last guy. Oh, fuck. Hi, kitten. Oh my gosh. What? I got everyone, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I break it? A? No. Well, we made it out alive. What more can you ask for? Hey, Moss World, welcome. I see a fellow Rob Russo fan. Welcome, comrade. We're hanging out playing some video games now that we're done all of the communism and the chat for the day. I mean, as I always say, if you see me playing video games, I still encourage you to come in, of course, get me ranting about communism if you want, but yeah, when I'm doing a long stream, I like to sometimes end with some games, so here we are, doing it up. Ransom Pizza Tower, that's what chat voted for this morning. Fast food salon. Yeah, it definitely has that visual style for sure. It's very much inspired by Wario, like the old school Wario games where you couldn't die. Very much inspired by those as well. Damn bullets. So you can't really die, it just affects your score when you get hit, essentially. Which is cool. I hate these bullet guys though, I forgot about them. Oh! These guys. Oh, okay, wait. Run up the wall further, and then it goes across. Guessing I don't want that to touch me or something. Or I'm just racing it. Oh, damn. I just missed the second door. Oh, I gotta ride the sausage. This game's hilarious. You're constantly like, okay, where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, there's something up here, I see. Oh, I shouldn't jump. Okay, I can't jump with the sausage. My bad. There we go. Got him. Oh no. The horse beat me and now I missed out on that guy. Oh shit. Oh, maybe I need... Is there a sausage? There is. Gotta grab that sausage. So close. Whoops. Way over anticipated that time. Oh, maybe I can ride the sausage that far and then jump off. Let's try. Ride him, sausage. Whoops. I didn't do at all what I said I was gonna do. Try again. Okay. What? Why didn't you go in there? There we go. Finally, comrades, finally, we made it past there. That spot was giving me trouble. Oh no. There. Give me my sausage bag. I always forget that. I can't jump with it. Now I need a key. Oh, I see. Somehow I missed that door. Oh, damn. No, no, no. Damn, I missed out on 2 of the guys that time. That's no good. You need the money from them so that you can fight the boss. There. Probably right near the end of the level here. Yep. Oh my god, I always miss this. Another bee. Oh, I missed 2 of them there. We got $230. Oh, well. We still have enough to go to the boss. Exactly. Still a passing grade, Cannon. We missed 2 there as well. Alright, let's see who the boss is. What the fuck? What the fuck? The Vigilante? Free gun. Oh shit. Oh shit, now his like dead relatives are coming after me. Fuck, flamethrower. Oh no. Okay. That's just a practice. Just a practice, that's all. That's not the real thing. Here's the real thing right here. Shit. Oh my god, get off of me. What the fuck? Okay. Fuck. Try again. We got it this time. This is the real one. Fuck, that last one got me. Yay, health back, okay. Oh my. Oh, I can shoot them away. Okay. That's good to know. Exactly. Long live Peppino's revolution. In this case, gonna get this fucking guy. What the fuck is this now? Oh shit. Oh, here comes his relative again now. Oh, and there's a cow bouncing around. What?
So I taught them all about Cuba, and they really took to it. You know, Marxism.
All right,
workers'
GMO, thank you,
revolution,
comrade. Always great seeing you hang out, of course. Oh, I had him down to one hat. So close. Alright, we got him this time. Then I might have to show you comrade's Super Mario crossover. Just missed him with the big one. Oh my god. Keep my composure. Oh, that's where the cow comes from. Okay. Fuck that cow. Oh no, their cows are still coming.
Yeah. See ya.
Yeah. See ya. Exactly. Better than we did on the last boss. Game's hilarious. Alright, let's see what the next floor looks like at least first. Then we might do Super Mario crossover. Oh yeah, this floor. Okay, wait. I think this floor does have a cool level somewhere. Let me see. I think it might be this one, actually. Big time Larry now sold my bit redeem. Unbelievable. What? I'm confused now. Nice. Oh! Good God, I'm sorry, comrade. Thank you so much for the Cuba command. In punishment for myself, I shall now punish my lungs to 1,000 years of death. Wait. Suffering. Thank you, comrade. I love you. Oh, and you gave me an extra 420. Well, aren't you just the kindest comrade? Thank you. And I bruised my head, but hey, at least I get a puff of weed to make it all better. And at the end of the day, isn't that what really counts? Yes, it is, kids. Go home and tell your parents that you would like to please smoke weed every day. No, I don't actually condone that. Please, you signed an 18 plus thing when you came into the channel. Please realize that. Satire, satire. I hate those guys with the pokey things. Hey, we found sausage. Sausage a day. Yes, yes. I do not actively encourage teenage drug use. This is for comedy purposes only. Oh. Oh yeah, cool. Now I get to be this guy. I like this guy. Wait, what is it about double jump? Oh, okay. I can do a double jump. Okay, Gustav is different, but... Okay. Interesting. He's totally different. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, with him I can just do... Jesus Christ, are you seeing what's happening right now? 'Cause I'm not. I brought him home. Ow. What did he do? Zap me or something? Didn't even see how he attacked me. Oh, when his purple arms come out. Oh my god. It's like a fairy tale world. Oh, I gotta go fast. Get up there. There, I gotta bounce on the up. Doing it the wrong way. Now where do I go from here, though? Oh yeah, double jump. Yay, I got him in time. I was worried about that one. Another one? Oh, and of course I immediately fall off. No. Yes. Saved myself. Damn. Ah, he's almost... Time's almost up. Oh, good. Is that the pineapple? No. Still missing the pineapple. Oh, he's through that door, though. See the man. Oh, damn. It begins. No. Don't know why I was having so much trouble getting up there. Back to being Pepino. Oh good, I made it. We got an A that time. A. Very nice. Right? Perfect emote for the game. Alright, let's do one more level and then we'll switch to Super Mario Bros. Crossover. I think that'll blow your comrades away. First, let's play a nice, relaxing round of golf. Primo Berg. Oh, you dick. Wait till you go down the hill a little bit. We want Primo Bergs. Oh shit. Sorry, little guy. I hit you the wrong way. And I just like... Oh god, every one of those counts as a hit. Hey! Oh my goodness. Well, we're not getting a Primo Burger this time. Get these guys out of here. Got one more shot. I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, good. Come on, you damn golf ball. Like real golf. Get out of here. There, fuck up. Oh, cool, wait. Okay, so going fast doesn't break those. Oh, I bet if I'm a ball, I have to be a ball to break those, I bet. Here we go. We're being the ball, Frank. We're being the ball. Primo Burger. Solid advice. Thank you, Frank. That was all you, honestly. My playing had very little to do with that. at all. Oh, that's the way I came? What the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, nice. I found cheese. That's always worth going back for, right? Cheese? What did I miss here? Okay, guess I do go back out. Then I need to break this somehow. Oh, what? Was that there a second ago? It couldn't have been, right? Final course. Primo burger. Oh. But now we gotta escape the level. Oh, that was cut off. I love the music at the escape, Frank. It's actually like just so addictive hearing the music at the end. Something about it. Fuck. Really want to get this one. Come on. Wait, where did you go? Primo burger again. My feet are like doing all kinds of shit here, comrades. Alright. I think we're on the home stretch now. Woo! We're missing two? What? Okay. Well, all right. You comrades want to see some Super Mario crossover? Let's check that out now. We did pretty good. We did pretty good. Wait, where's the level board? He wants 200. There's 2 other levels here. Alright, let's check out Super Mario crossover. Gotta admit, that game's pretty sweet. Alright, I gotta turn my grow lights off very quickly. And then we will do Super Mario. Where is it? I gotta change the title of the screen
positively,
too.
all right? We talked about this.
I know.
Yeah, Super Mario crossover. Okay, I gotta change the title first. I mean the category. I'll just put us in retro. That seems reasonable. If anyone has 420 labor vouchers, that would be much appreciated, by the way. Hint, hint. Yeah, I'll let you enjoy the DOS video while I run for 2 seconds and go turn off the lights.
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
That's not 420 labor vouchers. Okay, so we need for this game we're gonna want to use, of course, our regular Nintendo controller. Oh, that redeem is still on cooldown? Oh, well, that means I'm still allowed to smoke, right? Is that the rule we decided? Oh, shit, wait. I'm not allowed to smoke yet. Oh, okay. I see. The rule is harsh now. I get it. I'm down with it. I'll wait till the cooldown is done. That's the rules, that's the rules. I've never been one to break rules in my life, sir. It's a ratchet, not a window, Larry. I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right, totally. When you're right, you know? When you're right, and you're right. Alright. Alright. I accept. We'll put all the weed away. We'll think about it. It is Friday, exactly, you know? That's kind of the thing. I figure Fridays, things are a window on Fridays. Alright, now let's start up Super Mario crossover. Have you comrades ever seen this Flash game before? Has anybody ever seen Super Mario crossover here? Fridays are definitely a window to fun. Raise your hand if you've seen Super Mario Brothers crossover. No? Oh. Ooh, I'm excited to show you then. Sorry. I keep picking up the fucking things. How much longer is left on that? 3 minutes? Oh my god, 6 minutes? Guess I can wait 6 minutes. Somebody better fucking redeem it when the 6 minutes are up, I'll tell you that. Yeah, so if you haven't seen Super Mario Crossover, Kanekami, or anyone else who's still with me since we started gaming, this is gonna fucking blow your mind. Pizza Tower is literally the first game I have seen. Well, I absolutely know that's not the case. You have literally been in the chapel and playing things right there in the corner. Frank, I know you saw me. What was it? I was playing something and you watched me play Zelda. What the fuck am I talking about? Is that what those were? That's what those were. That's what that was. All right, here we go. We're starting it up. Comrades, buckle up. Right? You know about buckling up. Okay, hold up. Hold up, hold up. I gotta do stuff. That has to happen now. As per usual. Okay, is that volume okay there? Let me know about the volume. Oh, wait. And none of my buttons registering. Huh. Hold on. Wait a sec. What's the matter with you? Bear with me. Something. Is it because something else is still connected? No. Like my control pad wasn't responding. Try it again. God damn it. Don't you make me look foolish now. All right. Round 2. See, I gotta use what's called joy to key in order to make this game work. Oh yeah, it's being bizarre. You fucker. Why is it whenever I want to show this particular game, it seems like in general? There's another one that's similar to this I can show if this doesn't work, but really wanting this one to work. Okay, it says it's connected now. It's controlling the menu. Try this again. Oh, we're looking better this time. Okay. Okay. Looking better this time, I think. It looked like it was registering the controls this time. Let's see what music we get. Yes, we're good. Okay. I'm just gonna make it full screen first. Don't worry, I know you can't see it yet. Here we go. Okay, so let's go with... You can do all kinds of different skins, right? But let's just go with the regular skin for now. That. We'll just go with regular for now. But see, you can change it to like... There's like Zelda style. Blaster Master? Who here was the Blaster Master fan? I don't know if you're still with me, Blaster Master fan, but you're in for a treat if you're still here. And then you even got like Super Mario World. We'll go with the original graphics just because. So we'll go new game. I like the modern weapon style. Map difficulty normal, all that. Okay. And then look, here's our characters. Someone hit me with 420 now, right? The cooldown has got to be over now. Come on. Yeah, there we go. I knew it had to be over by now. Now look, who should I be first? We got Link, we got fucking Metroid, we got Simon Belmont. There's Blaster Master right there, Ninja Gaiden, Contra, Mega Man. Blaster Master is cool. Maybe I'll start as Simon, since the first level is the easiest to get an upgrade for Simon. And look, we're Simon, but we are in Mario World. And the fantastic thing, what I love, is how each character has their own powers. They're not really altered much for the game. There, now we got our big whip. This is Super Mario Brothers crossover violin. So see, we're just going through the normal Mario Brothers level, but we're Simon Belmont. We're almost at the end here. And we'll try someone else. At least we get Simon up until this level. Oh yeah, and I also have the knife as well. Level 1. Okay, and now, infinite time cheat. We're gonna use that because that's handy. Now look, now who do we want to be? Let's try Bill Reiser from Contra. I like how it switches to their music too. I am gonna use the infinite time cheat just so we can take our time with shit. Especially since we're slower characters, but look. Oh, is that the spread shot? Oh, beautiful. Simon's great. Hey, come back here. Not that I need it for this level. Look, I just fucking demolished the level. Oh my god, I can't believe I got the spread shot so early. That's amazing. Yes, we want that. Ah, fuck. The only way I can get it is off of this. We're going the old-fashioned way. I love how it changes the music. Alright. Next we'll do see, let's go for Blaster Master next maybe. Yeah. Yeah, let's try Blaster Master. Power up right here I can get. There, now our bullets are more powerful. We also have rockets too. Oh shit. There we go. Alright, we're up against Bowser now. Mega Man. That seems fitting for a boss. Oh god. I'm kinda worried now. Shit. Missed that damn... It's so weird seeing Mega Man here. Thank you, Mega Man, but Dr. Light is in another castle. Extra checkpoints. We don't need that one. No, not Mega Man this time. Alright, now we need to be, well, we need to be Link, I think. Oh, look, and there's extra characters down here, too. Final Fantasy, Cecil. That's funny. Alright. Here we go. Got my boomerang. Oh, bombs! Cool. You're gonna try the bombs. Oh, I see. Okay. Nice. Get the magic sword. Link's great. I like Link. Oh, and it's like the sound of the fairy room. What? How would... Oh, maybe I can do that to get those? Nope. I don't know how I get those. I don't, that's the fun part. That's great. Okay, who haven't we been now? We haven't been... Oh god, we're underwater. We're underwater. Oh god. We haven't been Base. We haven't been Rayu, and we haven't been Samus. I guess let's go for Samus. That Metroid music kicks in. Oh yeah, I got the short bullets. Shit. That's not good. I guess it's better than no bullets. Oh, nice, missiles. So cool. I'm fucking Metroid. I mean Samus. I'm fucking Metroid. Oh, although if you're familiar with Metroid Dread, that's all I'll say. I did beat that once on the channel actually at Metroid Dread. Really? That was devastating. Alright. I'm fucking mad now. You know who we're breaking up for the water. You fuck with me long enough, water. Oh god, why aren't they dying quicker? Oh, no I didn't. I'll check your text in just a second. Sorry. Wait till we see if I live or die here. Oh, and I died. Oh, let me go check for the car. I gotta go check for something. Hold on.
Hey, this guy's a commie! Commie! Traitor to our country!
Oh shit! Thank you so much, Frank, for gifting my wife a sub. Very much appreciate that. Yes, I got it, and I brought it in. Thank you, Frank. You're one hell of a comrade. Very much appreciate you. Okay, we need somebody that can swim, I guess. Did I just do this? Okay. Okay, one shot. You got one shot, Mario. Oh dear, I think I made a mistake. It just feels slightly different than like the real NES version. I think I can manage. Oh, this part's different. God, we gotta get past the water level and then we're home free again. Oh my god! Full on panic mode. We did it, we did it. Yeah, it feels so weird. Slap with this side now. Okay. Okay, now we're back in business. I kind of want to break out Samus Aran again. What's World 2-3 do? Is it bad? Did I make a mistake? This running away from fish. Oh shit, it is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We made a mistake. We're running away from fish like this? That doesn't seem good. Oh god, we need a fucking upgrade. Okay, there. There, now at least we got the long-range bullets. Oh! We did it. Oh yeah. And we got a power up. Alright, I think I haven't been who haven't I been yet? That one I haven't been Ryu Hayabusa yet. Oh god, is this the boss? Why'd I do this then? That was a terrible probably mistake. I'm just gonna take on the boss as Ryu. Great. I love the music though. Not exactly what I want to do. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. Please give me an opening to get there. Dear god. That was nerve-wracking. No way! Oh no. Do we give Ryu another shot? No. No, right? Clearly not. Clearly he blew it. It's up to Samus. Hi, kitty. Oh, now we get the ice beam. Hi, cat. Yes. That's a perfect time for you to do this. I know! Alright, March, thank you for hanging out, comrade. Kitty. You're soaking wet. Okay. I see you. Look, it's the logo from the channel, everyone. Ta-ta! He's back. And he's wet. Well, that was bullshit. And now I have no missiles, just like that. One hit. Well, this is gonna be bad. Look at the range of my bullet. Oh my god. Thank you, Samus. Look, it's a little beetle guy. But the hatchling is in another castle. Alright. I want to give Ryu another chance now that we're not at the boss. I do like him. His attacks are quite nice. It's just some settings he's not good for. If I could find like a flower power, then I would get like his next sword upgrade that's like that big swipe. Oh shit, I'm at the turtles. Yeah, that's it. Look at that. Now look at her swipe. I can just take out whole swaths of bricks. Oh, I jumped at a very terrible time. Damn it. I squandered that. I think I might get another one here, maybe. Lucky. Oh no, that's an... Damn it. Oh wait, it's coming back. Yay. Okay, now we at least have a chance at another one of those good things. Hi, Giddy. Are you dirty? You gotta go get ready for Subversive History. Okay, Lennon. Good luck on Subversive. If they're streaming by then, I'll probably raid into them. Depending on when the wife gets home. Thank you for hanging out, comrade. And thank you for your support. Very much means a lot to me. Okay, the one person I haven't been yet is Base. Oh, what? You can be Base or you can be Dr. Wily? What? Okay, we'll be Base. Now, Base's thing is when he fires, he stands still. Oh shit. I thought I had time to move. That was amateurish. Yeah, Base can't move, but he can fire in all directions. That's the trade-off. Pretty decent trade-off, honestly. I always kind of liked using bass. There were some mods I remember that would put bass in some of the old Mega Man games that were really fun. Or I guess ROM hacks, I should say. Damn, I guess you could time that to make it. Interesting. Alright, now we've done everyone. I don't count Mario and Luigi because they feel too weird. I don't know what 3-3 is, but we're going with Simon again. That music. Hi, Common. This is the Kirby you've been hearing about. Yes, this is the new Kirby. Oh, this is Castlevania Lost in Mushroom Kingdom. You never heard of that game before? Simon Belmont's Crazy Mushroom Adventure? Yeah, there's a cat sighting. It's the logo cat. It's the cat from the logo. It's Tatai. Isn't it Tatai? He's a beautiful boy. He's got blue eyes too. Oh, of course, now you're gonna leave now that I show you off to everybody. Welcome, common opponent. Usually he's a sucker for the attention. He's camera shy. Yeah, having a good one. Real long stream today. We did, you know, the usual news and everything like that. And yeah, my wife is still at work, so we're just hanging out playing video games now. Of course, if someone comes in and starts talking communism, I'm not gonna stop them, as you might guess. Alright, I say we go Blaster Master for this boss. We're coming at Bowser with the tank this time. Oh, what is this? Oh, hover? Interesting. Okay. Jesus. I love the way the music does that. Thank you, Jason, but your frog is in another castle. Yeah, wrecked him, right? Alright, next let's be Bill Reiser again. Let's get her power-ups back as Bill Reiser. we lost her power up. Oh my god, that's a fucking amazing emote. Oh no. I saw what's his name and I panicked. Okay, try again. How many lives do I got? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh god. We didn't train for this in basic! Oh god, okay. Okay, no, not Frank. Get out of here, Frank. You're clearly not fit for the job. Maybe it's Sophia again? Yeah, I need leftover quarters. I only got 2 lives left. We just gotta go for it. A ninja can do it. Yeah. They are literally what's his name in Chrono Trigger. That's true. Since you name your characters. No, please stop sticking to the... Well, we just... Oh! Oh my god. Is this one... Okay, we're gonna have to go for Luigi. The Frank character? Oh, he's from, Okay, wait. I think we continue from that spot. Okay. What Frank character are you talking about? Frank? Oh, you must have saw him in here, or what? What Frank are you seeing? Oh, I said Frank. We got Alex. We got the whip skeleton. I don't know any Franks, Red. I don't know any Franks. We're gonna be Kid Icarus. We're on the same level anyway. Oh god, I made it hero. This is actually a bad choice. You said Frank, so no good. I get the picture. Don't worry, Frank. We'll find you a Frank. We'll Frank it up. Don't worry about the Franks. There'll be lots of Franks to come, I promise. Promising all the Franks is what I'm doing right now. Oh! You see how cheap that was? Franks though, there will be Franks. Especially on Saturday. Saturday there will be a Frank. Especially. Unfortunately, I may have to fight him. Just to warn you now. It's nothing personal. Nothing against Franks. I'm Kid Icarus, yeah. Oh my god, I almost prematurely... I thought one of those was a mushroom. Oh my god. We're almost out of this mess. We made it. Oh my god. We need the fucking... Whew. Okay, let's see who else we got here. I just realized that there's a whole bunch of other characters because there's like this stuff. Look, it's the guy from Dragon Warrior. That's weird. Alright, Trusty Link. Hey, what happened to Link? Why does he have a wooden sword again? Oh! I almost fell off, I feel like. Okay. Did I die with Link? Guess I must have. Yeah, I hear you coming. Oh. Okay, this is gonna be my magic sword, right? Whoa! I forgot those blocks were there. That was almost bad. Hey, it's the bow. Nice. What? Oh, of course, arrows don't affect the shell beetles. I guess that makes sense. Oh, what? Look at us. Now we have the sword beam. Alright, now we're powered up as Link. Now our Link is good and powered up. RGB Link. Okay, oh, these are just all the same. Okay, there's no one different there. Oh, thank you so much for the redeem, comrade. It will be Mega Man, though. Thank you. RGB is gamer lights. Oh, Jesus. Excuse me? Just like, see ya. Okay, Simon Belmont's coming out. You can double jump. Oh my god, did I die with him too? What the heck's how are you guys letting me die so much? Shouldn't be happening. If you had to play a competitive game for your life, what would I pick? Oh god. What do you mean? Okay, define what you mean by competitive game. Like, sport game? Video game? God, that's a hard one, because I'm like not an expert at anything. Anything with human adversity. Adversary. So, it could be you're saying it could be a game, it could be something else. Checkers, cricket, whatever. Certainly wouldn't be cricket. We're checkers. We're chess. I don't know. I guess my best bet would be this, but the original NES version of like this would be my best bet. Up against someone else playing as Luigi or something. Either that or racing. Racing would be my other alternative option. Okay, now you gotta answer the same goddamn question. What about you, Chad? Let's hear it. Retro game? I think Mario, I could breeze through that enough. That'd be my best hope, I think. Okay, we're gonna be Link, and this time we gotta go the right way. Remember this castle? Got various paths you have to take correctly. Frank is obsessed with Cool World on SNES, apparently. Frank, do you need me to just boot up Cool World and so you can get your rocks off? Would that help? I've never mentioned it before. I must be hallucinating then. Oh shit. Oh shit. No! But game over again. I've never mentioned it before, he says. You know that actually confuses me, right? You do realize that. Yeah, that was a death. First I have to pay respects for my dead body. I have missiles as Samus, though. This is my next hope. The game over again. I'm booting up Cool Worlds because Frank won't stop talking about it. He literally was even talking about it before the video game started. He was talking about it this morning while watching Squirrel and Hedgehog. Samus is here to get ya. Here she comes. Oh shit. The problem is this one thing. There we go. Oh. You pick chess? Not because I'm great, but because I'm confident I can force a draw so we can both get to live. Fair! That's a respectable answer. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with how thought out that answer is at the end of the day. I'm jealous I didn't think of it now. You even put it right in front of me too. You even said chess. You literally used it as an example. What the? Whoa. Alright. Frank wants to see fucking Cool World so bad. Let's give him his fucking Cool World. Yeah, that tank was crushed by a turtle. So make of that what you will. Comrades can decide what that means for the future of humanity. Sure it's not good though. I'm sure it's not good. So yeah, there's Mario crossover. Wasn't that lovely? Don't need... All right, let's appease Frank of his Cool World thing. I'm telling you, I'm warning you now. We're not getting anywhere in Cool World. We ain't getting not getting anywhere is what we're doing. But I'll brood it up, satiate your appetite, your insatiable appetite for Cool World. Gotta get the other controller. Oh, there's no way I'm beating it. I'm telling you that right now. There ain't no way. No how. No sense in even trying. Nope. Call. One would be unwise. That's what the fuck is going. I also have this as well, comrade. I also have this. Yes, Earthworm Jim. Oh yeah. Wait till you see. Where did I just put the controller? Oh. Okay. Wait till you see. Were you weren't here for this collection, or you were probably, right? You must have been. Get literally everything on this. Oh wait, I gotta turn on the Bluetooth. So high, misplaced controller you put down 20 seconds ago. I know what you need. Do you know what I need? More of this? Another one of these. Oh, well, that means I got a window. Frank said window. Frank one time said window. Once I said Frank say window. Not only that, Frank, check this out. You may have heard of Sega Mega CD here. Look on Sega Mega CD here. See? There's Earthworm Jim CD Special Edition. Yo. Blade Runner PC game is actually pretty interesting. Lots of semi-randomized endings. And then this is called Launchbox. This is the premium version that gives you Big Box, which is like meant to be, you know, you run this on your arcade machine or whatever. And it gives you nice little videos for all the systems and stuff you got. Amiga, anyone ever play Amiga CD32? I'm gonna imagine the answer is probably no. Now this I always remember being advertised. Well, Launchbox, the desktop version, is actually free. You saw, yeah, I saw 3DOs in magazines all the time. It was like, you really want those baby consoles? Yeah, you'd be interested in a Gex movie? Frank, do you remember Gex, like, 64? It was like a parody of a bunch of movies. Then you get the Jaguar. You had Gex 64? Yeah, yeah. I used to rent it all the fucking time. You have never even heard of an entire Jaguar comment? Are you serious? Look at how many games I got for it. Can you comrades, can you see the number down there? Kanagame's never heard of it either. Look, what do you mean? You got classics like Checkered Flag? Fucking Club Drive? Cybermorph. Cybermorph? You know, Cybermorph. What do you mean you never heard of Cybermorph? You know, look, classic manual Cybermorph. Oh, I didn't own any of these, don't worry. I'm just fucking with you. I found out about most of these in my adult life. Yeah, everybody was talking about Cybermorph on the playground, right? Talking about the secrets, how to beat Cybermorph. Hey, let's play that awesome game, Cybermorph? Now I do remember wanting a Saturn, never actually getting one. But I remember like playing it in the arcade or in like Blockbuster and shit like that all the time, or Toys R Us. And just be like, what I wouldn't give for one of these. At the time I had like the Super Nintendo. But I hate that American controller that they used. The oldest games you played are N64 or PS1 games. So right here, now we're in your era, Kana. We've reached the era of the PlayStations. Is he a television? You mean this beauty right here? I got 160 of these ones. Intelligent television. Intelligent, Frank. Intelligent. Look, we get classics, pinball, pitfall. Try Shark Shark. The fucking Shark Shark. Right, Shark Shark, this guy says. I was going for Cool World. I was working my way to Cool World. Old Shark Shark. Oh yeah, you gotta like press. Oh, we're gonna play as one player. What the hell do I do, Frank? Ah! Frank! No! Oh, eat smaller fish? But all the fish look bigger than me, Frank. Oh, is this fish smaller? Okay. Oh, that one got my fish. No, no. Alright, we're going now. We're getting it. Come here, you little fucker. Oh, we're sharking. We are oh, that fucker. Is that smaller? Is that smaller? That doesn't look smaller. Sometimes I have a hard time fucking discerning if I can eat it or not, I think. Like, is that blue one edible or no? No, right? Do I grow, Frank? Please tell me I fucking grow. When do I get big? Now? Oh. Okay. Alright, now there's progression. Now we're talking. I still can't eat any. Oh, I can eat that. What the fuck? Well, he's a dick, isn't he? Oh, and now I'm little again. I see how it is. What the? Oh my god, look. Everything's eating everything. I'm dying of starvation is what I am. Oh! Everything's eating all the food. Yeah, right? I know about dodging, that's not the problem here. The problem is there's no food left for me. Okay, now I'm big again. Right? Or am I imagining that? Can I eat you? Oh, there, now I'm even bigger. Can I eat you now? Oh, what? Oh, what a ripoff. Frank. What am I now? Tiny again? Well, this is, Oh! Now it's mine! I bet you've never beat this score though, right, Frank? I can't imagine you getting any higher than this. This is hours of your childhood? Well, good. I'm glad to provide a little snapshot into Frank's childhood for everybody here. Oh shit. He used to kill the sharks all the time. Frank, you don't have to come in here and lie to everybody. I'm just joking. I don't doubt that you did. I got my ass handed to me. Well, thank you for that suggestion. Thank you for that, Frank. Now we all get a little peer into Frank's childhood. I think we can all rest a little easier knowing that now. Right? I know I can. I'll be able to sleep better tonight. How about the Coleco? Huh? The one made by a leather company? If you swipe the shark's tail up and down a few times, they collapse and sink. Thank you for that vital information. But they turn around really quick, so you have to practice. Oh, okay. Now I see why you didn't tell me. I quickly understand. How about this Sega? How many of you have heard of the Sega SG-1000? I like the music they used for this one. This sounds made up, but okay. Look, what's funny about it is it came out the exact same day that the Nintendo Famicom came out in Japan. So it wasn't a very big success. Then you have your Famicom. And, of course, as we know it around here, some of you here must at least know what this system is. Yeah, it is amazing they recovered to compete. Well, with Sega Genesis, they were really like a generation ahead then, yo. You want to see the Manji? Oh god. Yeah. There is a Manji there, or whatever. You know what it is. I mean, to be fair, it's straight on instead of diagonal because it's technically supposed to be the more ancient version of it. But yeah. Oh my god, that game right there, that karate game. There's a Zelda, I think the first Zelda dungeon is shaped like that too, Common Opponent. One of the first Zelda dungeons, that is. No, I was too. First time I saw it, I was like, I mean, it's from Japan too, and you can even show people, I guess, in Japan a lot of times the swastika now, and they'll be like, doesn't even register as anything, you know? These are all in order of their release dates as systems. And then you had the Master System come out eventually. Any of you even know what this one is? I'm assuming some of you fucking know what this is, right? The Master System? The Master System. All the fucking games came in boxes that look like this, look. No, this is pre-Genesis. Oh, you want to see something? Check this out. So, being pre-Genesis, this sort of came out in between. Check this out. Like, here's Sonic the Hedgehog, right? So you all know you all are familiar with Sonic Genesis, or I'm assuming a number of you are anyway. By the way, for Genesis, I used this controller. Okay, so now check this out. I'm loading up Sonic the Hedgehog. Tell me if anything's weird looking to you. Let me know when things look strange. Oh god, it's like registering another controller or something. Let's just see. Oh yeah. Why does that say that? It should be this. Try that again. Whoa, what is this? A Mario World map, right? Now, look. Let's see if that fixes the problem. Yeah, there. Okay, that was the problem. Now look. Does this look strange to anybody? The background's so sparse? Yeah, that's one thing for sure. Definitely the background is sparse. Oh no. I have no rings left. Okay, I made it. I don't remember the music being that bad. I love this. I love this. Okay, I gotta make sure all the other controllers are off, right? So this should be like this. I'm just gonna save. I'm just gonna go like this. Override, save core. Okay. Okay, we'll check out one other thing. Yeah, it's the lower master system version. So it's like the downgrade, right? And actually, the Master System, by the way, comrades, is a system that was popular, of course, in a lot of Global South countries, long after Genesis was out in the US. So this was what a lot of people's Sonic was in a lot of, like, Global South countries for a long time, right? Except there was, like, more unofficial versions that you could get your hands on. Yeah, not the same maps. Well, I hope you'll be able to see in just a second. Look. Well, I guess if I... That's right. I forgot if you roll down those. Okay, so you see that? So that's your Sonic the Hedgehog on Master System. You can see the cartridge even looks weird, right? We'll see what came out. Master System was out in '86. A few years later, in 1989, you have the Genesis hits the scene, right? So that was actually just a downgraded, sort of a downgrade of Sonic, but not really because the levels are different, as comrades mentioned. But now, who's the original? Oh my god, I die so fast in Vector Man. Here it is. Now look. Compare what we just played to what you're about to see here. Right? It's very noticeable. You played Sonic at the dentist? I always find that interesting how a lot of people play games at the dentist and stuff. Same here for sure. Oh no, you fucker. I tried to jump, but I didn't in time. You hit it on Game Gear. So the one you hit on Game Gear, Frank, was probably more similar to the one I was just playing on Master System. Oh, the Jurassic Park Genesis game? Okay, well, what about the Jurassic Park Super Nintendo game? Do you remember that one? Oh, fuck, right into him too, I went. You never played SNES? Really? Okay. So yeah, you see the difference, clearly. I just thought that was a neat thing. Yeah, so the one you played on Game Gear would have been closer to the other. You remember the Jurassic Park game, Common? Then you had I don't know, some of you might not have heard of the TurboGrafx 16. Shining Force? That's a good... Nope, no Shining Force, not on this one. Maybe the CD does. But it does have, look. Oh, it was Genesis. Oh shit. Wait, no! Wait, you said it was on Genesis? Shining Force? These ones. Might not be important, but I at least want you to see the cover, give you a little hit of nostalgia. Everybody gets a little hit of nostalgia on this channel. Little hit for everyone. Hey man, pass the nostalgia, man. You played this at number 2? And then there's... I used to play some of Shinobi. Bart versus the fucking... Your mom even got hooked on Shining Force? That's awesome. Super Graphics, which had a total of... I don't hit 5 games because that's all I could find. That's literally all that ever came out for this system. 5 games. Literally, 5 games. Imagine failing so hard your system only gets 5 games. What are those 5 games, you might ask? Well, we got Aldines, we got Battle Ace, Damakamura, Mado King Zort, and 1941 Counterattack. There you go. Well, they're on the screen right there, Frank. You tell me. Some of them are pretty... That one is. Okay, that one's a masterpiece. It's brutally hard, but it's good. Look at how many... That first one had great cover art. Here was my system that I had. See, Frank missed out on this system. Right? That's what you said. You missed out on the you missed out on this one. Shit. It's like one of my favorite systems of all time right here. Watching movies and reading comics. Well, there you go. Something to do. Mine has been solidly like games forever. It's been a thing for me. Oh, Frank. Chrono Trigger is so fucking good, I agree. One of my favorite games of all time is Chrono Trigger. You watched this movie? As a kid? Frank? Is that what's going on with you? You watch this movie? Okay, now the input on this one is wacky. What is up with that? Oh wait. Your parents weren't very involved? That would explain it. I was gonna say, isn't that like an even like sleazier version of Roger Rabbit or something? Hold on, my controller was fucked up. I'm telling you, I'm not getting anywhere though. I'm warning you now. For some reason, when I switch between the Genesis controller and the Super Nintendo controller, it does that sometimes. There, now it's working. Yeah, it's just skeezy. It's just skeezy Roger Rabbit. Wow, look at those graphics, Frank. This movie is very horny. And I mean, Roger Rabbit had a tinge of horniness to it. Frank, what the fuck is this? Frank, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? A nickel or my life? No. Oh, gee, thanks, Frank. Thanks, Frank. What are these little cops doing? Get out of here. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Do you see what's happening on my screen right now? What the fuck? Okay, bye. Oh, I can't leave the screen. Good. I need a key. Okay, we gotta find a key. No, something. Not allowed to go that way. This is good, Frank. This is good. Thanks. Thanks, Frank. Oh god, what is this? What the fuck is this? There. Take a book. The Barbie movie shares plot points with it? Really? Minecraft library. I do have a really cool Minecraft mod I would like to play one day on stream, by the way. Oh, there, I jumped on it that time. The Minecraft mod I want to play is like Terra Firmacraft. It makes it way more realistic. You actually have to like nap stones and stuff. And in order to get metal, you have to find little ores on the ground and like smelt them together. It's cool. Protagonist is desperate to escape to the real world. That's what I'm trying to do. How the hell do I get to the real world? Well, Frank, you got to see Cool World. Wait. Oh, you taking off, comment? Thanks for hanging out, comrade. Alright, well, this game, I don't even know what the fuck is happening here. So we're gonna just quietly back out of that one. Coward. How dare you call me a coward? This is what we're gonna be playing. I'm so excited to play this on the weekend. You don't even know. You're looking forward to Earthbound? Nice. Check out this version of F-Zero. You notice anything? Like look how clear the background is. Notice how clear the sides are compared to like what this should look like. The only side effect is that you see the cars disappear before they actually go out of my vision, technically. But it's because that the images that were in the mode 7 or whatever they used for this are actually HD images. They're just compressed to fit onto the Super Nintendo. So someone like went through the trouble of unpacking the HD images, and that's what they're using to do this. So if you look at the sides and everything, it looks super fucking clear. We're racing, comrades. Now this is pod racing. Giving it. We're giving it our all. Oh, sir. Gotta like a little bit of F-Zero. Like, think about this compared to that off-road game that I showed you, comrades, a while ago that I own. Oh shit, I'm in the dirt. Just think about that. Think about the frame rate difference between this and that off-road game. There's a reason why this is so much more playable. Does Launchbox have a CD-ROM? What do you mean, like CD-ROM games? Oh, there's first place right there. I mean, Steam, the thing about Launchbox, Frank, let me show you something. The thing about Launchbox is, it's really just, it's whatever you gotta kind of set it all up, right? It just gives you the front end. So like, I have some CD-ROM games. If you go to my computer section here, and then in like my Frank. In my CD-ROM, I do have a little bit of a CD-ROM collection here. Because I can like load up this. Oh, it wants. Wait. I forgot I had hover set up so that it would directly launch. Okay, wait. Check out this one. See if this one gives anybody. See if this gives you any feelings, Frank. See if this makes you feel anything. It's Windows 95. I do have some, like... Is this the one that I have, the way things work? One of these I have, like, it's like an encyclopedia fucking type thing. It's hilarious. Yo, Green Street. You played the first two GTA games? GTA 2? Did you ever play Pandora Directive? Yeah, I played a few of these PC games. Virtual Springfield. SimCity 2000. I remember just going like this. Oh, I do have Oregon Trail somewhere. I definitely got Oregon Trail somewhere. So like, I remember like just going in and like loading one of these cities. What the fuck is Happy Land? Everybody played this, Frank. Everybody. There, look, a little bit of nostalgia for everyone. We're feeding everybody's nostalgia today is what we're doing. That's how we're ending. That's how the last half of the stream has been. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, look at those gorgeous graphics when you zoom in. More rioting. More rioting. More rioting. General strike now. General strike now. General strike now. Long live the People's Revolution! Riot, riot, riot! Riot! Burn it down! Burn it down!
To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Wait, we need more rioters. Not enough. It's turning into a mass movement. Comrades. At what point is the qualitative change gonna be a quantitative change? You let me know when we're at that. Look at it! You go, people! They're just burning down they're burning the shit out of the business district over here. Oh my god. Shit's blowing up all over town. Alright, well. Oh, of course. But Larry, the small business owners. I think they're gonna want to unite behind the Communist Party, Frank. Is my thoughts. After this particular riot. I don't think the small business owners are gonna have anything left. This is their simulation here. Very serious simulation of what happens when inequality reaches the tipping point in certain societies right here. Take notes, comrades, take notes. Alright, that's too funny. Oh my god. As I said, revolutionary violence is dishonestly cast. I stand by that statement. Bye, capitalism. Bye. I haven't added another riot in a long time, and shit's still just blowing the fuck up non-stop. God. Happy Land. I had to load up Happy Land, didn't I? It had to be Happy Land. Oh my god, did it ever have to be Happy Land? Holy shit. We fucking burned that mother. Yeah, I'm happy. I don't know about you, comrades. I'm curious to see when they're gonna get to those buildings up here in the, up there in the, up that way, up this way, up that way, up that way. Wow, that is really hard to know where to point. Are they gonna get those last buildings, chat? Are the rioters gonna go through? Are they gonna finish the job? They're closing in on the government buildings. Come on, rioters, get it done. Don't spare the government buildings. Take out that fire station. They should have done the fire station first, maybe. That would have been probably more effective. I don't know, they look like they're descending on them, don't they? Wow, this is real exhilarating stuff, I tell you. Real exhilarating stuff. Edge of my seat kind of shit right here. Okay, maybe those are their headquarters, I guess. I guess that could be the case. What's a hurricane do? There, we'll put out the fire with that. There, this'll help. There, I'm helping! When it rains, it pours, truly, truly. Oh god. You see what's happening now, right? There's airplanes now crashing into the ground. Because of course there is. Because of course there is. Well, what we need is another flood. Possibly another flood. Possibly, I was thinking another flood. Maybe the game is going so slow now. One more flood even. Just for good measure. There. Happy Valley, Happy Harbor. I think our job is done here, chat. What do you think? We did good. You're welcome. Yes. Right, that's here now. We're sinking as well. We helped out. We helped. We did good. I'm helping. That was good. I'm glad. Oh yeah, I do have it. It's right there. Okay, hold up. Hold up a second. Let me grab something. It is right there. What does it say in Carta 5, right? 95. Okay. There we go. Okay. Remember when this was like a source of serious knowledge, you thought? Look at this shit.
Let there be justice for all. Let there be this for all. One small step for man.
You don't understand. Willie was a salesman.
Say simply, very simply, with hope, good morning.
All right. Oh, China. Wait, now? The total area of China, not including nationalist China, known officially as the Republic of China. Remember those days? It's like looking into a terrible window into the past. I was hoping to see rivers and lakes, climate, blah blah blah, plant life, animal life. That's a good question. What does it say about DPRK? I would be interested to know that. Cultural life. Okay. the climate for cultural expression in China is delicate because of the speed with which the government attitudes can change. In 1957, during the 100 Flowers campaign, writers and intellectuals were encouraged to speak up and provide perspectives on the government's progress in meeting the needs of the people. The criticisms that were prompted by this call for candor were so strong that the government suddenly reversed itself, and many intellectuals found themselves persecuted for the opinions they had expressed. I don't know, bro. Sounds made up to me. Tell me if this sounds anything like Wikipedia today. There's a reason for that, right? Like, I think that's what's important to kind of take note of here. Like, just think about that. Okay, what does it say for related articles? Vietnam, Mao Zedong. They just looked at this when they were writing. The CIA looked at this when they were writing Wikipedia, yeah. Okay, I want to see. Of course, they're kind of good on him on that one. At first, Mao followed the Soviet model for constructing a socialist society through redistribution of land. During the years Zhangxi, however, Mao had evolved a Chinese communist alternative that reflected China's different demography. His own experience with the peasants and his hostility to bureaucracy. I'm surprised it says that much in it, to be honest. Economically, he stressed self-reliance through labor-intensive rather than technologically advanced cooperative agriculture. Well, gee, I wonder why he stressed. It's almost like they didn't have the technology then. Jesus Christ. What's this written by? Who was this written by? Politically, he created the concept of mass line leadership, which integrated intellectuals with peasant guerrilla leaders as a fundamental economic strategy. I mean, he was one who did that, yes. Wow, look. Wow, he actually noted, they actually note his speech here on correct handling of contradictions among people. Reacting to the Soviet condemnation of Stalin, Mao began to air his own policies. The advice to let the 100 flowers bloom was intended to conciliate intellectuals by allowing them to criticize the bureaucracy. His speech on the 10 Great Relationships rejected Soviet emphasis on heavy industry, arguing that increasing peasant purchasing power was key to rapid and socialist economic development. His 1957 speech on correct handling of contradictions among the people repudiated the Soviet denial of contradictions. I think I realized why. Oh. The Great Leap failed. I just want to jump down for a second. Mao retired in 1959 as head of state, and disillusioned communist leaders returned to the East European socialist practice of giving autonomy to large undertakings, suppressing small ones. What the fuck does that mean? What? Someone please parse that statement to me. The practice of giving autonomy to large undertakings, suppressing small ones, and tolerating leadership by an educated elite? Huh? Oh my god, the way they put this too. Convinced that maximum popular participation was the fastest route to full socialism, Mao fought back. And the great proletarian culture of Mao fought back. Ding, 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 he's back. Round two. Mao's stepping up to the plate. Mao's back, baby. Mao fought back. In the great proletarian revolution, he mobilized youth into the Red Guard. Get into the Red Guard, you youth. He mobilized the youth of the Red Guard to attack the party establishment after much rioting and the near destruction of the party, much like the riot we just simulated. He allowed the army to restore order to the party to be rebuilt. Mao 2. Return of the fucking students! The fuck? It's too funny. Widely known through posters and his little red book. Jesus fucking Christ, you people. The West makes me sick. Sick, I tell ya. Sick. Oh yeah, I forget, like, stuff doesn't scroll like it used to. Look at this. Oh, I see. Okay, what about Union of Soviet Socialist Republics? Was generally called of the Soviet Union. Yep. You know what? An extreme southeast. North Korea. Yep. Okay. What we want to see. We want to see the juicy stuff. Oh, look. Look at the picture. Oh my god. What the fuck does it say? The opening of McDonald's fast food chain in the Soviet Union in January 1990 marked a change in the government's economic policy regarding foreign investment. Here, people line the streets waiting to eat at the Moscow McDonald's. The fast food chain served a record 30,000 people on opening day. If only they knew what the fuck they were losing, like, in all of that, you know? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. William Dafoe face is the perfect meme. Okay, this is good. That's early shit. Blah, 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 blah. Cultural institutions. Yeah, they just want a Pizza Hut. They just want a Pizza Hut all this time. Here we go. The Communist Party. Wait, what does this say? After the revolution of 1917, the Bolsheviks brought into being the world's first socialist state based on the Marxist doctrine. The first constitution of 1918 applied only to the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic. After a period of civil war, the ethnic territories of the former Russian Empire were incorporated into the new socialist state. Yes, that's how that happened. A treaty of union adopted on December 30th, 1922 finally founded the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. This document, referred to as the Federal Constitution, divided power between the Union and the individual constituent republics. Actually, it was a Confederate Constitution that reserved ultimate powers to the constituent republics, even to the point of secession from the Union. Wow! What the fuck? Such subsequent events demonstrated that such considerations were not realistic, which, by the way, we talk about, and Kim Jong-il mentions that being like one of the major failures of USSR was their ability to make sure that was a materialized, like, solidified demand that could be realized and enshrined in the Constitution. Through 1980s, the real power lay not in the Constitution of the USSR or even the government, but in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Okay, actually, you know what? In the 1980s, that's true. That's actually not false in the 1980s, I gotta say. The 1980s, that is absolutely what happened. As I mentioned, they neglected ideological education. They failed to develop the mass line like Mao and DPRK did. And yeah, that's what happened. Eventually, the party became bureaucratic towards the state organs and stopped being independent of state organs. Which, if you read Leninism, and as I mentioned when I talk about DPRK state organs, that's like a very important part, right? It's interesting that this Magna Carta 1995 actually had that right. The Constitution was rewritten in 1936 and increased the number of subdivisions. The last Soviet Constitution, which was adopted in 77, see how they become even bourgeois in that way, like they stop changing the Constitution really. Changed little, if anything, in the 1936 Constitution, but added material about individual rights and responsibilities, and the world mission of communist ideology. During 1990 and 1991, the executive and legislative institutions of USSR were in flux, as Soviet leaders sought without success to cope with the nation's deepening political and economic crisis. Because they weren't really having an economic crisis, that's the thing. Like, they couldn't stop thinking in a capitalist way. They couldn't stop analyzing in a capitalist way, and that's the thing. They saw their planned economy and thought, oh, well, there isn't this amount of economic growth, therefore our economy's failing. Like, it doesn't, but that a slowing of economic growth doesn't mean that the economy was failing. They just, like, use this as an excuse. Between March 1990 and September 1991, virtually all the constituent republics advanced claims of sovereignty. And again, that's like, again, the failure of them to realize that right was part of what the bourgeoisie imperialists used to help break them up. For more than 70 years. Okay, see, now it dives in. But after what it just said, at first it said it was in the 80s. And now it sort of backtracks that. Now it says for more than 70 years, until the upheavals of the early 1990s, the Communist Party dominated Soviet life. The party was described in the 1977 Constitution as the leading and guiding force of Soviet society. I mean, I guess a little bit, to some degree, but I see the way they're trying to put this. It reaches extended into all branches of government, nearly all sectors of the economy, and foreign as well as domestic policy making. That never happens in a capitalist party. No. The Capitalist Party never ever touches any state organs, ever. No. Communist Party originated in 1903 as the Bolshevik majority faction. Blah blah, that's all correct. Yep. Sure. Look at this point, comrades. This is written by a goddamn fucking libertarian. This period. The CPUSA was structured hierarchically. The Communist Party was structured hierarchically? Like, yeah, you don't say? At its base were primary party organizations, initially called cells, each with a minimum of 3 members. You know me, Mutri. I'm hardcore like that. These units permeated the nation's economic, political, military, and cultural organizations. Above these units, in ascending order of power, were much smaller number of rural, city, district, regional, and public committees. At the apex of the pyramid were the All-Union Congress, nominally the party's supreme policy-making body, elected by the Congress, the political bureau, chosen by the Central Committee and the Secretariat. The position of General Secretary, the party's highest office, was created in 1922. It became the most powerful political position in USSR during the Stalinist period and remained so until 1991. No! They admitted earlier that that happened in the 80s, and now they're saying that it was the Stalinist period that did it. Get some goddamn consistency, you motherfuckers. That's not how it fucking happened. Too many cooks in this kitchen, yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and then it talks about the executive. Okay, do we have... KGB? Hey, the KGB. Hey. Oh, say, can you see these eyes? The works of Karl Marx. Okay, yeah. There's Soviets. I want to see. Okay, we got. Is there a way to search? Let's find. Let's find something. That was a nice MIDI rendition. Okay. Let's get to the. Show me the. Let me see. Go. Let's see the party stuff again. North Korea has a strongly centralized socialist government. The government structure is set forth in the Constitution, which replaced that of 1948. Executive power in North Korea is vested in a president who is head of state and head of government. 1994. This is 95. This would have been just after that, but okay. Sure. This would have still been when President Kim Il-sung was the president, I guess. The president is elected by the Supreme People's Assembly. Wow. And in turn, appoints the members of the Central People's Committee, which is the government's highest policy-making body. No, it's not. Okay. Well, it had some things right there, kind of. All North Korean citizens are entitled to disability benefits and retirement allowances. Medical care is free and available at people's clinics throughout the country. They actually fucking admit it right there. There you go. Labor, General Federation Trades Units. There are major industrial and technical trade unions. They are affiliated with the General Federation of Trade Unions. Also important is the Korean Agricultural Working People's Union. Writers, lawyers, and scientists have their own trade organizations. I don't know. I mean, the last one was all over the place too. This is Microsoft and Carta, 1995. North Korea is well endowed with hydroelectricity resources, which account for nearly 60% of the annual electrical output. In the late 1980s, the total installed capacity was 8.9 million kilowatts. Annual electricity produced was about 50.2 billion kilowatts. Foreign trade, they talk about. Oh, here we go. Here's where it gets fucking crap. After the establishment of the KWP, Kim Il-sung enjoyed the support of the occupying Soviet forces until they withdrew in late 1948. Occupying Soviet forces. Look at the way they put that. It was the US that decided to split the country in two. And then the US were the ones who were like, okay, we agree, we'll disarm the Japanese army in the south, and the Soviets, you can disarm the Japanese army in the north. And then here they put it as occupying Soviet force that withdrew in 1948. When did the US withdraw again? Anyone like to let me know? Oh, right, they did. That's right. Under the Communist Party and before the establishment of the DPRK, key political and economic reforms had already been made. Elimination of moderate and right-wing elements, based, suppression of religion and most other sectarian groups, confiscation of land and wealth formerly belonging to Japanese or to enemies of the regime. Again, based. A lot. Yeah. Joint secret talks they talk about. However, in 1993, the North Korean government refused to let inspectors examine. Oh, God. In 1991, both North and South Korea joined the United Nations, and the two nations signed accords regarding nuclear weapons reconciliation. In 1992, North Korea signed a pact with the IAEA to allow their nuclear facilities to be inspected. However, in 1993, the North Korean government refused to let inspectors examine sites suspected of nuclear weapons production and threatened to withdraw from the nuclear non-proliferation. Says nothing about their side of it at all. Nothing about what actually happened, which the government had signed in 1985, which was, of course, the US was refusing to actually provide them with what would be necessary to generate electricity with nuclear power if they weren't going to let them develop it on their own. December 1993, the US Central Intelligence Agency said that North Korea had most likely built at least one atomic weapon throughout the first half of 1994. Professor of Korean and chair development of the Journal of American Orientals. Oh my God. Whenever I see that word. Oh, you got a Wikipedia on this guy? Okay, here, hold on. That means I gotta... He was mostly into linguistics. Interesting. But not really at all. Yep, sounds like a boring fucking guy, doesn't it? Sounds like a goddamn boring guy. Well, what's next? So waiting for the wife to get home. Oh, we'll be able to raid Valkyrie. If we hang out for a while longer, we'll be able to raid our dear comrade Valkyrie. By the way, I'm trying to find 5 people to play this game with. be fair, 1990s anti-communists didn't write the worst shit about DPRK. Yeah, they focused way too much on the Eastern Bloc. True. Right, Frank, you know what's funny about the fact that we analyzed 1995 Encarta on Twitch is the fact that we did it while it was in the retro gaming section, or retro gaming portion of the thing. Yeah, in the 2000, you're right, because you know what's actually interesting about what you're saying there, Powerful Finger, is we watched that show called Brother Down or something like that it was called. I think it was called that, or An African's Journal. That was it, An African's Journal into DPRK. An African American's Journal. And that was on PBS, and it was actually friendly to DPRK. And it seems shocking when you don't realize that, yeah, what you're saying is absolutely true. You're curious what PS2 games I have? It's... Oh yeah, I suppose you'll want to see that startup. Look at that. I like the videos. Oh my god! Frank, what the hell? Thank you so much, comrade. Jeez. Thank you, comrade. Everybody, welcome Powerful Finger to the Juche gang. God damn, Frank. You're awesome. Thank you, comrade. Very much appreciate that. So we got like the Alone in the Dark here. Surge's Heroes, The Bard's Tale, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Oh my god! I used to play this Battlefield so much. Battlefield 2 Modern Combat. I hit it on Xbox 360 though. Or something. Maybe it was original Xbox. Yeah, maybe it was original Xbox. Black. Do you comrades remember this one? It was like such a big deal when it first came out. The destructible environments. Classic right there. And you got Burnout. Love the Burnout games. Cabela's. Yeah, Bully was good. The old Call of Duties. Back when it was still tolerable. Castlevanias. Clock Tower 3. Got the Crash. Oh my god, Dark Watch. Christ. Remember Def Jam? You only played PES Pro Evolution Soccer? I haven't played much from PlayStation, but I played some from this era on other systems. Devil May Cry. Driver. Let me know when you're getting any nostalgia here, Kanakami. Brotherhood of Steel. Fight Night! Remember Fight Night when it was the 2 sticks that you had to use to fight? Oh my god, that was fucking good. A lot of movie games. So you played ones like that, so you probably played like that one, did you? Godfather? Remember that? Oh, I love Crash Bandicoot Warped. Shrek and Nemo, you're talking. I get the Guitar Heroes, of course. Katamari. I got a lot of games. GameCube was my jam. This is what I was playing. Played at your cousin's house, Crash, Dragon Ball Z, Hugo, Crazy Taxi. I love Crazy Taxi. Yeah, well, this is like a front end for an emulator, see? The cool thing, Powerful Finger, is like it has like my Steam games as well. So if I go to just like the modern Windows right here, this is where you can find my Steam games. Well, we're gonna go and get something to eat soon, we said? Yeah? Okay, well, just wait. Do I play some online first-person shooter games? I played, the only one I really play is this Powerful Finger. I know it's crappy, but I do play this one online quite a bit. I'd be willing to bet my hours in this game are quite high. But it's free, so if anybody ever wants to join me in playing it, that would be fun. I'm good at driving a Warthog, because I use the actual Xbox controller to do it. It is fun online. It's got some problems, of course, but it does have much better playlists now than when it started. Oh, well then you need to play the retro shooters, Powerful Finger. Then what you need is like right here. This is my Doom mod collection. This is what you need then. It's amazing the things that people are able to do with Doom. Alright, last thing, then we're gonna raid Comrade Valkyrie. Big brick! I got lots to show you next time. I don't know why that's so weird. See if this works. It's a weird resolution. Oh my god, look how tiny it is. Well, you can see it up there.
Nobody puts square in the corner.
It's a Doom wad. Do you guys not die from purple? Yeah, that's what you need if you can't run modern shooters. You just need some Doom wads. No big deal. Alright, so, like I said, make sure you come back on the weekend in the morning. I'll be playing some Earthbound crowd control, which means you comrades are going to be able to come in and use your labor vouchers and actually affect my gameplay. Whether that's forcing me into a fight, killing me instantly. I'm gonna do the math and think about halving all the crowd control costs of everything, so we'll see. But yeah, we're gonna be playing this right here. This is for the weekend. Oh, I looked at the wrong thing. This is for the weekend. And then on Monday, we'll be watching a Vietnam movie called The Fall of Saigon. And Tuesday, we'll be starting our Kim Jong-il read. And then I think on Thursday, we will be doing our starting our read of Stalin. We're gonna raid into our dear comrade Valkyrie here. Now we're gonna do, it's Domenico Lusardo's History and Critique of a Black Legend. That's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna raid Valkyrie because she could use, she definitely is much deserving of the raid. So please stay with me while we do a raid for her. And, of course... Oh yes, thank you, Frank. I always forget you have that. There's, for all of my fantastic subscribers, there is your raid message that you can use right there. So please flood her chat with that when you go in there. She's a fantastic comrade. She likes to play games just like I like to do at the end of my streams a lot of times, or on weekends. Again, come back on the weekdays for more communist stuff, or join me on the weekends if you want to fuck with my game in Earthbound and cause me chaos. Thank you so much for the support today, everybody. We'll read more Encarta next time. We will read more Encarta. That was too much fun. Definitely do that again. Thank you all so much for the support today, by the way. Frank, thank you so much. So, incredible fucking support from everyone. Lennon, Frank, you're all amazing. I appreciate you all so much. No, thank you for joining me and spending your time with me. I very much appreciate that. Okay, say hi to Valkyrie. Let her chat with that
message. To say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work, and it worked for hundreds of millions of people.
Bye, comrades. See you next time.